Han Sen didn't lie to Saint Fan, as his body truly had developed a problem. The ugly biomass had developed a number of unhealthy blisters. They were empty, but they produced deep craters across his body when popped. These blisters began to appear more and more, honeycombing the mutated being like some beehive. The gross sight of Saint Fan was only becoming more garish and twisted. Impossible! My body is fine. I can heal. Saint Fan was speaking from many of the mouths that composed his body. He had no idea when this had begun, and the wounds that were webbing their way across him had sprung up on him with surprising speed. It didn't seem as if he would have noticed, had Han Sen not pointed the issue out to him. More and more blisters grew, transforming the biomass into a pod mess, not too unlike a thick bunch of grapes. The blisters, when they bloated and became too big, popped to reveal craters in the flesh. Nothing came out of them, but it was clearly a problem. Saint Fan's body was full of these holes, and it was like he was fizzing away. How is this happening? Heal me, Rhino, Saint Fan commanded. Holy Rhino cast its holy light on Saint Fan, but something seemed to separate the light from the wounds. Saint Fan was frightened by what was going on, so he tossed away all the now grotesque carcasses of spirits and creatures that had previously resided within him. When he had been reduced to his true self, even his proper body was becoming holy. Things looked dire for him. What did you do? Saint Fan demanded. Nothing, aside from killing you, Han Sen said, with giddy excitement bubbling beneath his straight-faced words. At the beginning, when Han Sen's talons scraped against Saint Fan, the spirit healed immediately after. The toxins Han Sen had deployed within that scratch, however, could not be healed. Han Sen was not carrying poison around with him. He had actually put a glyph to use. It gleamed across his back now, and it was the glyph that came from the thorn scorpion. It had been combined with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Invisible toxic king scorpion beast soul, glyph type. Han Sen hadn't had a chance to try it out yet, and all he had known about it was that it carried and deployed toxic poisons. The toxic substance was a silent killer, one without smell and taste. Could go totally unnoticed until the effects took action. After Han Sen attacked Saint Fan, Han Sen initially believed it did nothing. There was no immediate reaction, and with Saint Fan being so strong anyway, it wasn't entirely unlikely that he could withstand the poison. If it was effective, Saint Fan would have most likely brought attention to it as well. Han Sen only noticed the poison was working when he saw the blisters begin to develop, swell, and pop like a corrosive acid. Han Sen was happy that the poison had taken effect, but he was more than surprised to learn Saint Fan hadn't even noticed what was happening to him until Han Sen had pointed it out. The toxic substance might not have been the strongest in existence, but it was most certainly the most unsettling. It really was quite mind-blowing to learn Saint Fan was completely oblivious to the poison he had been struck with. Han Sen did not know if he himself could withstand such a toxin either. Han Sen really wanted to practice Jadeskin after seeing this, as it increased one's poison and toxin resistances. It was far better at developing such defenses than the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra was great for building a powerfully balanced body, but it wasn't the greatest out there. If it truly was the be-all and end-all, Dongxian Z would not have died. I definitely need to practice Jadeskin, Han Sen decided. Saint Fan's body was peppered with holes, but he still could not feel anything. He only noticed what was going on due to what his eyes were relaying to him. What's more, Saint Fan life force was gradually beginning to fade. He became weaker and weaker, despite his insistence on clinging to the belief that he had not been poisoned and that this was the work of some other phantom menace. Saint Fan looked at Han Sen with utter contempt, and suddenly, he jumped into the skies, wishing to fly away and abandon the field of battle. Han Sen patted Little Silver on the head. Then the furry fiend leaped into the air, split its 10 tails, and fired a barrage of electric bullets to fry the airborne Saint Fan. Saint Fan was incredibly weak by this point, so he was disintegrated into nothing more than dust. Aside from the rhino, everything that was a part of him disappeared. Everyone else who was present had just taken a seat to watch the spectacle. They were in awe at what had transpired, but they were also extremely confused. They didn't have a clue about what had just happened. Dry Bone King wanted to kill the rhino. It might not have been an active participant in the fight, but it had supported Saint Fan and healed the troops constantly. Stop! Han Sen had a history with the rhino. He had even obtained its tear as well. Furthermore, the rhino was most likely under contract with the spirit and was only doing as it was commanded. Han Sen didn't want the rhino to die or be killed so simply. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let the rhino go back to help Saint Fan rebuild either. Rhino, I know you have been contracted to help Saint Fan, and I know you were only doing as you were bid to. Han Sen said this while bringing out his cruel bottle. He went on to say, this bottle is its own little dimension. It can disconnect you from the obligations you are sworn to here in this world. The contract Saint Fan has with you has no meaning or hold on you inside this bottle. If you wish to switch masters, I will accept you. And if you join me, you can reside inside this bottle until I have finished with Saint Fan once and for all. Only I will have the power to release you once you enter. But you have my word that I won't hold you for any longer than is necessary. Holy Rhino seemed to agree to Han Sen's offer. It roared and then entered the cruel bottle. Han Sen was delighted about this, so he put a lid on it. For the rhino, this was similar to humans taking refuge in the Alliance, away from the sanctuaries where the motions and terms of a contract were always in play. For the duration it was in the bottle, the rhino was safe. Saint Fan now couldn't kill the rhino for switching its allegiance, but if Han Sen wanted to enlist Holy Rhino as an ally in the future, he knew he'd have to take down Saint Fan once and for all. Unfortunately for Han Sen, he could not yet kill Saint Fan. If anything, that frightening spirit was more powerful than ever. It was highly likely the rest of the super creatures inhabiting Saint Fan's shelter would be absorbed to become a part of him. Saint Fan must have known he had been poisoned, too. Han Sen couldn't waltz in and expect to play the same trick on him, as Saint Fan would have most likely deployed a precaution to avoid it happening again. The invisible toxic King Scorpion glyph was a powerful item he had developed, but Han Sen still had to get in close and deal proper damage to the spirit to put the poisons to work. If Saint Fan had combined with a host of additional king spirits and super creatures, getting up close and personal would be harder than ever. Still, Han Sen could take solace in the fact that he and his people had each emerged from the battle as they had entered. Although his companions were weary, Han Sen had not lost a single one. Furthermore, the silver fox had come back to him. Of course, Han Sen acknowledged how terrifyingly close the situation had been to disaster before the furry thing had leaped in to save the day. If it hadn't come back at that precise moment, Saint Fan would have killed them all before the toxins took effect. As evidenced by the delay that day, the toxins really did take a good amount of time to work on powerful foes. But, with the battle over, everyone returned to the shelter. Queen went straight back to practicing, as she had been unable to help at all in the fight. There was a stark line between having a death wish and being willing to die in aid and service of others in the face of extreme adversity. Death was around the next corner, if she wished it to be, but a true cause to bring about death was a rarity. After this, though, she was given a renewed perspective. She could see the contrast between her and Han Sen's strength, and she had a better grasp on how much weaker she was and how much further she had to go if she wished to compete and be of help like the rest of his companions. Humans had only occupied the sanctuaries for 200 years, while spirits and creatures had been there far longer. It was natural for humans to be weaker to begin with, and it was always difficult to find footing in each greater sanctuary. Han Sen was delighted to have the silver fox return, but the others weren't. The silver fox had used its lightning to heal the wounds of Han Sen's, which had them all writhing on the ground in agony. They half believed Han Sen had turned on them. After the healing, Han Sen went to take a look at the three-life tree alongside the silver fox. The silver fox showed interest in the hand, but nothing else. Unfortunately, the silver fox could not speak. As a result, Han Sen was still clueless about the treasure the tree was giving birth to. If Saint Fan wants it, it must be good. Can it hurry up and grow a little faster? Han Sen gave the tree another water drop while pondering the circumstances. Saint Fan had been delivered a serious blow, so it wasn't likely he'd show his face anytime soon. Thinking this, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance for a time. Hansen read a bunch of books and went to the virtual community to practice with others. "Coach, you fancy a fight?" Immediately after Hansen entered, Ms. Perfume sent him a message. Complying, Hansen sent her an invite. She was, after all, Qin Xian behind the online handle. She frequently matched with him, and despite losing every single time, she was always improving. Qin Xian was still practicing empirical sword, and it was a one-of-a-kind technique. His focus went beyond merely dishing out power. There had been a beauty in its crafting, and its existence was like poetry. Hansen could simulate the energy flow, but if he did not have the heart for it, he couldn't perform it. Qin Taixian had not told her it was actually Hansen behind the online username, a soldier on the warship. And so, Qin Xian was still happy to just call him Coach. In a classic arena, Qin Xian kept slashing towards Hansen at full steam without reprieve. Hansen did not evade her attacks, and instead, he just used his sword to block. Qin Xian's great-grandfather's username was a king with 72 wives. If Qin Xian could not complete the practice required of empirical sword and beat Hansen, then Qin Xian would not be able to control the skill. So Hansen did not hold back. As a result, Qin Xian lost every single time. But Hansen was as surprised as he ever was with her determination. Failure never stopped Qin Xian, and she would always bounce back with vigor and spunk. Perhaps it was because of empirical sword, because the skill required a strong heart and firm courage to master. Her great-grandfather told Hansen that empirical sword was something to display one's power and might, but without a strong heart, the sword could break. You had to strike and forego any element of defense. Hansen was supposed to be her whetstone, for her to use and be kept sharp with. The strength of the heart was reflected upon the sword. "Coach, are you a demigod?" Qin Xian asked. "No, I'm only a surpasser," Hansen answered. Qin Xian was surprised to learn this, provided it was the truth. She said, "People as talented as you are surpassers? How difficult must it be to become a demigod?" "Perfection is not always required," Hansen said. She was even more surprised now, and she said, "Are you going to max out your super geno points before ascending?" Hansen nodded. Qin Xian was extra excited to hear this, and she giddily said, "Which shelter are you at? I have almost maxed out my super geno points, so perhaps we will be able to meet up when I get to the third god's sanctuary." The third god's sanctuary is a big place. When you get there, focus on what it will take for you to survive. Don't concern yourself with me or anyone else. Who knows, though? I might actually end up with you. I'm quite a fortunate person. Qin Xian laughed. Hansen shook his head and did not respond. He knew Qin Xian was actually more mature than him, so he wasn't too worried about how well she'd fare when she made the jump. But Hansen did not think Qin Xian would be lucky enough to spawn on his shelter, as the chances of that were far too low for consideration. Hansen exited the virtual community and saw Bauer sitting in front of him. Immediately, she leaped into Hansen's chest, loudly proclaiming, "I'm thirsty. I'll go and get you some water," Hansen said, heading for the water dispenser. Bauer then stroked Hansen's head fondly, whispering to him, "I want ice cream too." "Of course you do." Hansen knew what she wanted before she even said it. There was no way Bauer would hang around waiting for him if she only wanted water. Hansen went to the Sapphire ice cream store. She wouldn't eat ordinary ice cream, only the expensive homemade ones produced there. Fortunately, Hansen had a lot of money, so it wasn't a strain for him to purchase her ice cream every now and again. Hansen saw Han Yen on the street on the way there, as she had recently enlisted at the Black Hawk Military Academy. Although she'd been invited to join many other, better academies, she had rejected them all. Han Yen had her mother's appearance, but because she had been practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, she carried herself with a unique aura. Others would believe she looked incredibly holy, but to Hansen that was nothing new and he was used to it. There was a distance between them, and Hansen couldn't get to her quickly. When he eventually got close enough to bark a greeting, he saw a lot of young people around her playing instruments. There was a handsome guy playing a guitar at the center, serenading. He was singing about her, and the music was obviously being played for her as well. Han Yen was walking as this occurred, and it was almost as if the others were chasing her with the music. When the song was over, the boy put his guitar away and raced ahead to kneel in front of her. Then he presented her a bouquet of roses. Han Yen, I am very fond of you. Would you please be my girlfriend? The other guys were chattering amongst themselves, in hushed chants that whispered, Say yes! Say yes! Hansen felt very angry, watching this. Now he could understand what Ji Ruojian had spoken about in his speech. That cheap asshole, using cheap flowers to try to seduce my sister. I'm going to beat him up. Han San was still a distance away, so he wished to fly over. Not being able to right now, though, he opted for the next best thing. He started to cross the railing to get there sooner. He knew it was illegal to do that, and he'd be forced to study the traffic laws for 10 days if caught, but that was the least of his concerns for now. When just one of the legs crossed the railing, Han Yen took the flowers in her hands. The anger that had been simmering inside Han San began to boil and swell, and he said to himself, I treat you like a princess. I take you everywhere you want and give you whatever you want. How can you be tricked with just a few measly flowers? Everyone around was clapping, and then the boy moved in for a hug. You dare? You dare! Han San was fuming with rage by this point, but Han Yen then extended her arms forward, with the bouquet of flowers resting across the palms of her hands. Han Yen smiled and said, The flowers are beautiful, but I want a boyfriend who is a good man. I want a man who can display his love and affection without the need for something material to represent it. My parents are noble, and I am going to max out my geno points. I will become a demigod one day. The boy hastily replied. Han Yen said, Rich or poor, strong or feeble, that does not matter to me. Only if you are a good man will I love you. Then tell me what makes a good man, the guy asked. Han Yen answered, It is simple, and all the requirements and standards I seek reside in the one person I myself admire the most. Okay, and who is that? The boy asked. All the boys listened in, as they all secretly wished to make her theirs too. Hearing Han Yen say she did not want money confused them. So, they each paid extra attention to learn what it would take to make them suitable suitors. Han Yen smiled and said, It is my brother. If anyone can beat my brother as a person, then they are a good man. And such good men are men I would have no qualms dating. They all knew who her big brother was. He was the fearless conqueror of an emperor-class shelter in the third god sanctuary. Acknowledging such crazy requirements, they all felt hopeless. Do you mind if I keep the flowers? Han Yen asked. The boy, startled from out of his daze, swiftly raised his sunken head and said, Of course, they are for you. Thank you. Han Yen took the flowers and then left. Han Sun brought his leg back after witnessing all this, and he did so with great joy. Alliance traffic law violation detected. You are in breach of law 6385, in an attempt of crossing the rail. Punishment requires a supervised study of the traffic laws for the duration of 24 hours. Follow the navigation beacons that will lead you to the traffic department. The computer near the railing notified Han Sen. Fortunately, Han Sen did not cross the rail completely. If he had, he'd be locked up in study for 10 days. Not even the president could get out of a jam like that. He had to start his study in 3 days, so he decided to carry on with his current objective, and that was to take Bauer to the ice cream store. When Han Sen crossed the bridge, he saw someone approach. Seeing this person, he was flabbergasted. Blind Man was one of the few strangers Han Sen cared about. When they first met, Blind Man gave Han Sen a book that was similar to Primal Innocence. A long time later, he had randomly delivered to Han Sen a cauldron with the 9-life cat symbol on it. Even if Blind Man was from Blood Legion, it was still strange of him to give such a thing to Han Sen of all people. According to the Shen Men's successor, Blood Legion was the only other faction with true power. As such, Han Sen knew to exercise great caution when dealing with people who were associated with the organization. Come with me, Blind Man said with a lowered voice. Han Sen followed after Blind Man, thinking there could be no risk of danger there in the alliance. Fortunately, Blind Man did not lead Han-san someplace too private. Han-san was taken to an AI-operated restaurant. They scanned their cards and then sat down. "Why in the sanctuaries did you send me that cauldron?" Han-san finally had the chance to ask. Blind Man laughed and said, "I was saving you." Han-san frowned and responded, "Don't talk such crap. Tell me the truth." Blind Man smiled and said, I'm being serious when I tell you it can save your life. Before you become a demigod, eat what's inside." "Why would I want to eat it?" Han-san thought Blind Man had gone mad. After all, why would Han-sen consume something that belonged to Blood Legion? "You'll eat it, that much is certain," Blind Man said. Han-sen laughed and balked. "Well, let me tell you how wrong you are." After this brief exchange, Han-sen readied himself to leave. He wanted to know more about Blood Legion, but Blind Man didn't seem like the sort who wanted to have a proper sit-down and chat. "Stay. There is something you should look at first," Blind Man said. Knowing this would invoke Han-sen's curiosity and prevent him from leaving. Han-san looked back and froze when seeing what Blind Man was now holding. Blind Man's hands were very coarse and leathery, but the thick fingers held a ring. It was fairly ordinary, in that it had been forged with silver and been stoned with diamond. Even in the Alliance, that was just a common ring. But it stood out to Han-san all too well because his mother had a ring that was identical. It was her wedding ring. When Blind Man witnessed Han-sen's petrified reaction, he placed the ring down on his table. Han-sen picked it up and read the inside. It read, "Love Lawn." Han-sen was taken aback. He remembered this. When Han-sen was young, he was given this ring by his father to hold, and he had read the inscription inside. His father was digging a pool at the time, and he wanted Han-sen to hold on to it in case it fell off and got lost. Han-sen only knew the word love, but did not understand the word lawn. He remembered asking his father about that as well. Han-sen's father told him that the lawn referred to his mother. This perplexed him at the time, because his mother's name was Luo Sulan. The lawn of her name meant orchid, but the lawn on the ring had been inscribed with a different character. They were homonyms, but they had been spelled differently. It was only a few years ago that Han-sen had come to learn his mother's true name was Luolan, and it was that lawn that was on the ring. It had been too many years since Han-sen had seen the ring, though. He couldn't be certain he was remembering things correctly or that Blind Man was actually showing him the original. "What is this?" Han-sen asked. Blind Man laughed. His voice cracked roughly, as if he had spent a few too many years drinking and smoking. "If you don't know what this is, give it to Luolan. She will know." Han-san stared at Blind Man for a while after that. When the time to break the silence came, Han-sen lifted his head and said, "Is this what you wanted to show me, then? The owner of the ring wants you to know you need to eat what is inside that cauldron before you become a demigod," Blind Man said. "You think a ring and a subtle implication is going to convince me?" Han-sen said. Even if his father was standing right in front of him, he'd have to pull at his cheeks and give him a thorough examination to believe he was the real deal. Blind Man said, "Do you know the color of the cat?" Han-sen was not sure what he meant by this, as cats could come in a variety of colors. "This isn't some secret handshake or code, is it? I wouldn't know. I'm not a member of your organization," Han-sen said. Blind Man shook his head and said, "It is blue." "Why?" "Because someone painted it blue." Han-san felt as if he had been stabbed with a knife, and the object of this pain had been twisted around. His mind was blown. Han-san recalled there was an old white cat living in his house when he was just a child. It was always sunbathing in the yard. Once, Han-sen used paint to color it blue. His father was mad about this, and he told Han-sen never to touch the cat again, as it once belonged to his great-grandfather. That was the first time Han-sen had seen his father get properly angry, so it was something he was not likely to forget. Han-sen and his father cleaned the cat, but it died just a few days later. Han-sen was sad for a long time following this, believing it was his own actions that had led to the death of the cat. Because only Han-sen and his father had been home at the time of that incident, knowing the cat had been painted should have been information exclusive to the two of them. "Is he still alive?" Han-sen asked. Han-san was filled to the brim with a mixture of varying emotions following this most recent encounter with Blind Man. If his father hadn't died, then he wondered why his father never came back to visit them. If this was revealed to be true, anger would be the prevailing emotion. But Han-san knew nothing was ever straightforward, and it wasn't likely for his father to be some deadbeat dad. If he was alive, perhaps there was a reason he could not see his family anymore. Han-san only wanted to learn where he was and put all the nagging questions to bed with answers. The constant lingering questions never ceased to tug at the fringes of his mind. "He is alive," Blind Man answered resolutely. "Where is he? I want to see him," Han-san said. "Now is not the time," Blind Man said. "Why?" Han-san asked. Blind Man said, "He is doing something very dangerous, but if you become a demigod, there is a chance you two can meet again." "He has been in the sanctuaries all this time?" Han-san asked with a leaping heart. Blind Man did not answer this immediately. He simply knocked the table in idle silence for a while. When he spoke next, he said, "The pill that resides inside that cauldron is something most valuable. His procurement of it came at a great risk to his life, but he got it for you nonetheless. But that is not the only thing he wants to give you, as there is advice also. He wants you to refrain from getting involved with Blood Legion affairs and the circumstances regarding Han Jinji. Just take care of your mother and your sister." "Tell me what he is doing," Han-san demanded with a cold stare. "That is not for me to say. I cannot. But when you are capable and the time is right, provided he is still alive, the time for another encounter will come," Blind Man said, standing up to leave. Han-san was angry now, as he couldn't stand such tantalizing teases. He hated being left to hang, only receiving half the answers. Cliffhangers were the bane of his existence, and it was frustrating how prevalent they were. Han-san was going to grab Blind Man, but he had already gone. This was the alliance, though, so it would be unwise for him to fight there. And when Han-san left his seat to catch up with him, he couldn't find Blind Man anywhere. He seemed to be long gone. Han-san used his Dongshen aura to trace where he might have gone, but that was useless as well. Han-san was no longer in the mood to take Bauer to eat ice cream, so he went straight over to his mother's house. There he showed her the ring. When his mother saw it, her eyes suddenly turned red. "Is that your father's ring?" she asked, prompting Han-san to relay to her the tale of what had occurred and who he had met while on his lengthy quest for ice cream. "So, that's the long and short of it? The asshole is alive and he's not dead. If I see him again, I swear I'll kill him myself," Luolan said. Luolan sounded incredibly angry, but Han-san could recognize the soft undercurrent of a secret happiness in the way she spoke. Of course, Han-san couldn't be certain whether or not Blind Man was telling him the truth, but with all this on his mind, Han-san decided to return to the sanctuary and take a look at the cauldron once more. He couldn't tell what the little jewel-like orb was, and since Blind Man wasn't the most trusting fellow, he couldn't be sure whether or not it would be beneficial as he said it would be. So, again, Han-san shelved the cauldron. At long last, Han-san took Bauer out to get the ice cream she so ardently desired. He also got her additional snacks. He was willing to spend a bit on food in the alliance, too, as there was never anything decent to eat in the sanctuaries. After half a month more had passed, Saint Fan had yet to show his face again. And now, the three-life tree had finally matured. The three fruits dropped to the ground like sparkling, shooting stars. The three-life tree withered and died after the fruit departed its electrical branches. Han-san wouldn't dare open the treasure himself, as he never had luck doing such things. So, after he brought the fruit out of the well with him, he asked for Zero, Bauer, and Little Silver to come join him. "Who would like to open this?" Han-san pointed at the fruit which contained the Twin Knight. "Me!" Bauer immediately raised her hand. "Okay, but you have to give it back when you've opened it. Do that, and I'll reward you with ice cream." Han-san nodded approvingly. Bauer took the fruit and bashed it against the floor. The shell broke. The knight beamed into Bauer's head. "So, care to tell me what it is?" Han-san asked. Dragon King told Han-san it was a Twin Knight beast soul, but noted how remarkably strange it was for it to be growing on something that wasn't a twin night tree. Therefore, what was inside could not be guaranteed. All he knew for sure was that it was a beast soul of some kind. Bauer sent Hansen the night beast soul and made sure to comment, "Just don't forget my ice cream." Superclass Twin Thunder Knight, possession type, beast soul obtained. It was indeed a twin knight, but one associated with thunder. If it could only adhere to the one thunder element, then that was disappointing. "I won't forget." After Hansen told Bauer this, he turned to look at the silver fox. Little Silver seemed to have a bit more control over itself now, but he still looked incredibly anxious to open the fruit that was before him. "This is for you, Little Silver." The silver fox was the strongest there amongst them, as it had 10 whole gene locks open. It was only fair that Hansen provided it goodies. Little Silver reached out its paws and crushed the fruit. Then, the hand inside emerged and began to fly around. Observing the hand after it emerged from the fruit, Hansen noticed that it wasn't actually made of flesh. What Hansen had presumed to be veins were actually streaks of lightning. The silver fox then gobbled up the entire hand, and his body started to shake and vibrate. After that, the furry thing burped out a plume of blue lightning. After the silver fox gobbled up and swallowed the hand, nothing much happened. Little Silver shook for a minute, then simply walked over to Hansen's sleeping quarters and took a nap. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to examine the silver fox's life force after a brief worry that something might have been wrong, but from what he could tell, all was fine. "0, you open the final fruit." Hansen then pushed the fruit that contained the hammer over to 0. 0 accepted it and crushed it, prompting a light to shoot into her head. It must have been a beast soul, if it could go straight into the Sea of Soul. Hansen had originally thought the hammer might have been some sort of geno treasure, so this came as a bit of a surprise to him. 0 then passed the hammer beast soul back to Hansen. Superclass Thunder Hammer, battle gene type beast soul obtained. Hansen had no clue what that was. He had researched many different types of beast souls in the past, but never before had he come across something like this. Hansen gave the hammer a better look up close. It was a fairly plain blue hammer that had a symbol of lightning inscribed upon it. The head was a simple square block. Hansen sought to summon it, but before he could, another announcement sounded. "Would you like to absorb the battle gene Thunder Hammer?" This was the first time Hansen had experienced something like this, so it was quite startling. It made his jaw drop. He didn't think any harm could come from accepting, so he chose to absorb it. Then, the thunder hammer that resided in his Sea of Soul turned into a lightning bolt. It shot into his body, giving Hansen an intense electrocution. The electrical current exhausted quickly, though. It went away as swiftly as it came, but strangely, the hammer was now absent. Hansen checked out his body, but nothing appeared to have changed. What's more, he hadn't received the thunder-derived superpowers he expected to have been bestowed upon him. How dreadfully dull. What was that thing supposed to do exactly? Hansen mulled to himself with simmering frustration, so he tried throwing a punch. While doing so, Hansen simulated the silver fox's lightning power. Fortunately, this brought him the answers he sought, for when the whips of lightning manifested, they became a mighty hammer crudely built from thunder. It struck a nearby pillar. Pang! The thunder hammer left a giant crater in the sturdy stone, which flickered with a residual pool of electricity. Hansen was gobsmacked, witnessing the power of that thump he had delivered unto the pillar. The pillars of an emperor shelter were incredibly strong, and they could resist most mighty blows. And yet, with a small flick of his wrist, Hansen had delivered it such extreme damage. It was nearly frightening to comprehend what he could do with some real effort. For a small punch like the one he had just performed on the pillar, it really put into perspective the power of the beast soul. And furthermore, Hansen put no genuine focus on his casting. He didn't even expect the hammer to manifest in the lightning, but it had popped up and walloped the pillar all the same. This was far greater than any of Hansen's thunder hyper-geno arts, that was for sure. Wanting to test it out a few more times, Hansen did. When he got a fairer grasp on it, Han-sen noticed he was able to channel the hammer explicitly when he desired to. The hammer wrought of thunder and lightning could just appear whenever he willed it to. Despite being far easier to use than a hyper-geno art, it was far stronger, too. Does that mean I have a thunder hyper-geno art of sorts now? I didn't even need to practice it, and yet it is already supremely powerful, Han-sen thought. Practicing hyper-geno arts took a lot of time, and in recent times, he had spent more time researching and practicing hyper-geno arts than going out to hunt. Now, after obtaining this beast's soul, it felt as if he didn't need anything else. But it was a Thunder Battle Gene beast soul, and Han-sen only wished it had matched the elements he favored. Where might I find more of these Battle Gene beast souls, I wonder? If I get a few hundred more of these things, I'll never have to practice hyper-geno arts ever again, Han-sen thought to himself. Of course, he knew that might be impossible. Prior to this discovery, humanity had no records of such a beast soul existing. So, his finding one was a remarkable thing to begin with. Han-sen was delighted with the thunder hammer he had received. It had quickly become his most powerful attack, but he just found it lame that it was associated with the thunder element. Han-sen's Dongxian Sutra had hit its 7th tier, but even if he simulated the Silver Fox's powers, it still wouldn't be as strong as what little Silver could perform. That put their power gulf in perspective. When my Dongxian Sutra has opened 10 gene locks, I will be able to simulate the Silver Fox's power to their full extent. Then, I will become unstoppable and unfathomably mighty. Han-sen was extremely giddy, developing these thoughts and fantasies. Han-sen exited the hall, and as he did so, he saw Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King approach. Master, we have found a super creature at a nearby lake that is east of here, Dry Bone King reported. Ghost Eye kept jumping on the spot, performing monkey screams and howls. Han-sen surmised he was trying to tell him that he was the one who had discovered it. Well done, Han-sen said to compliment them. Han-sen had sent them out to find super creatures, despite not expecting there to be any in the surrounding area. Ghost Eye and Dry Bone King then took Han-sen over to the lake they mentioned. Han-sen wanted to kill the creature in the hopes of obtaining Geno points. By this point, Han-sen was dying to move on to the 4th God's Sanctuary. There were many reasons, but above all, he sought answers. He knew many of the answers to his burning questions could be found there. Each member of the Han-sen family shared a similar issue. They always kept their problems to themselves. To be blunt, they were each stubborn. Luolan and Han-sen's father were like that. It was something Han-sen recognized, despite it being a trait of his own, too. He just didn't realize the same issue applied to him. There was a lake before them, one that was illuminated by glowing algae that glinted along the surface. Due to it being dead water, it was too murky to see what lay below. Han-sen activated his Dongxian Sutra and scanned the lake. At the center of the lake, he was able to detect something strong. It was almost frighteningly strong. What was the super creature you two saw? Han-sen asked. Dry Bone King answered, Let me ask Ghost Eye. The eye of his namesake is better than mine. Han-sen waited for him to ask Ghost Eye. After Ghost Eye performed a pointing gesture. Dry Bone King turned back to Han-sen and said, He described it as being 7 meters long, carried a purple shell on its back. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, but he was clear that it had the power of a super creature. Han-sen noticed the lake was 3 miles in length, so drawing something out from the murky pool would be difficult. And if he had to bring the fight to the super creature and battle it in the water, that wouldn't be easy. Han-sen wished he had brought Water Fairy with him, as that would have made things much easier. But then again, he reassured himself it was just a super creature. The 3 of them should be able to sort it out, no problem. Dry Bone, use your heart bone. Perhaps your musical talents can scare the fiend into leaving the water, Han-sen said. With the water being as dirty as it was, he did not fancy dipping his toes in it. Okay. Then Dry Bone King pulled out his heart and began to pound it. Shortly after, ripples began to form at the center of the lake. They waited a bit, but nothing further occurred. So, Dry Bone King got back to playing and went along with a disturbing melody. The lake continued to quiver, and eventually waves began to form. Bauer covered her ears to block out the wretched sound. The heartbone did not actually hurt Bauer. She was just a musical aficionado of refined tastes. She thought the music being played was downright diabolical. Hansen frowned. Despite the increased number of waves, the super creature was reluctant to exit the lake. "Don't you have any better songs to play than that?" Hansen asked. "Not really. I use it to disturb the life force of my enemies. I didn't invest time in learning any more melodies. It's not like I want my foes to be dancing the mamba," Drybone King said. "I could teach you a thing or two about the musical arts, let me tell you." Look at Bauer's face. That is the face of a soured critic. How do you expect to draw a super creature out of the lake with that awful tune? After Hansen said this, he played a melody he used to like when he was small. Drybone King paid attention and tried to learn the melody Hansen played for him. Then he tried to copy it. Dong, dong, dong dong, 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 dong dong. Bauer was slowly able to remove her hands from her ears. And suddenly, the water at the center of the lake began to whirl. A purple shadow rose amidst the turmoil. Hansen squinted and saw that it was a 7-meter-long lobster. It waved its pincers towards the lakeshore crowd. Bauer's eyes were wide open, but not in fear or surprise. In fact, she looked hungry. She looked as if she wanted to eat the lobster. Seeing the lobster come towards them, Hansen summoned his disloyal knight. Hansen put the Twin Thunder Knight beast soul on disloyal knight, and fortunately it did not seem limited to the thunder element. Disloyal knight's body immediately displayed a number of changes. His copper armor turned blue, as did the light of his halo. It was like a neon, fluorescent cyber halo now. Furthermore, the soft image of his halo had changed to look like a circular saw, with jagged edges representing the lightning that now fueled him. Disloyal Knight used his lightning halo on the lobster, and immediately after, the lobster itself started to turn blue. It was slower and weaker now, to the point where it was starting to look paralyzed. But it wasn't enough to disable the lobster entirely, as it was still able to leap into the air and attempt to strike Disloyal Knight. Its pincers were like garden scissors, spreading wide to cut him in two. Disloyal Knight looked like a rocket immediately after launch. He kicked up a sandstorm behind him as he flew upwards. Pang! Disloyal Knight flashed like lightning himself. He soared past the pincers with ease. Disloyal Knight then returned to pummel the lobster's head numerous times. Lightning began to fizz and crackle against its weakened carapace as the lake-emerged super creature's movements became duller and duller, to the point that it appeared to have passed out. Unable to dodge, all the lobster could do was submit to getting pounded. With lightning powering his fists, Disloyal Knight punched the lobster over and over without reprieve. The seafood nemesis had no chance of fighting back. In the end, Disloyal Knight was able to break open the entire shell of its head and mangle the brain inside its fleshy scalp. Hansen was shocked as he witnessed the scene. He could hardly believe Disloyal Knight was able to do that all by himself. Super creature lake lobster killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen was delighted to hear this announcement. After combining with Twin Thunder Knight, Disloyal Knight had received a great buff. The effectiveness of his halo, in particular, had increased immensely. Hansen tried it too. If he stood inside the halo, he would receive buffs. The blue lightning enveloped him, increasing his power and speed. Whenever he struck an enemy, they'd become paralyzed. That's pretty good. Hansen was delighted with the results. Although it wasn't a berserk beast soul, and it hadn't opened its 10th gene lock, Disloyal Knight was far stronger than it used to be. If it consumed more life drops and became a berserk beast soul, it'd become as strong as Siechin King, Hansen wagered. Hansen summoned Golden Growler and put the lobster on its back. Then, they all returned to the shelter to have themselves a barbecue. Hansen washed the lobster out and put the meat on the grill, as Bauer drooled uncontrollably. When they both sunk their teeth into the tantalizing-looking lobster meat, their faces turned sour as if they had taken a swig of curdled milk. Tasted awful. But despite the fact that they couldn't enjoy it, all the others considered it a treat. Each and every other super creature had a bite, and they were loving it. Ghost Eye and Snowball made sure to sit down in front of Hansen and Bauer, stuffing their face with the lobster meat. They made squelching noises and let their lips hang to show how much they were enjoying the food, while those two could not. Hansen then decided to pick up Bauer and return to the Alliance. "Let's go eat some real food. We'll let them enjoy their dog food," Hansen sternly said. "We need to eat something much better," Bauer affirmed. "Of course. And for tonight we're going to dine on the best food money can buy. Order whatever you want, Bauer." "I'm made of money," Hansen kindly, albeit boastfully, proclaimed. "Money," Bauer shouted in response, raising her fists in the air. Hansen drove an aircraft to Roca Planet and went to the most expensive restaurant there. It was called Doria. "Sir, what would you like to eat this fine evening?" the waitress asked, while presenting a menu. Even Bauer was given one. In this era, where proper labor practically did not exist, having real human staff just went to show how high-class the restaurant was. "Give me your finest, madam. The best this place can provide." "I'll take it," Hansen proudly said. Bauer, with a more serious tone of voice this time, just shouted, "Money." The waitress wasn't sure what to respond, as she had never encountered such a peculiar duo before. But then, someone from behind mocked them out loud by saying, "Has someone just won the lottery and wants to flaunt his newfound, but bound to be short-lived wealth? Everyone here became rich before you did." "Pah, the gall." Hansen saw a middle-aged man sitting with a pretty woman. He was well-dressed, but his face left much to be desired. He looked at Hansen with incredible disdain. Hansen frowned. He didn't think they were speaking too loud, and the man obviously had a chip on his shoulder to pick on total strangers. But Hansen was the president's son-in-law, and he didn't want to make this a point and embarrass the president by beating him up. So, Hansen just picked up the menu and ordered a few portions of the most expensive food that was available. The man heard what Hansen ordered and said, "Stop pretending you are rich, dear boy. If you were that noble, go upstairs and eat amongst the nobles, dining on noble food." Hansen frowned, hearing that voice again. He came here to spend a night relaxing in the comfort of fine dining. He hadn't expected that someone so wretchedly annoying would choose to pester him all evening. Bauer didn't want to hold back her hatred of the man, though. The fire of murder blazed in her eyes, and she was now clutching her gourd. It was evident she did not like people bullying or complaining to Hansen, and so she wanted to absorb the man. Hansen noticed what she was going to do. With a racing heart, he had made sure to stop her. If something like that occurred, the Alliance would be thrown into shock and turmoil. Particularly so, given Bauer's origin. When the waitress was about to confirm the order, an old man approached Hansen. "Manager." The waitress thought she had done something wrong, and that was why he had stepped forward. The wages for Doria employees were incredibly high, and she was given complimentary flesh in the first god sanctuary. The last thing she wanted was the loss of her job. The old man smiled at the waitress and signaled for her to step back for a bit. Then the manager turned to Hansen and bowed. He said, "Dear Mr. Han, we have prepared the top-floor garden exclusively for you. Chef Shirley will prepare the food for you, and only you. You will be given her undivided attention." A profound silence fell over the restaurant as everyone turned to look at them in shock. No one could buy their way into the garden, but it provided unparalleled views of the city. Not even sacred blood aristocrats could get a seat there. And the last person who was able to get Chef Shirley to prepare their food was Zhang Baiken. Everyone looked at Hansen in awe. They were in disbelief, seeing Doria provide such a worthy offering. When a few people recognized Hansen for he was, one of them proclaimed, "It's Hansen. That's our first super aristocrat." Hansen picked up Bauer and followed after the manager. He did not want to revel in the limelight and remain the focus of everyone's attention. The man who had mocked Hansen was glum, and a dire look had fallen upon his face. He rushed out of the restaurant without even finishing his meal. Hansen took Bauer to the top floor, and there he saw a beautiful woman in the kitchen. It's you. Han Sen was shocked when he saw the woman. What would you like to eat? The beautiful chef smiled with a warmth that could melt ice. We'll eat whatever you recommend. Han Sen proceeded to sit down with Bauer near the kitchen. It was difficult for Han Sen to believe Xuefian was a chef. Han Sen couldn't help but wonder to himself, is the food she makes actually edible? I hope it doesn't arrive cold. Han Sen wouldn't be surprised if she served a heaping bowl of human flesh, quite frankly. But since he was there, and he had been treated so well by the restaurant, he wasn't quite willing to run for the door just yet. He was going to stay and witness whatever she decided to prepare. Xuefian did not talk much. She went straight into preparing food, and as Han Sen watched her operate, he couldn't help but be impressed by her chopping skills. There was an artistic quality to the way she wielded her knives. The grill was hot, and as the food sizzled atop it, a delectable aroma wafted out of the kitchen to tantalize the noses of the eager diners. Han Sen and Bauer actually found themselves rather excited, and they stared at the cooking meat with wide eyes. Professional chefs really were in a league of their own, and Xuefian's skills in the kitchen far exceeded Han Sen's. After the food was served, Bauer ate what was on her plate like a ravenous pig. Her chubby face was smeared with grease. If this was an all-you-could-eat buffet, Han Sen wagered Bauer would end up emptying the pantry. I did not expect you to be able to cook so well. I appreciate your grace, hospitality, and excellent service. Han Sen praised her, as he prepared to pay. Xuefian smiled in return and said, There is no need for you to pay. But might I confess a problem I have? Perhaps you could help me with it. What is it? If it's a reasonable request, I can certainly be of service, Han Sen said. Xuefian placed her hat down on a table and then took off her uniform. Then, she went to sit down near Han Sen. Xuefian maintained her professional image, for when she removed her uniform, her body was revealed to be fitted with a tight white dress that delicately cradled her every curve. If you can't do this for me, then I deem the deed impossible, Xuefian said. Okay, go on. Han Sen was delighted she was willing to request his assistance. And what's more, it seemed as if she was confiding in him something personal. She seemed to have difficulty mustering the courage to tell him what issue plagued her mind. Xuefian said, I have actually been here for several months. Every night, I wait in the hope that I can see you. 2 of my family members have found themselves trapped in the third god's sanctuary. They are in the Thunder Hell faction. If you can rescue them, we will pay you handsomely. Where are they, exactly? Han Sen asked. It is a king-class shelter called Blood River Shelter, Xuefian explained. Han Sen said, If news of them being trapped has reached you, I doubt they are in any immediate danger. I'll check the place out regardless. Then, after some reconnaissance, I'll tell you what I can do. Thank you. And believe me, you have our full support. Now and forever, Xuefian said, in praise. Before they left the restaurant, Xuefian provided Bauer with a lot of different desserts for the road. Han Sen thought about Blood River Shelter for quite a while. He had always wanted to take down a king-class shelter anyway. Han Sen could not take on Emperor shelters reliably, but he could most certainly assault a king-class shelter. After all, he now had the Silver Fox back. It even had its 10th gene lock open. This could be a great opportunity for him to collect a few more life geno-essences. Xuefian provided Han Sen with the location of where he needed to go, and indeed, he fancied heading out there to see what was what. When he arrived home from the restaurant, he teleported back to the sanctuary. There, he took Bauer and went towards the shelter Xuefian had told him about. With the Silver Fox and everyone else back protecting Thunder Hell Shelter, even if Saint Fan decided to show, he could return quickly. Since Thunder Hell Shelter wasn't a mobile shelter, though it had to remain there and thus remain guarded. Without a shelter, the plants would dry, and Han Sen needed water drops. The more super beast souls Han Sen collected, the more water drops he would need to make them berserk. After all, because this place was in the Thunder Hell faction, the super creatures and king spirits had all taken flight. After half a day of travel, Han Sen saw a red river running to the east of him. It was wide like a sea. Han Sen frowned. He had been told Blood River Shelter resided on an island in the middle of that same river. He didn't expect the river to be so wide, though, and even from where he was standing, he could sense a wretched presence residing there across the water. Han-sen didn't take a straight road to where he was supposed to be going. Instead, he decided to go to where the Shui family members had been spotted. He wondered if he'd be able to confirm their current condition from that same place. After a while, Han-sen saw 3 peaks in the distance. Strangely, they looked like steamed buns. He found a green field to rest in for a while. The 2 Shui family members were supposed to be on patrol, and they would pass through there. Bauer sat on the grass drinking milk. She was a few years old by now, but her appearance hadn't changed at all. Han-sen did not know whether she was simply slow to develop, or if she'd be like this forever. Regardless of what her circumstances were, he was determined to take care of her. Han-sen was going to wait until dark. If the 2 people he expected to see did not arrive, he'd attempt to sneak into the shelter with the night cloak. Within the hour, though, Han-sen noticed a ship approaching the shore from across the river. He stood up to take a better look. It was white and it moved incredibly quickly. When the ship neared, though, Han-sen's face changed and he looked ill. The ship was made out of bone. It had a bone mast, and the sails had been crafted from animal hides. Of course, such a ghastly ship wouldn't scare Han-sen. He had encountered far more nerve-wracking horrors in his time. What most rattled Han-sen about this scene, however, was the presence of a human at the front of the ship. At the bow of the ship stood a cross, and there was a man crucified upon it. The man seemed to be of old age, although his treatment had undoubtedly made him seem more withered than he might have actually been. He had been stripped naked and pinned to the cross. He was fastened to the cross by thick, crude nails that had also been forged from bone. They had been driven deep into his arms and feet. The old man looked to be great agony, but he knew moving would only incite more pain. Thus he moaned softly, but he remained still. Blood ran down his body and the cross like monstrous veins. Han-sen thought he was having a sneak peek at the gallows in hell. Han-sen knew many humans were suffering in the third god sanctuary, and their numbers might even outweigh the amount of those who were happy and in good condition. But this was a cold reminder of reality. This savagery had become just a simple fact of existence there, and now it had been reinvigorated and put on display in front of Han-sen. It made him angry, and it was fanned by the flames of frustration, knowing there was nothing he could do right now to help the man. Han-sen gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitter pill of knowing he could not be of aid. He couldn't risk exposing his presence there, and even if he did try to save the old man, any enemies that might have been on board could kill the man and prevent Han-sen from getting what he wanted. Furthermore, if Han-sen was unable to remove the contract that bound the man, even after a successful rescue, he'd be killed before Han-sen could return him to the Alliance. The old man then saw Han-sen, and after, the boat steered in his direction. It was as if the boat was obeying some manner of mind control. The old man looked to be in pain and said, "Young man, do you hail from another shelter?" "Yes," Han-sen said. The old man looked happy, and the faint presence of a smile crept courageously back onto his face. He asked, "Are you free? Can you return to the Alliance?" Han-sen nodded and said, "Yes, I can go back. What is your name?" Seeing that old man, Han-sen was really reminded of how lucky he was to be free in the third god sanctuary. The old man replied, "My name is Shui Yuqing. Can you take a message to the Shui family for me?" "Okay," Han-sen answered. "Please, tell them to hurry here quickly." Shui Yuqing still looked to be in a lot of pain, and his words trembled out of his lips as he spoke. Shui Yuqing went on to say, "Shui-chun is still trapped in Blood River Shelter. They need to find him, because our stuff is in his hands." Han-sen thought he had been asked to save 2 family members, but with what he had just been told, it seemed as if there was an important item the family wanted to have returned. "Okay, and what is all this? Why have you been put on display like this?" Han-sen asked. Shui Yuqing said, "This boat can patrol the river. In order to operate, it requires a driver. I am its captain." "You drive it like this?" Han-sen frowned. Shui Yuqing sighed and answered, A powerful spirit or people who have been given the authority are the only ones who can drive it. I am a weak human, lacking the trust of spirits. This is the only way I am able to drive it. I am doing this in the hopes I can send a message home. Han-san felt so angry, learning that the spirits did not trust him. Because of that, the man had to operate the boat in constant agony. Han-san knew humans were the weakest in the third god's sanctuary, but he was still mad over their unfair mistreatment at every corner. You have to take this message home. The Shui family will reward you handsomely. Now go. Go before the creatures notice you. Shui Yuqing steered the boat around, ready to leave. Hang on. Can you tell me how many king spirits and super creatures reside in that shelter? Han-san asked. Shui Yuqing responded. There are 2 king spirits. One is Blood River King, the other is Wuxia. There are 7 super creatures residing there also. Tell my family to come, reclaim the stuff and go. Han-sen was shocked. The last time he saw Wuxia had been during Xiang Yin's ascension. Nice. That's one loose end that needed tying up a long time ago. I can only hope his spirit stone is here as well. Han-sen thought to himself. Do you know how powerful they are? Han-sen asked. Shui Yuqing replied. It does not matter. Fighting them would be a futile endeavor. After that, Shui Yuqing drove the boat away. As he sailed across the red water, Han-sen heard him whimpering and moaning in pain. Han-sen shouted. Don't go yet. I am going to take down Blood River Shelter and save you all. Shui Yuqing heard him say this and said, You have no idea how powerful a king-class shelter is. Simply sending a message will do. After that, he continued driving the boat away. Han-sen did not blame him for thinking this way. He might not have even heard of Han-sen, and it was highly unlikely he had learned that Han-sen had taken down an emperor's shelter. Han-sen remained in that place and waited for nightfall. Then he donned the night cloak to sneak into the shelter. Han-sen had an advantage for now, but if he called for his companions to come, he'd lose it. Furthermore, he'd be risking the loss of Thunder Hell Shelter. And if Saint Fan had been biding his time, waiting for the moment Han-sen left the shelter unguarded, he could take over and ruin the teleporter inside. If that occurred, the shelter would indeed be rendered useless. Han-sen planned to observe the goings-on of Blood River Shelter for a bit and come up with a viable plan of attack. If he could one-hit kill Blood River King, that would be wonderful. Han-sen snuck to the island as unnoticeably as he could. The river was a few hundred miles wide, and the island itself was rather large. The castle there was not all that different from Devil's Nest. Near the river, Han-sen saw a giant tentacle making waves. Han-sen was not sure what it was, but it had to be around 50 meters long. The tentacle came out from the water and kept patting and splashing the surface of the river. Inside the shelter there were many strange fish with legs. Their mouths were filled with crocodile-like teeth, too. Luckily, Han-sen had the night cloak to shield him from their vision. Then, not long after, Han-sen felt the presence of a familiar life force nearby. Wuxia. Han-sen saw 2 people walking through the castle's garden. One of them was Wuxia. It had been a while since Han-sen last saw him, and he clearly hadn't been idle in the time since. He was now much stronger, and he'd be a far more formidable foe this time. Wuxia was one of the 8 generals and had been, once upon a time, at the same level of strength as Xiang Yin and Sky King. It was only a matter of time before he recovered, and if he recovered any further, defeating him would be far more difficult. Besides Wuxia, there was a king spirit. He was clad in red armor. He had a red cloak, and 2 swords crossed behind his back. That must be Blood River King, Han-sen thought to himself. I hope you can give me an answer. If you let this opportunity to pass you by, it may be tens of thousands of years before you get another, Wuxia said. Han-sen leaned closer in an attempt to hear what the 2 were discussing. Blood River King said, Emperor treasures are good, but that vine has no difficulty eating berserk super creatures on a whim. Even with our spirit stones intact, 'tis a dangerous venture to consider. Wuxia said, I am well aware of how powerful the aquavine is, but we can just go there to steal the kill. What do you mean? Blood River King asked with visible surprise. Do you know the flying dragonfish? Wuxia asked. Blood River King said, You mean, the flying dragonfish that has opened 10 gene locks in the empty river? Yes, it has 10 gene locks open. And what's more, it can go past the 10 steps of the holy door. Can go there, but it is intent on searching for the aqua vine. If it ate the aqua fruit, it could become a demigod, no problem. You mean, Blood River King began. Wuxia said, We have to wait until they are both injured. We can get the fruit without issue. And if we play our cards right, we might also get the fish. If this is as easy as you say it is, why do you implore my assistance with this? Why do you want me to join you so badly? Blood River King wasn't entirely trusting. Wuxia said, The aqua vine can restrict my powers, and it can self-destruct before anyone gets what it holds. But you are fueled by the element of blood. You might be able to pick them up. Wuxia also went on to say, There are 7 aqua fruits for the taking. If you grab them all, I'll keep 2. If you obtain fewer than 4, I'll have 1. We can give it a try. But when will the dragon fish be back on the move? Blood River King said. Wuxia smiled and said, I know the answer to that. If you are truly interested, come with me. Wuxia did not tell him the exact time, as he was worried Blood River King might abandon him. Han Sun thought to himself, Are they talking about the lantern fish and the purple vine? This is great. The vine on the peak had almost killed the lantern fish. And what's more, the fruit or treasure that might have been up there was of great interest to him. Han Sun listened for a while longer, but there was nothing more useful he could learn. As for the shelter, he decided to delay his attack on it for the time being. Han San was going to wait for Wuxia and Blood River King to take the vine. At that point, he would either attack the shelter or try to claim the fruit. There were 2 choices, and Han San still had to weigh the pros and cons of each. Han Sun poked around the shelter for a bit, wanting to get a look at the super creatures that inhabited it. Although it was not an emperor shelter, Han Sun knew he should still maintain caution and not be so foolish as to underestimate the threat of those that resided inside the shelter. Han San walked towards a tree and saw a human pouring the blood-like water of the river on it. Seeing his skin, Han San knew he was one of the Xue family members with the incorrect learning of jade skin. That one must be Xue Qin. I wonder what he possesses that is so important. Han San wondered to himself what it might be. Han San used the night cloak to enter the shelter, and as much as he would have liked to ask him, he knew he couldn't risk doing so. It could jeopardize the lives of the 2 and blow his cover. So Han San found out where he lived and then decided to leave the shelter. Even if Han San did go and meet him, he didn't think the man would give him whatever he was holding on to. So Han San returned to the riverside and looked for a cave he could camp out in for a few days. When the time was right, he'd go out and take the vine for himself. There were loads of mountains around, and when he found a cave, he brought Bauer in with him. Even if there were creatures inside, Han Sun could defeat them with ease and not bring awareness to his presence there. The cave was very dry, though, and neither was there any discernible odor. That told them it was creature-free, and as a result, hassle-free. The cave was only 60 meters deep, and the only exit was the one they had used to enter. Strangely, however, Han Sen did find something there. Despite there being no telltale signs of a nearby creature, or one that had paid a recent visit, there was a bird's nest that had been crudely built from wood. The egg inside looked rather like a goose's egg. The nest looked old, though, and the egg was caked in a layer of dust that obscured its true color. Bauer, we're in luck. Han Sen grabbed the egg and examined it. Holding it in his hands, he thought it must have weighed around a kilogram. Han Sen gave it a scan, but he could not sense the presence of a life force within. Han Sen wondered to himself, is this a rotten egg? After wiping the dust away, he noticed the egg was red. What's more, it was decorated with a number of symbols. The symbols were similar to waves, and not unlike a representation of the blood river. Meh. I'll cook it first anyway. Han Sen brought his cooking tools and utensils out of the cruel bottle. He decided to boil the egg in hot water. Perhaps it was because it had no life force, but Bauer showed no interest in the egg. Instead, she just grabbed her jerky and snacks to munch on. Han Sen grabbed his flagon and started to drink near Bauer. Since they were in a remote location, and Han Sen had hidden their presence there, he didn't think anyone would come poking about. The best thing about the cruel bottle he had recently discovered was not the fact you could hide creatures and spirits within. No, it was the fact he could store tools and utensils. It sure helped lessen his load. Cheers, Dad. Bauer used her milk to raise a toast. Cheers. Just as Han Sen was about to drink from his flagon, its bottom collapsed. The drink that was within all fell out and soaked his clothing. Han Sen was shocked, and his first reaction was to look around for a potential troublemaker. But he could not detect anyone or anything nearby. Han Sen saw a gaping hole in the bottom of his flagon, and its bottom looked as if it had been cut out perfectly. Tang Jinliu gave him this flagon, and he told Han Sen it had been crafted by a master craftsman. It was the work of a legend, and it had been forged from Z-steel. It was supposedly one seamless item. He must have gotten tricked. This thing isn't seamless, and now his foolishness has had me waste all my drink. My wife gave me this. Han Sen's mind was in a bit of a state. Han Sen was willing to lick the drink from the floor, but he held off from doing that for now. The thought of an enemy nearby hadn't completely escaped him, so he had to stay on his toes and remain wary. Han Sen put the flagon back and pulled out the whole bottle. Fortunately, the drink was not strong, and it could help keep one's eyes open. Pang! Before the bottle reached his mouth, the bottom of the bottle also broke. But he wasn't going to waste the drink this time, so he quickly pulled the bottle up and positioned his mouth below, so it'd all spray into his mouth. Han Sen quickly looked around to try to confirm if there was trouble afoot. It couldn't be a coincidence that this had occurred twice in a row, so Han Sen decided to check out the surrounding vicinity again. The water was boiling by this point, and the egg was still intact amidst the bubbling water. Still looked as dead as ever, too. Was that just a coincidence? If so, that's a bad sign. Han Sen was not superstitious, but this sure made him think twice. He returned to the fireside and brought out another drink. As he held it in his hands, he stared at the egg. The egg looked fine, but Han Sen knew nothing was ever so straightforward. He had to be sure. As Han Sen continued to stare at the egg, he brought the drink to his mouth. Pang! The bottom of the bottle broke again. This time, Han Sen had been staring at the red egg that was still inside the pot. He couldn't sense a life force within the egg, but the moment the bottle shattered, Han Sen saw a light swiftly beam out from it. Han Sen was shocked. His Dongxian Sutra was stronger than ever, but it hadn't been able to sense anything. His plain old eyesight, however, could. Must I suffer trouble even if all I want to do is boil an egg? Han Sen mused as he eyed the egg with a soured look. Something is wrong. Han Sen then realized that the drink that had been spilt on the floor was missing. The cave wasn't particularly warm, so it didn't make sense for the ground to have dried up already. As Han Sen frowned, he suddenly smelled the scent of alcohol. Because the bottle broke, Han Sen hadn't taken immediate notice. The fragrance he detected now was coming from the bubbling pot. Is this thing boiling itself with alcohol? Han Sen wasn't quite sure what to think. The egg was strange, that much was certain, but Han Sen was not worried about the mischief it was causing. Even if it turned out to be a hostile super creature, he knew he could take it down. Han Sen had Disloyal Knight and Little Angel by his side, so slaying a super creature would be a trivial task. The egg showed no more activity in the pot, but that scent of alcohol was unmistakable. Han Sen turned to take a look at Bauer on her airbed, but she was still merrily drinking from her bottle of milk. It looks like the egg's not interested in breaking bottles. Maybe it really is just fond of going after alcohol. Han Sen grabbed himself another drink. This time, Han Sen poured it into the pot. After doing this, the symbols on the egg began to glow brighter. It seemed as if something would soon hatch. But still, Han Sen could not detect a life force. And if he didn't know any better, he'd still believe the egg to be dead. Strange. Han Sen had a lot of confidence in his Dongxian Sutra, so this puzzle was perplexing to him. It might make sense if an emperor was masking its presence and avoiding detection of the Dongxian Sutra, but this was just an unborn creature egg. Not even berserk super creatures could avoid his detection. I need to find out what you are, you little blighter. Han Sen grabbed a few more bottles and emptied their contents into the boiling pot. He would be better off if the creature was born, Han Sen believed. If he could then kill it for a life geno essence, he could nab a few more super geno points. So Han Sen wanted to see what was inside it. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Knight and Little Angel, and then the three of them all stared at the egg intensely. Something strange was going on, that much was for sure. But all of a sudden, the red color of the egg vanished, and only the pure, clean color of white remained. Strangely, though, it almost looked like it was bleeding. The color red was returning slowly. The white egg began to run red, but the red only appeared around the strange symbols. Against the plain white, the color red now really stood out. Han Sen knelt closer, wanting to get a better look at the egg in the water. Regardless of what was inside, Han Sen was determined to kill and eat the creature. Catcha! A lot of small cracks began to form across the white of the egg, and they were spreading quickly. It wouldn't be long before its entire surface was webbed. But strangely, the area of the symbol with waves was completely free of these cracks. Han Sen pulled out Taya and Phoenix Sword. Then he summoned the ancient devil soldier Beast Soul, which granted him his devilish horns and wings. Little Angel clasped her angel sword, while Disloyal Knight shone with a blue light that illuminated the entire cave. They all stared at the egg intensely, ready to kill it the moment the residing creature was born. The alcohol and water mixture was still bubbling and boiling, and Han Sen thought that if a chicken emerged, it'd taste delicious. Catcha! The egg cracked even more now, and its surface was nothing but a webwork of crevices. Even the red portion of the egg was cracking now. The red areas were beginning to peel and fall into the pot like thin strawberry flakes. The red part only covered 30% of the egg, so Han Sen still had trouble trying to determine what was within. He tried scanning the egg again, and weirdly, he could still not ascertain what the creature was or what it was going to be. Catcha! The rest of the egg broke. The entire egg began to fall away and collapse like a jigsaw puzzle, leaving something behind. Han Sen saw it, and all he could ask himself was, why in the sanctuaries would something like this be inside an egg? Han Sen had seen many strange things in his time in the sanctuaries, but this was most certainly winning the award for the strangest thing to emerge from an egg. Inside the pot, amidst the broken shell, was a bronze goblet. A Jew. The surface of the Jew was decorated with an array of beautiful engravings and symbols. It was filled to the brim with an alcohol that looked like warm, red wine. The Jew was submerged in the water of the pot, but the water did not mix with the red concoction inside the Jew. It remained separate. Han Sen had initially wanted to eat the egg, but he did not expect that this would emerge from it. The Jew did not have a life force, and it was more akin to a physical item than a creature. Han Sen stared at it. All he knew was that it was a goblet or vessel for pouring alcohol, and that some people said it could be used for rituals of sorts. Aside from that, Han Sen didn't know much about what it was. Exactly. It looked like an ancient Jew from time immemorial, due to it being perched on a small tripod. Han Sen couldn't believe it that the egg had contained a Jew. It didn't move while in the pot. It remained where it was like an inanimate object, as the water around it continued to boil and vaporize. Not long after, the last of the water boiled off. The red liquid remained where it was in the Jew, having not been disturbed by the water one bit. No matter how hot it had gotten, or how wild the water of the pot had bubbled, the substance inside was fine. The pot was now completely dry, and the Jew remained exactly the same as it had been. Han Sen gave the alcohol inside the Jew a good sniff, and he was taken aback by how pleasant its fragrance was. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he most certainly wanted to partake in that drink. The Jew creeped him out, though, and he wasn't so silly as to start drinking without knowing any better. Bauer was different, however. She had finally shown some interest in the contents of the egg, and after crawling over to the Jew, she reached in and grabbed it. Careful. Han Sen still didn't know what was inside the Jew, and if the beverage inside was poison, it would be a poor decision to drink it. Han Sen wanted to take the Jew away from Bauer, just in case. But before he could reach for it, she drank it all. Bauer, are you okay? Han Sen asked with concern, finally pulling the Jew away from her. Bauer's face looked red and flushed, as if she was drunk. Han Sen examined her a little closer. She was indeed drunk, but that aside, she did not look at all harmed. The contents of the Jew seemed to have caused no damage. Han Sen held the Jew in front of him, waiting for it to move or at least do something. Unfortunately, nothing occurred. The pot was burning hot, being atop the fire for so long, but the Jew was surprisingly cool to the touch. It has no life force, and it isn't aggressive. It doesn't do anything. Did this thing really come out of that egg? Han Sen couldn't imagine a mama or papa Jew producing baby Jew eggs. But still, there was a prevailing absence of danger. Bauer continued to appear unaffected and just went to sleep, drunk. She didn't wake up until half a day later. Are you okay? Han Sen asked. I'm fine. Bauer looked to the Jew that was still in Han Sen's hand and said, I want more of that drink. This sort of drink is reserved only for adults. Children can't drink alcohol, Han Sen explained. It seemed as if the alcohol had special properties he himself was keen to explore. He was indeed quite curious regarding its origins. Han Sen remained there for many days, watching the Jew intently. He wasn't missing anything, though, as he had repeatedly checked on the whereabouts of Wuxia and Blood River King. They were still inside Blood River Shelter. 3 days later, Han Sen's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol and poured it into the Jew. The alcohol originally looked white, but it turned the sickly color of blood upon entering. The Jew smelled so very strong, and the scent was heavier than any white wine he had ever known. It prompted Han Sen's saliva to go renegade. Bauer tried her best to grab the Jew that was held out of the reach of her arms. So Han Sen pulled her by the clothes and lifted her up. As Bauer was in the air, her arms flailed in the direction of the Jew. She was desperate for more. You're just a kid. Let me drink it first. Han Sen picked up the Jew. Han Sen enjoyed another hearty waft of its fragrance, loving it. Han Sen now knew the red wine was not harmful, so he had no qualms with drinking it. Han Sen felt a sensational warmth descend his throat. The pores on his skin felt rejuvenated, as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. That's a nice drink. Han Sen did not know much about alcohol, but he knew this was a belter. Han Sen licked his lips, having enjoyed every last drop. As Han Sen reflected on the mesmerizing flavor he had just experienced, an announcement suddenly played. The sacrificial wine has been consumed. The sacrificial ritual now begins. What? Han Sen noticed his body begin to flare up with a red color. He saw an array of symbols get etched across his body, not too unlike the Jew. Then the entire cave turned red. Han Sen did not know why nothing occurred when Bauer drank it, but something bad seemed to be happening with him. And amidst all this, he looked at Bauer, who was still in his arms, and noticed how she was still perfectly fine. Boom! Most of Han Sen's body was set ablaze as the red symbols branded themselves across his skin. Blood River King stood at the tallest rampart of the castle, overlooking the river. The Blood River ran fast, and the banks sometimes burst, but flooding had never been this bad before. Much of the shelter had been submerged. My king, does the river always behave this way? Wuxia asked as he approached and also looked out over the river. There had been no rain, so it was a most peculiar phenomenon, witnessing the river flow at an increased pace and volume to such a degree. Blood River King shook his head and confirmed, I have been here for 50,000 years. Never once have I seen the river behave this way. But what? Wuxia asked. Blood River King explained. Before I first arrived here, a berserk super creature roamed beneath the waters of the Blood River. He was the leader of this place, and it was said that whenever he desired to eat, the river would flood and allow it to swim above land to eat its fill. When its hunger was satiated, the waters of the river would quell. And where is this beast now? Wuxia asked. It went to the fourth god's sanctuary. That was a long time ago. Truth be told, I wouldn't be here, had it not been for its ascension. I was fortunate enough to enter these lands after it had moved on. Blood River King admitted. Weird. If it rises randomly like this, something ill must be afoot. Do you know if the creature had any kids? Wuxia wondered. Not to my knowledge, but it is not out of the question. Perhaps we can search for it. Blood River King summoned the tentacle monster, bidding it to go out and look for another possible creature in the waters. After some time had elapsed, there had been no reports of such a creature existing. Nothing had been found, and the mystery of the rising river saw no elucidation. The river now submerged Han Sen's cave entirely, but strangely, no water entered the stone pocket. Han Sen looked all around him before recentering his vision on the Jew. After drinking the wine, Han Sen's body was dotted with peculiar symbols that were on fire. The fires eventually departed his body, floating through the air towards the Jew. Then, Han Sen's body returned to normal. The Jew for the wine was now like a lit oil lantern. But the flames within did not illuminate the cavern, and a greater darkness intruded. Beyond 3 feet in front of him, he could not see a thing. Han Sen held Bauer and checked himself for any further changes. Aside from his own life force appearing a little weaker, there did not seem to be any alarming changes. The Jew suddenly moved in another direction. Han Sen swiftly followed after it. Away from the Jew, there was only darkness, so he kept close to it. And out in the darkness, Han Sen could not escape the nagging feeling that someone was watching him. Han Sen did not fancy remaining in that darkness, so he made sure to keep close and follow the floating Jew. Bauer's hands clutched Han Sen's neck tightly, for she was deeply afraid of the dark. The Jew continued its airborne flight, and although he felt compelled to follow, Han Sen found it a touch suspicious. He remained alert and ready for anything hostile that came his way. Han Sen recalled the directions he was going should have led him to a dead end by now, for there was nothing special in that cave. But weirdly, they were able to keep on walking, and after miles of walking, they went on and on. There weren't any walls around them either, or so it felt. The sense that someone was watching him heightened, but he could still tell that it was just him being paranoid. There was nothing actually there. Eventually, after much walking, an exit could be seen far ahead in the dark distance. It was like a soul beacon, a soul puncture of light. As Han Sen got closer, he was indeed able to confirm that it was an exit. The exit was dead ahead, but Han Sen could not make out what lay beyond the blinding light. The moment he stepped out, though, all became clear. Bauer looked around in amazement. They were underwater, and as Han Sen reached his arms out to touch the water, his hands felt soothing coolness. The water had formed a dome, leaving the area inside completely dry. It was like an invisible wall was separating them from the water. In that place, there was a circular altar made of stone. There were 3 different statues on the altar, too. They represented the same thing, but all had differences to differentiate them from each other. The left statue looked like a mermaid. The statue on the right was a reverse mermaid. The middle statue was the creepiest, depicting a human covered in patches of scales. The Jew went to the left statue and lit it up. Within that flame, the statue opened its eyes with a frighteningly powerful aura. Han Sen frowned. The mermaid statue was alive. It slid down the altar with its scaled lower body. The red-haired mermaid formed her lips into an O, forming a number of bubbles that drifted over to Han Sen. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Night and Little Angel, and then, Disloyal Night covered everything in the vicinity with blue lightning. Boom! Disloyal Night leapt forward and punched the red bubble that was nearest to Han Sen. The bubble burst and sprayed Disloyal Night with blood-colored water. His blue armor was dyed red, and as much he wanted to continue breaking the rest of the bubbles that were bearing down on Han Sen, he could no longer move. He had been glued to the ground, with that blood water acting as some form of super-adhesive gel. Disloyal Knight's feet were locked in place. He struggled to move, but he might as well have been nailed down. He was completely stuck in place. Disloyal Knight tried to jump, and he seemed to get free for a moment, but the substance was like supremely elastic gum. After ascending a height of a few meters, the gel yanked him back. Pang! Disloyal Knight hit the ground with a snap, courtesy of the gum that had bested him. The glue was now all over his body, and he was down on the ground like a slinking gecko. Disloyal Knight continued to struggle, but it was all to no avail. Seeing the bubbles, and what they were capable of, Han Sen commanded Little Angel to fall back. But their numbers were many, and they were quickly filling up their stadium of battle. Han Sen brought out his phoenix sword and Taya. He struck one bubble, unleashing the flood of red water. Of course, he now knew what to expect. So, immediately after it burst, he evaded the sticky spillage. Unfortunately, his phoenix sword had gotten some on it. Han Sen pulled out a cloth and tried wiping it clean, but that did not help. As soon as he applied the cloth became stuck and was unable to be removed. If I introduce this stuff to the Alliance, all the smithies will be out of jobs. Who needs soldering when you can just use this as a dip? Han Sen mused. He was not worried, though. He shape-shifted into a gold raven. Han Sen opened his mouth and retaliated with an attack of his own. He spat fire across the arena to counter the bubbles and pop them from a distance. Han Sen knew water was weak to fire, but he didn't expect this move to be that useful. Han Sen breathed fire across Disloyal Knight and his phoenix sword, and suddenly, both of them were free, sharp, and battle-able once more. The mermaid was still firing bubbles towards Han's senator to get her to stop. He flew directly towards her. The bubbles were of no threat to Han Sen and his Bloodpulse Sutra, which had opened 9 gene locks. When they came into contact with the raging fires that cloaked Han Sen's burning assault, the bubbles evaporated into nothing but steam. Catcha! The gold raven struck the head of the mermaid, causing the entire statue to shatter. However, it wasn't a super creature as Han Sen expected it to be, for he received no announcement of its felling. But in the statue, there was a red gemstone that looked rather like a life geno essence. Han Sen took it and noticed the presence of a mermaid swirling inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Now Han Sen heard an announcement play. As much as he wanted to inspect the item, he didn't quite have the time to do so. The Jew flew over to the right statue, inciting the reverse maid to come to life. More action would inevitably unfold. The legs of this being were encircled with wild waves of blood water, and it threw a kick towards Han Senator. Han Sen flapped his wings and soared forward to meet the incoming tide head-on. When the waves tapped Han Sen's infernal fires, the substance became steam. Catcha! Little Angel flew past the monster and sliced its head clean off. The fish monster shattered like the mermaid had, and it too possessed a gem for the taking. Han Sen picked it up and saw the image of that very same monster inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Why are these both here? Why are they achievable in the same manner? Are they Blood River Kings? Han Sen found himself shocked at the implication. The Jew then flew towards the middle statue, prompting the fishman to come to life like the other two had. Strangely, it did not leap into battle. It stood where it was, staring at Han Sen. Han Sen thought it was going to speak, but it eventually raised its arms and formed an orb of water between its hands. The water continued to gather and build, but reached its maximum size fairly swiftly. The arms remained raised, however, as another facet of it began to increase. The power and life force of the water was still growing. Kill him! Whatever the fishman was doing, it was similar to saving money. Therefore, Han Sen was quick to realize what was happening. If the fishy fiend maximized its power output, Han Sen didn't think he'd have what it took to block the attack. The three of them launched themselves forward, trying to reach the altar so they could kill the enemy. But as they reached their foe, a red shield suddenly appeared to bar their way. The three of them battered the shield as best they could, but they were unable to break it. The fishman was free to build up power without interruption. Emblazoned across the red shield, Han Sen noticed the faint outline of a fish. It was like a shark, but it was even more fearsome looking than that. Behind the head of this image, there was a tentacle-like limb that reached over. From this tentacle something hung. Han Sen thought it was a human hanging from the tentacle. It was quite the unnerving picture. The aquatic monster's outline was large, and it encompassed the entire altar that was behind it, like some wretched sentinel. Is this an image of the king of the blood river? Hansen wondered, as the trio were slashing against the barrier that repelled their attempts to attack the third statue. Now, they acknowledged their power was not enough. The shield had Tenjin locks powering it, that much was for sure. Ordinary powers weren't going to scratch it, let alone cut through it. Let's see who can hit harder then. Hansen commanded his followers to stop attacking. Then he activated his Super King Spirit mode. The holy, white light began to gleam. Hansen's body shone like a deity of light, one with a coin between his fingers. The number on the coin began to ascend, one by one, a signal of its increasing power. The fishman continued gathering its power, too, as Hansen did the same on the opposite side of the barrier. Both of their powers were like the rumbling and thunder from a couple of volcanoes preparing to erupt. The sheer volume of energy that whirled throughout that chamber was frightening. The fishman started to tremble. The power cradled in the basketball-sized sphere of water was equivalent to the amount needed to sunder entire mountains. Boom! The fishman lobbed the orb of water like a hydrogen bomb, leaving its legs trembling with exertion. Hansen's body was also trembling with the power he had been summoning into the coin. Its number had now reached an all-time high, hitting 21. The moment the sphere left its bearer's hands, Hansen let the coin fly. Within the tiniest fraction of a second, the orb and coin collided in midair. The power unleashed was crazy, and the shockwave caused by the impact was enough to send Little Angel and Disloyal Knight flying away. Amidst this carnage, Hansen saw the coin pierce through the orb of water and cause a massive shockwave. The coin did not stop there, however. It carried on through towards the fishman's head, obliterating it. And in the immediate aftermath of that, the suction of the coin began to pull everything towards it like a magnet. The altar was broken, and its remains all flew towards the coin as if it were a black hole. The red shield had been shattered, and the fishman was no longer visible. Boom! Just as it looked like everything was over, everything was cast away in one last bout of chaos. Then, to accompany the ruin, the water that had previously been held back began to pour inside. Hansen quickly grabbed the final red gem before the entire place flooded. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Hansen heard the same announcement play. Then he grabbed Bauer and started to make his daring escape. The first thing to grace his eyes, following the dash from that bloody arena, was the glory of moonlight. It made for a delightful return to the surface. Hansen saw a very clear lake before where he stood now, and it did not at all seem associated with the Blood River. Hansen flew around with Bauer, but there were just mountains skirting the lake. There were no signs of that grand river. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight emerged from the lake, and when he confirmed there to be no immediate danger, he returned them for the time being. Hansen landed on the plush ground near the lake and noticed the Jew had been following him. It was now near his feet. The fire inside it had depleted, and it went back to looking fairly ordinary again. Now, it looked like little more than an antique. When Hansen picked it up, there was nothing more curious about it. It seemed to be what it looked like. Hansen decided to pour another drink into the Jew. Then he took a sip. Tasted just as good, but nothing wild or crazy occurred like it had last time. No more spooky symbols flared across his body, either. Hansen wouldn't mind killing a few more statues to obtain Battle Geno essences, though. While the Jew was still able to formulate the delightful sacrificial wine, it was no longer able to begin the sacrificial ritual. Hansen summoned Dragon King. He was very knowledgeable when it came to peculiarities of the third god's sanctuary, and Hansen had frequently used him as an encyclopedia. Perhaps there was a chance he'd know what the Jew was. "What do you want from me?" Dragon King still had no body, and every time he was summoned, it cost him a little bit more of his true self. Needless to say, this upset him. "Do you know what this is?" Hansen knew he was upset, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly. Dragon King looked at it, and his mood perked right up. He shouted, "Holy crap! Where did you get this from? Is that a good surprise or a bad surprise?" Han Sen wasn't sure whether the item was good or not. Dragon King looked at the Jew and said, "That actually depends. Continuing the theme of duality, this thing can be good and bad. If you are a demigod, it is good. If you're not, it can kill you. So what does that mean? What is it for?" Han Sen wasn't put off by the words he had just heard. Dragon King began to slink and speak mysteriously, saying, "I'm afraid not many people in the third god's sanctuary know what this is. Fortunately for you, I am one of the very few who know. Me and Azura." Dragon King suddenly trailed off into silence. "Is this related to the betrayal of ancient Devil Emperor?" Han Sen asked. "It's not like that." Dragon King paused for a brief moment, and then went on to say, "This thing has nothing to do with us, but I knew of an artifact that was quite similar." "What would that be?" It was painful for Han Sen, being so patient with Dragon King's slow droning. "It's a secret. I've told you many secrets in the past, but I've never received a single scrap that could benefit me as a reward. I'm at the end of my tether. Why should I continue helping you and not expect anything in return?" Dragon King said. Han Sen eyed Dragon King with a lethal look and asked, "Ah, so you're no longer afraid to die. Is that what you're telling me? In that case, perhaps there is a favor I can perform for you." Dragon King rebutted, "You never planned to fix my body, so death is coming for me, one way or another." When Han Sen looked at him and saw clearly the crux of his issue, he conceded to say, "I have actually been looking out for one for you. Don't give me that crap. I know you already found an egg up on that mountain. Do you think I'm stupid?" Dragon King said. Han Sen smiled and said, "I did find one, yes, but you almost got me killed at the Sky Tree. If our roles were reversed, would you still give me an egg?" Dragon King had an awkward look descend upon him, and he pleaded once more. "It was a mistake, an honest mistake. Every time you ask me a question, I give you answers to the best of my knowledge. I never try to trick and mislead you." Han Sen said, "Well, an apology isn't good enough. It sure doesn't suffice for you to receive a super creature's egg off me." Dragon King pointed at the Jew and said, "I'll tell you what it is if you give me the egg. I'll consider the proposition, but if we're talking a trade, the bargain needs to be evaluated. It all depends on whether the secret of this Jew is decent. If it's some snob's wine pourer, forget it." Han Sen said, "I'm serious when I tell you that this thing is known only by very few people. I know what this is, and if I don't pass this knowledge on to you, you'll only end up harming yourself." Dragon King said, with a surprisingly alarmed tone. "Fine, tell me the secret first. If I deem the knowledge worthy for the trade, I'll give you the egg. Deal?" Han Sen made his offer. "No, you say something like this every time. I swear, you have to promise me this time. Pinky promise." Dragon King spoke with distress. Han Sen said, "Oh, come on. You make it sound like you're the only one who knows what this thing does. I am giving you an opportunity here. Are you suggesting you know what it does? If so, why don't you tell me?" Dragon King said. Han Sen said, "It's an item from the fourth god's sanctuary." Dragon King looked shocked, but he balked. "You are smart, but if that's the extent of your knowledge regarding this thing, what a waste of time to tell me. Knowing that means knowing nothing. You need to know what this thing is truly for. And me? I know. It's for a sacrificial ritual," Han Sen then said. Dragon King, with a look that had been tarred with great disdain, said, "That is not what you call a secret, either. Then tell me what it is for." Han Sen said with a raised voice, "Give me the egg and I'll tell you," Dragon King insisted. Han Sen looked at the Jew and once again noted nothing special regarding it. If it was an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, it really was not something he wanted to get rid of. But if carrying it around with him brought harm, he didn't fancy that either. Han Sen wanted to know what it was before he started carrying it around with him. But he couldn't keep an eye on it 24/7. "I can promise you, I'll give you the egg, but only if the information is worth it. I'd sooner destroy the egg than give it to you, if you don't cough up something of value. Remember that." Han Sen issued a threat. You won't regret this. And I really need a body now. In the past, even if you offered me 10 eggs, I wouldn't have cared. Dragon King sounded confident. But the egg is not on me right now, just keep that in mind. When I return, you can have it. So, tell me, Hansen said. Dragon King said, it is from the fourth god's sanctuary, yes. Have you heard of demigod genes? Is a Jew a demigod gene? Hansen asked while observing the Jew. Demigod genes were like super genes, but their proper name was demigod genocore. These were genes that could only be obtained by demigods. They were different than other types, like mutant or sacred blood genes. If a super gene was a computational command, then a demigod genocore was a hub that could execute a number of different commands. The progress of a genocore affected the very powers of a demigod. Hansen did not know much about this because demigod genocores were a secret to demigods alone. Hansen had only heard scraps of information about this from the G family. Yes, it is a genocore that was created by a demigod creature. I have only seen such a thing once before. Where did you find this thing? Dragon King asked. Hansen explained how he managed to obtain the Jew and what he had experienced with the altar. Dragon King's expression warped and he said, if I am correct, then this Jew is not a demigod genocore. It is still an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, however. Why isn't this a demigod genocore from Blood River King? Hansen asked. This Jew had opened a passage to an altar. This was all on the same island as Blood River Shelter, so Hansen found it quite peculiar, hearing that this did not actually belong to Blood River King. Dragon King said, Blood River King wants demigod genocores, sure, but he can only gain hold of them by doing what we all must do. Ascending the 10 steps of the Holy Door. The only way he might have been able to create the demigod genocore in the third god sanctuary was while walking the 10 steps and failing. Failure leads to death, mind you. That could be left in his absence. What makes you think Blood River King is not dead, though? Hansen frowned. If he was dead, you wouldn't be able to summon his altar. The ritual you had was one that summoned a demigod. If you activated it, then that means he is still alive, Dragon King explained. But that can't be right. My Jew summoned the altar, and that must mean the Jew was created by a demigod, Hansen said. That's why this is bad. Blood River King is still here, and the Jew must not be the true genocore he created. But it was able to summon the altar and almost summon the king himself. If you didn't destroy the altar, he'd be back. All these facts lead me to one startling conclusion. Dragon King's tone and look gained a significant amount of gravitas. What? Hansen asked. The Jew can summon other demigods. The workings of this thing are wild and unpredictable. It's too dangerous to carry around, Dragon King said. Hansen didn't think his time at the altar was all that special. He had managed to kill all 3 statues with relative ease, and he had obtained 3 battle geno essences for his trouble. If the demigods return, what can they do? Hansen asked. They were demigods, so it didn't seem as if there'd be a reason or purpose for them to occupy the third god's sanctuary. That is the secret. Give me the egg and I'll tell you. Dragon King hushed his lips after this. Hansen clicked his fingers and put Dragon King away for the time being. Hansen flew around the area he had ended up in, wanting to check it out some more. To the east were an abundance of hills, and to the west were thorny vines and a river. So Hansen traveled to the west. A strange expression fell across Hansen's face as he realized the place looked similar to the area he had met the lanternfish. In the river, he saw them again. The stream was filled with the lanternfish, and they were all headed upstream. Nice. Wuxia wants to fight the kingfish and the vine, doesn't he? I should get ready to swoop in and aid Lord Fish. Hansen followed the stream up, hoping to catch up with the king. After flying a few hundred miles, he didn't find the Fish King. What he did find, however, was a shelter. The shelter was nothing fancy. It was just a mere solitary royal shelter. Hansen planned to take it over. Even if he had no need for it, it would allow future humans who spawned there to be safe. When he entered the shelter, though, there were no foes to rout. It had already been abandoned, and there was nobody there. The entire shelter had one teleporter inside, though, and it was in perfect working condition. Han Sen returned to the Alliance and took a break with Ji Yanran. After that, he returned to the sanctuary. Han Sen packed his stuff alongside Little Angel, when suddenly, something seemed to be coming through the teleporter behind him. A human is spawning here? Neat timing. Han Sen was wondering who it might be. If it wasn't an enemy, Han Sen wouldn't mind lending a hand for a while. He didn't want anything bad to befall humans, as there was a long road to go for them to occupy and govern a greater portion of control over the third god's sanctuary. And every new person needed all the help they could get. Seeing the dimensions distort, someone appeared. It was a woman with a rapturously gorgeous figure. And when Han Sen pried his eyes away from her curves, he was shocked to discover who it was. The woman had a similar response seeing Han Sen, and she too was surprised to see who she had immediately encountered. "It's you," they both said in tandem. Han Sen had just spent time with her on Skynet not so long ago. It was Qin Xian. Well, this seems too far-fetched to be a coincidence. Han Sen thought the chances of her ending up there with him were a little too unlikely. It was an enormous world, yet she had ended up with Han Sen in her first moment there. "I am so lucky to see you, aren't I? What are the chances? You are going to carry me, aren't you?" Qin Xian laughed. "That's no problem. I'm getting used to carrying people." Han Sen smiled. Just as Qin Xian started to speak again, a number of loud, repetitive noises sounded from someplace not too far away. They were like the repeated drumming of a stampede. Han Sen's face changed, so he flew up and had a look. Many creatures were coming from the river, and they looked terrified as they took refuge in the shelter. Above the water of the river, a million flying fish had appeared. They were all following its winding course upstream. "It looks like the Fish King is on its way to tangle with the vine again." Han Sen was surprised, and as he looked over he saw the big, familiar fish. Its scales gleamed like a trove of gold in the sunlight. Fitting for the king it was. Han Sen wanted to send Qin Xian someplace safer, but there was currently no time. He put her on Golden Growler, and together they chased after the fish. What's going on? She had been in the third god's sanctuary for less than 2 minutes, and she had no clue what was going on. She was unnerved and almost scared about what might soon happen. Many monsters were escaping the river and its proximity to make way for the abundance of flying fish. It was a spectacle, for sure, but the power of everything around dwarfed her own. She was terrified. The Fish King is on its way to fight something particularly powerful. "I'm here to see if I can claim a few goodies." Han Sen explained the long and short of it. "Will my presence prove a burden? Perhaps I should go back for now." Qin Xian knew Han Sen was the strongest human there, and the last thing she wanted to do was drag him down. She had only just arrived, so there'd be no chance she'd be able to fend for herself after all. "We're only here to watch from afar. For now, anyway. It'll be fine if you come along," Han Sen said. Leaving Qin Xian there would be just as good as sending her on a death march. She could return to the Alliance, but Han Sen did not know when he'd be able to fetch her. Han Sen was also worried that the creatures would destroy the teleporter in their panic. If that happened, she'd have to end up respawning elsewhere. Han Sen was going to remain in hiding, anyway. When Wuxia and Blood River King came, all he'd have to do was make sure she was extra hidden. Bauer wanted to play with the flying fish once more, but he stopped her this time. Han Sen did not know where Wuxia was currently, but it'd be difficult for them to avoid being spotted if they followed the fish too closely. They had to be as sneaky as possible. The Fish King was going at a slow pace, and there must have been quite a distance to go for it to reach the showdown it was headed for. The amount of fish that was following the king was nigh unbelievable to see. Their numbers were countless, and the only word a mind could muster to describe the spectacle was insane. Golden Growler followed the river on the rough ground past its banks. Still, it managed to move so smoothly that there was nary a shake or bump. But then, Han Sen suddenly saw a crocodile-like creature that was around 10 meters long. When it saw the Golden Growler, it tried to eat it, Han Sen and Qin Xian. Han Sen thought it was an ugly beast, as its body had thick, hardy scales and a mouthful of razor-blade-sharp teeth. The monster was a super creature, that much was certain. With its mouth that was comparable to a black hole, it sought to swallow the trio. Golden Growler did not shy away, though. It expanded the size of its body, making itself become a giant, Goliath-sized beast. The crocodile now looked like a scrawny lizard, and so Golden Growler stepped on it. Golden Growler, by this point, had 7 of its gene locks opened. Han-san had fed it much super flesh and many water drops to nurture its growth over time. But the speed at which it had developed was surprising, even to Han's senator, and the size it could grow to, if it so chose, was rather shocking to witness. Golden Growler had as many gene locks open as Han-sen did with his Dongshan Sutra. Its primary talent was its ability to grow bigger, just as it had been back in the first God's sanctuary. But now, size wasn't everything. The bigger it grew, the stronger it became. And this scaled with how many gene locks it had opened, too. When Golden Growler opened its 7th gene lock, its vitality exceeded Han-sen's. This didn't surprise Han-sen, though. Golden Growler was special, as most creatures of the first God's sanctuary did not possess an ability. But Golden Growler could grow bigger or smaller on a whim, so Han-sen had to wonder if it actually was a super creature from the first God's sanctuary. When Little Angel ate the other Golden Growler's flesh, she was able to evolve. It was a plausible theory. Regardless of its origins, however, Han-sen thought it to be a remarkable thing that Golden Growler could evolve and become better. Golden Growler had 7 of its gene locks open, but it was now fighting a super creature with 9 gene locks open. The mouth of the creature Golden Growler had stomped on was frightening, but all the teeth in the world couldn't harm Golden Growler now, due to its size. When it was bitten, it was like a small nip and no pain was felt. But for a creature with 7 gene locks open, engaging with a creature with 9 gene locks open was difficult. Golden Growler could not dish out a grand amount of damage at all. But what it could do was still shocking enough to see anyway. Golden Growler was a Mount Beast soul, so fighting was never expected to be its forte. Yet still, it was able to hold its ground against a super creature. It was shocking. But Qin Xian was more shocked than all right now. The impacts and shockwaves were difficult for her to withstand. As they fought. Are creatures in the third God's sanctuary always this strong? Qin Xian was amazed, despite being a little worried. The first creature she had encountered just so happened to be a super creature. Han-sen placed Golden Growler back in his Sea of Soul. It had grown too big, and he didn't want anyone to see it. Not wanting to waste any time, though, he summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight used a halo to debuff the creature and buff Little Angel to become stronger. Little Angel swung her sword and left a deep, few-meter-wide cleft across the monster. The monster screamed, prompting Disloyal Knight to dash forward and strike the beast's jaw and send it flying. Little Angel flew towards it and chopped it to bits within the blink of an eye. Super creature Abyssal Beast killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han-san was delighted, not expecting to achieve another super beast soul so soon. As Han-san relished the joy, Little Angel delivered the life geno essence to him. He accepted it and then returned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Not bad. I got another beast soul. Han-san smiled as he told Qin Xian. Qin Xian looked at him with confusion rather than delight. She thought it was a sacred blood creature, but seeing the life geno essence, it had struck her with a paralyzing shock that he had just killed a super creature with ease. It was unbelievable. Humans could collect super geno points, but they'd still need to fight hard and struggle in the second God's sanctuary if they sought to obtain them. In the third God's sanctuary, slaying a super creature was unheard of. Han-san had just mopped the floor with one, though. It was then that she realized the mount she rode upon must have been a super creature, too, for it to initiate a battle with one so fearlessly. When Qin Xian finally managed to speak, she said, "Now I know how you were able to take down an Emperor-class shelter. You've blown the socks off people's power expectations. You're far better and stronger than anyone could have imagined." Han-san smiled warmly in response and said, When you obtain more genopoints, gene locks, and beast souls, the rest comes naturally. We're all capable of such feats, I am sure. Qin Xian shook her head and did not say anything more. She knew he was strong, but she almost felt as if she had been misled about the extent of the strength he had gained. It was bewildering how strong he truly was. When Hansen first came to the first god's sanctuary, he didn't even know what a creature was. Qin Xian was the person leading him. But now, Qin Xian had been left behind in the dust. He was the person who walked too fast and too far ahead. Reflecting over the past, she couldn't help but blush. Han San said, "There are strong spirits on the heels or fins rather of the Fish King. It would be best if we avoid them and not alert them to our presence." "Whatever you say, Qin Xian." Han Sen headed for the peak via a different road. He had done so to ensure Wuxia would not see the two. Along the way, Han Sen mowed down a few sacred blood creatures on her behalf, so she could earn a handful of sacred genopoints and get a head start. The lower-tier genopoints could always be filled up at a later date, and a few slayings later, there was already far more sacred blood creature meat than she could eat in any reasonable amount of time. As she watched Hansen cut down such creatures in a flash, Qin Xian couldn't help but think, "This man is too powerful. If I ever seek to catch up, I'll have my work cut out for me." Qin Xian had managed to earn a lot of sacred genopoints in a small amount of time. She had received some help in the second god's sanctuary, but nothing compared to this sort of power leveling. Han San also gave her some mutant and sacred blood beast souls, so she could chip in if she wanted to and tackle the weaker sorts by herself. But seeing Han Sen kill so many high-level creatures with ease, when she triumphed over the lower variety, the feelings of success and accomplishment escaped her. Han Sen refined the Abyssal Beast's life geno-essence, and with Ice Wolf God's life geno-essence, he had managed to reach a total of 81 super genopoints. Although he wasn't full, his body was practically equal to a super creature in strength and might. It was just a shame his Dongshen Sutra could not keep up with Han Sen's rapidly rising power. It was sluggish by comparison. Han Sen really admired Dongshen Zi. It was difficult to practice the Dongshen Sutra, and for Dongshen Zi to practice it up until he broke through the vacuum, Hansen figured he must have possessed the power of a monster. Hansen was proud of his talents, but he still thought he paled in comparison to Dongshen Zi when he held himself up against the man. Those who succeed always have help to become better, and Hansen wanted to do the same. There were no more super creatures on the way, so the opportunity for another would have to wait a little while longer. After half a month of travel, they reached the mountain. There, they saw the big dragon-like waterfall. Because Hansen had taken a different path, the Fish King had yet to arrive. Hansen did not want to get too close, so he took the opportunity to poke around and find a nice cave to hide inside. When night fell, Hansen donned his night cloak and left the safety of the cave. He didn't know if Wuxia had arrived yet, but after searching all night, he had yet to find hide nor hair of the spirits. But what Hansen did find was a super creature residing inside the nearby lake. He didn't even need his Dongshen aura to sense it. The Fish King is not here, but does this mean other berserk super creatures want the vine, too? Hansen wondered. Hansen returned to the cave again, and there, he waited for the Fish King and Wuxia to show up. 2 days later, after dark, a strange noise sounded from the lake. It sounded as if someone had opened a can of soda right next to his ear. Hansen left Little Angel and Bower behind, with instructions to protect Qin Xian. Wearing his night cloak, he snuck down to see what had occurred. Hansen stood on a cliffside overlooking the lake. At the water's center, bubbles began to arise. When they reached the surface of the water, they popped and boiled with an extreme amount of fizz. It was like the opening of a firmly shaken soda can. Is the super creature in the lake about to emerge? Hansen guessed, as he observed the bubbly activity. But after a while of waiting for something to occur, nothing actually did. The bubbles continued to appear, and soon reached a frothy amount. It was as if the lake was boiling with the ferocity of a volcano. What is this super creature doing? Hansen thought to himself. Hansen's Dongshen aura picked up the movement of a rock nearby the lake. Hansen looked over at it with his proper eyesight, and lo and behold, he saw it. There was a rock, and as if by magic, it was rolling itself down towards the raging waters of the lake. Han Sen wondered why the rock had started to move by itself. The large rock was not moving too quickly, and its coming was fairly gentle. But when it was a good 2 meters away from the lake's shore, it stopped. Han Sen examined the way it had come, and the rock had left no trace or imprint in the earth it had rolled over. The rock was like a boulder. It was 10 meters high and had a diameter of 6 meters. It was a lumpy thing, and observing it from a distance initially gave the illusion of a miniature hill picking up stakes and moving location. Amidst Han Sen's confusion around this strange happening, he then noticed a hole inside the boulder. Its diameter was a solid 1 meter at every angle. Han Sen hadn't noticed it at first, and he believed it had only just appeared. It was like a hatch or something cut out from its original structure. Soon after, something crawled out of the hole. It was a big red toad, scaled from head to toe. On its head, it wore a red pot as if it were a crown. It was a strange accessory to see adorning a toad. Is it looking for water? As Han Sen asked himself this, his eyes flickered back to the hole the toad had emerged from. Weirdly, it was gone. Something most peculiar is cooking, that's for sure. Han Sen made himself comfy in a position that was a little more hidden and watched intently. The toad was a super creature, that much was certain. While it was next to the waters of the lake, the red pot on its head opened. Han Sen peered into it, and that was when he saw a number of eyes staring back at him. Han Sen was currently garbed with the night cloak, though, so there was no chance he could have actually been spotted. From out of the pot, the triangle-shaped head of a snake emerged. While the pot might have looked separate and more like an accessory to the toad, it was actually a part of the creature. It was rather confusing for Han Sen to see. But the snake head he was seeing now was just as strange. It was composed of bones, and it did not even have a tongue to rattle and shake with a seething viciousness. It still had its fangs, though, and the eyes were red gems of a sinister light. When the snake came out and revealed more of itself, the rest of its body was seen to be the same. It was practically a skeleton snake. The snake head had looked as big as the pot, but the entire body must have been 6 meters long, not to mention its wide girth. How it had all fit inside the pot on the toad's head was quite the conundrum. The snake slithered around the toad, and then the toad seemed to issue it a command to enter the lake. Without hesitation, it followed the order and set off swimming to the center of the lake. The bubbles in the lake did not appear to be harmful, and the snake had no trouble as it swam. The toad issued another command to the snake, and after this it started to dive. So, Mr. Bones Snake must be a scout. But who is the real puppet here? Is the toad here by its own volition? Or is it also a goon for someone else? Han Sen pondered. Suddenly, there was an explosion of bubbles. The water in the lake was thrown into turmoil. Soon after, things returned to semi-normal. The bubbles continued at their original pace and the waters were soothed. Blurg! The toad spat out some blood, and in shock, it began to fall back away from the water. The toad wished to reach the rock it had first emerged from, but something came out of the lake and grabbed the toad. The thing tried dragging the toad back in with it. The toad struggled, and its claws dug into the earth. The nails broke under the pull of that supremely powerful shadow. With long, skin-crawling marks in the earth for a wake, the toad was pulled into the black depths of the lake. The toad's struggle beneath the water was plain to see, and the lake was upset in response. It was pulled in deep. When things suddenly turned quiet, an unnerving mist dyed the surface of the lake red. Han Sen was shocked at what he had just witnessed. The toad was a super creature, but it had been killed effortlessly. Whatever monster resided in the lake must have been extremely powerful to do such a thing. After the toad was dragged down into the murky depths of the lake, the boulder moved again. This time it rolled away from the water. It had barely reached a distance of 1 meter before the shadow reappeared. It grabbed the rock and tried to pull it back. The rock was too heavy for it to move in a hurry, though, and as it struggled, Han Sen was finally able to get a good look at the enigma that had been residing inside the lake all that time. It was like an arm, but one that was plated all in copper. It was not too different from a snake minus a head. When it came out to reach the boulder, it revealed itself to be at least 100 meters long. The rock tried its best to pull away from it, but it gave ground, bit by bit. It would soon be dragged in. When the rock was 2 meters away from the water's edge, a rocky explosion sounded as the boulder rose up off the ground. The boulder turned into a golem, and there were people behind it. Is that Wuxia and Blood River King down there? Were they hiding inside the rock this entire time? Han Sen saw Wuxia and Blood River King down below, the latter in his signature red armor. There was a 6-armed monster with them, and it and the 2 spirits ran off while the golem stayed behind to hold back the snake as they made their escape. The black shape from the lake attacked the golem with a greater rage. But then, another black shadow emerged. It went for the 3 that were daring an escape. Wuxia used his wings to avoid the initial strike. Blood River King and the 6-armed ape managed to evade the attack as well. But in the next second, many more of those black snake-like figures shot out of the lake. Wuxia brought out his black feather dagger, while Blood River King drew his sword to attack whatever was chasing them. A metallic noise sounded whenever they drew a cut across the black snakes. What's more, their weapons weren't formidable enough to slice through them. 2 king spirits and 2 super creatures were now trapped, as more and more monsters arose to eliminate their ability to flee. The golem did not relent in fighting back that horrible foe, and it was able to stand strong and not get dragged into the lake. But it wasn't long before even more of the black shadows emerged. A larger host of the black menace grabbed a hold of it, threw it down on the ground, and dragged it across the shore. The golem was pulled into the lake, and seeing it get pulled in like that, Han Sen couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. It was a shocking scene to behold. What in the sanctuaries is this thing? Both Wuxia and Blood River King are unable to fight it? I'm lucky I didn't try to get any closer, Han Sen thought to himself. See. While Wuxia and Blood River King fought side by side, the 6-armed ape was the next to get grabbed. It was unable to resist the strength of the pull, and it was immediately dragged away and down into the lake. Blood River King was furious when he saw that the 3 super creatures he had brought with him had been killed. They had all been dragged into the lake by one fearsome monster. He hyped himself to fight in honor of his fallen creatures. But at that second, Wuxia managed to muster the strength to cut through the monster and clear a way forward to escape. "Run!" Wuxia shouted. The monster was quick to recover, and it grabbed his arm. Then a lot more did. They dragged him into the lake. Blood River King was touched by his seemingly heroic sacrifice, and so he took him up on the command and escaped. Wuxia was dragged into the lake, and once he was, Solace returned to the land. Han Sen frowned, believing that something wasn't quite right. Wuxia was not the sort of person who was willing to sacrifice himself, especially if it was to merely save another. He was one of the 8 generals, too, so there was no way he could have been dragged in that easily. As Han Sen mulled that puzzling happening, something floated up to the surface of the lake. Han Sen squinted to get a good look, and he noticed it was a copper statue. It looked like a copper screen, but when it bobbed for a bit and Han Sen was able to get a better view, he realized it was actually a copper throne. The entire throne was adorned with a number of patterns. The seat had been composed by a number of copper, snake-like figures. Han Sen did not know how many snakes had been intertwined to build it, but it clearly represented the snakes that had arisen to attack the party earlier. They seemed to have been built from copper, were thus inanimate, but they soon started to move, and they seemed to be pushing the throne to the surface of the water. A female spirit was sitting atop it, one that wore a black dress. Her legs were long and succulent, a highlight of the sight of her, sitting on the throne. She had long black hair, painting her as something of a femme fatale. She looked cold and unremorseful. "I brought you 3 super creatures, see? I should help you take the aqua vine." Wuxia emerged from the water, speaking to the woman in a polite and sickly tone. Han Sen now understood Wuxia had been playing Blood River King like a fiddle. His cooperation had been a complete lie all along. He had only wanted Blood River King's super creatures, and he had gotten them successfully. Poor Blood River King. To think he actually believes he owes Wuxia his life. Han Sen now knew not to underestimate Wuxia's cunning. The cold female spirit responded to Wuxia now, saying, I acknowledge and appreciate the help you have given, but 3 super creatures are not enough to satiate the hunger of the serpent throne. Blood River King was very hesitant, and despite pressing him all that time, I could only manage to convince him to bring 3, Wuxia said in his defense. The female spirit responded, saying, Understood. Still, you have brought me many over time, and when the flying fish comes, once I have killed it, I should meet the requirements for challenging the aquavine. If I am successful, you will receive your reward then. Thank you, my most gracious lady. Wuxia kneeled, as if in her service. Scour the stream for the fish's location. Until it arrives, I must return to rest, the female spirit said. Yes, milady. Wuxia bowed and then went off downstream. Han Sen was shocked over what he had just witnessed. If what she said was true, it seemed Wuxia had managed to obtain for her more than just those 3 super creatures. But who is this female spirit? She must be an empress, if Wuxia so willingly obeys her. Han Sen had no clue who he was now looking likely to deal with. Han Sen reflected over his dealings with Wuxia, and he thought the spirit was a remarkable nemesis. Wuxia was clever and deceptive, as much as he was strong and mighty. He had even managed to trick Xiang Yin. If his past behavior was anything to go by, Han Sen thought it was unlikely Wuxia had the lake's female spirit's interests at heart. It was likely he was just using her, too, and his kneeling and kind words were just for show. I don't like the fact that they're going to kill the flying fish king. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen had planned to wait until they started fighting the aquavine before intervening. But now, if he wanted to save the flying fish king, he'd have to expose himself earlier than he wanted to. After all, there was no chance Han Sen could make battle with the pest Wuxia, an empress, and whatever Goliath the aquavine was, all by himself. Fighting alongside the fish king was his only chance. If he wanted the fruit, or whatever other treasure might have been waiting, he'd need the fish to be his ally in the endeavor. Han Sen then racked his mind, going over the many ways he might be able to save the fish king from the trap that was waiting for it. But as he thought, he noticed one of the serpents moving the throne to the shore. It did so in a short amount of time. The empress went to sit on the throne, and her expression and posture suggested her mind was elsewhere, and she was deep in thought. The serpents moved around a lot, but the throne was stable as she sat. They were wriggling around like lecherous tentacles. The throne was being brought further past the shore, up the cliffside of a mountain. The fish king is on its way. Where is she going? Han Sen, still in the night cloak, ventured forward to see what she was up to. The empress was going up the mountain the fish king would inevitably head for. Is she tricking the trickster? Has she tricked Wuxia, getting him out of the way so she can nab the fruit all for herself? As Han Sen followed, the more he saw and the more he reviewed this curious happening, he realized he was incorrect. The throne stopped before the mountain. Then, she stood up and said aloud, Are you really going to remain guised in shadow? You should come out and greet me like a man. This came as a sudden shock to Han Sen, and he thought to himself, She knows I'm following her? I thought nothing could notice me while I wore the night cloak. Fear became the prevailing emotion Han Sen felt right now. But just as it settled in, a stone door revealed itself on the cliffside. Beyond it seemed to be a fairly deep cave. Han Sen felt major relief wash over him like a tide, and he comfortingly said to himself, Phew! She wasn't talking to me. This night cloak helped me assassinate an emperor before, so I suppose it makes sense even she would not notice me. Han Sen looked into the cave and noticed it was pitch black inside. The throne was still in front of the cave, and on it, the empress said, Have you come to a decision regarding the offer I presented you? A weird noise came out of the cave, like metal been scraped against rock. Han Sen envisioned a being chained up in the darkness. And whatever it was rattling the chains and beating them against the stone. The empress did not say anything more. She waited outside the cave in silence. The sound of chains grew louder, suggesting it was coming closer. Han Sen leaned forward, eager to get a look at what was coming out of the cave. He really wanted to see. The noise of chains was now near the entrance, and something was ready to step out and make an appearance. When the moonlight revealed what had been kept from sight, Han-san was given a shock. It was a man. His clothes were in tatters, and his hair was long and filthy. It masked much of his face, denying a view of his true identity. There were cuffs attached to each of his limbs, and the chains made a sordid sound when he moved. The chains drifted behind the man, reaching back into the dark recesses of the cave. They had been created with the same material that composed the Empress throne. But the most shocking thing about this entire affair was that the man was a human. Why has a human been chained up here? What could she possibly want with him? Han-san frowned, looking at the disheveled man. What is your decision? Will you help me? The Empress seemed to be giving the prisoner an ultimatum. Han-sen was surprised. Emperors in the third god sanctuary were of a tier far above the rest that occupied the realm, and they knew it. Yet strangely, this Empress had come to ask the man, a human, for assistance politely. Is he really a human? Han-sen thought it was a bit far-fetched for an emperor-class spirit to behave in such a way before a human. The man raised his head to the night sky and said, "It has been a long time since my eyes were last able to lay sight on the moon." The Empress frowned, clearly more concerned with receiving the answer to her question. After a while, the man turned his gaze to the Empress. He asked, "Where is that which I want?" The Empress responded, saying, "The aqua fruit is on the precipice of maturing. Do you know what that means?" "Where is it?" the man asked again. The Empress said, "This is your last chance, so answer me." The man laughed and balked. "You're wrong. This is your last chance. You do not fear death, do you? I find that an amusing surprise, given your kind, can only live once." The Empress frowned. Han-sen's face changed, now confirming that the man truly was a human. There was no more doubt about that. The man replied, saying, "Oh, I fear death, but I also know you won't let me die." The Empress's ire was incited by what the man had just said, and anger flushed to her face in immediacy. The serpents beneath the seat were poised, ready to strike the madman. He did not care, though. He stood where he was, looking right at the Empress, as if inviting their strikes. The serpents glided forward, hissing. But then, the Empress raised her hand and gestured for them to leave him be. "Fine, you can have it, but it will be in exchange for the aqua fruit," the Empress said. "Okay." The man did not seem surprised. The Empress waved her hand, and then a copper key manifested in the air and flew towards each lock on the man's shackles. One by one, they fell down and released him from their cold, cruel clasp. The man did not seem excited about his freeing from incarceration. He merely walked calmly towards the lake. "I can lock you up once more, as easily as I have just freed you. You know what it is you must do," the Empress said. The man kept walking, telling her, "Do not worry. I'm from the Blue Blood Special Forces. The aqua fruit will be yours. Have no fear." The serpents beneath the throne began to move as she followed him towards the lake. Han-san was in shock after what he had just heard, and he thought to himself, "He's from the Blue Blood Special Forces? If he was trapped in there for 100 years, perhaps there is a chance he knew about Han Jinji." The Blue Blood Special Forces was a military unit of the Alliance. If he was who he claimed to be, though, it didn't make sense why the Empress had behaved that way before him. The Empress was asking the man to take the fruit for her, as if he was tremendously capable and accomplished for such a task. This was crazy. As the man walked, he removed the scraps of aged garments that still hopelessly clung to his body. Han-san was surprised that the man didn't look quite as disheveled when he was unclothed. The man was ripped, with hulking muscles that Han-san couldn't help but admire. The man looked strong enough to kill anything. But what was quite strange was that the blood vessels between his muscles were blue rather than green. The man walked into the lake and washed himself. With his hands and fingernails he gave himself a haircut, too. Now Han-sen could see what his face looked like. The man's face was strong and proud. His features had been chiseled in a way that exuded manliness. If he was seen strolling the streets, Han Sen believed women would get wet just seeing him. The Empress was sitting on her throne as he walked out of the lake, naked and on full display. Han Sen watched his manhood swing wildly from left to right with each footstep. The Empress frowned and threw down Geno armor in front of him. The man put it on and then sat down. He looked out over the lake and said, "The only way this could get any better is if there was a drink we could both share." Ugh! The Empress groaned. They merely sat, watching the view from the lakeside together. A period of time elapsed with neither of them doing anything. They must have been waiting for the fish to arrive. With the odds stacked against him, and the Empress now having this other, mystic human on her side, Han Sen wasn't fancying his chances of emerging victorious. Han Sen wanted to go downstream and see if he could stop the Fish King from coming. Even if the Fish King did not come, though it wouldn't mean much, the Empress would still most likely nab the fruit she had come for. Trying to save the Fish King's life and fighting alongside it seemed the best chance of prevailing Han Sen had. As Han Sen reviewed his options, he began to hear movement stem from downstream. He saw a golden light, and ahead of it, Wuxia. He was running back, and a peculiar look crossed his face when he noticed the human sitting beside the Empress. Wuxia bowed and said, "The Flying Fish King is here." Han Sen now knew it was too late to stop what had been put into motion, so he quickly tried to think how he might best help the Fish King. The light of its presence was rapidly approaching, and the water was in turmoil as it came. "Do you need to step away?" Wuxia asked the Empress. The Empress said, "I will watch." "Are we killing it?" Wuxia thought they would go and kill the flying fish once it arrived. "Not yet. We will let the fish and vine do battle first. When things look dire for either of them, we will swoop in and clean up the mess." The Empress relayed to them the plan of action. Wuxia did not say anything, but he clearly seemed to be agitated by the presence of the human sitting comfortably beside the throne. The Empress had wanted to hunt down the flying fish originally, so he thought the human must have done or said something to change her mind. Wuxia did not know who the man was, and although sirens blared in his head urging him to do something, he didn't do anything. He did not want to upset or invoke the ire of the Empress at a time as crucial as this. The fish arrived at the lake and looked at the Empress. The Fish King eyed the audience warily, and he seemed upset with their presence there. It began to circle the lake, and not much more. The night was starting to fade by this point, and the sun was soon to raise its head above the horizon. When it did, the night cloak would be rendered useless. Han Sen hid in the forest and tried to mask his sense. Instead, when his 7 gene locks of the Dongshen Sutra were open, Han Sen could simulate the energy of small plants. Han Sen had initially thought it to be a pointless boon, but in a time like this, he realized how handy it could be. Unless someone could see him with their naked eyes, Han Sen was just another shrub in the dense undergrowth of the forest floor. Han Sen was afraid that when the fighting began, the cave he had previously taken refuge in might collapse. Thus, he wasn't willing to hide there. Hiding in the forest was a far better option, and even if trees were toppled on top of him, they wouldn't hurt. The rising orb from the east began to bathe the land in the orange light of a new day. The waterfall was like a silver dragon, but then, curiously, it ran dry. And as the sun rose, the clouds in the sky began to disperse and fade away. Strange. Last time I was here, even during the daylight, the clouds could still be seen. And why has the waterfall now stopped? Han Sen frowned, concerned with the curious turn of events. On the peak of the mountain, Han Sen saw a purple dragon-like vine wriggle. The vine was massive, and it was surrounded by the bones of creatures it had drained the life out of through its leeching. Han Sen noticed there were 7 vines in total, each bearing an aqua fruit. The fruits looked like bells, and when the wind blew, the chiming of these bells could be heard. Each one was big as well, not too unlike a grinding wheel. When Han Sen paid attention to each sounding bell, he noticed they each played a different note. Han Sen suddenly saw fairies begin to fly around the fruits. The fruits looked incredibly holy with the fairies that surrounded them like little angels. The flying fish could not resist the temptation, so it leapt into the sky, up towards the purple vine. The purple vine then swiftly moved. Like a lashing whip, it cast itself towards the flying fish king. The flying fish king seemed to have improved since it last tried to do battle with the vine. Its body shone brightly with the color of gold, and its head was crowned with a glorious horn. In a flash, it leapt to the side and avoided the incoming attack. The flying fish managed to evade each lashing vine that tried to get it as it made its daring ascent. The Empress and the human watched the Fish King intently. Han Sen watched the Fish King evade the vines with ease, and noticed it was now only 10 meters away from grabbing one of its fruit. Suddenly, though, the fairies began to fly towards the fish like a swarm of angry bees. Han Sen was shocked. He initially believed the presence of the fairies to be some sort of an illusion. The fairies were real, and they were now all around the Fish King. The fairies carried a ribbon, and they seemed intent on wrapping the ribbon around the fish to capture it. More and more ribbons appeared in the hands of the fairies to tie the Fish King up. But the scales on the Fish King became spiky next, proving just enough to tear through the ribbons and escape. The fairies were not dismayed by this, though, and they looked happy to take things up a notch. Their gracious appearance was cast aside, as each of them turned into a mini-skeleton. Then they all leaped towards the Fish King. The Fish King's gold body was unable to prevent the advance of the skeletons. The now bony fiends were transparent, and the fish was unable to strike or even touch them. But when they tried biting into the Fish King, they were able to sink their teeth into its flesh and rip out small chunks. They were like a swarm of little maggots, all converging on the Fish King to nibble it to death. As they all bit into it, they dyed the surroundings red with blood. The Fish King wanted to rid itself of the skeletons that sought to eat it alive, but there was nothing it could do. Its scales could do nothing against the skeletal fairies, as they straddled a line between the physical and supernatural. They could not be touched by others, but they could touch anything they desired. The fish is almost done for. Is now the time we should strike? Wuxia asked aloud. The Empress seemed unconcerned, and replied, "Do not underestimate a creature with 10 gene locks open. They are stronger than you might imagine." Wuxia knew the Fish King could not be killed so easily, and he was actually trying to usher the Empress into attacking. If he did that, he could find his best chance to Judas her. With the Empress not yet willing to budge, Wuxia could do nothing. He returned to silence and waited. The Fish King then suddenly roared. Its body began to shine like a beacon of gold light as it grew in size. Large talons decked the feet that then sprouted out of the fish, as its entire body took the form of a dragon. It is no wonder Wuxia called it a flying dragonfish. Han Sen was shocked, witnessing the fish's transformation. The dragon's head turned, shooting hot air at the skeletons that swarmed its new form. The skeletons were turned to dust by the power of that gust. Then the Fish King turned around, ready to swallow the fruit it had long lusted for. The fairies all around the fruit were dead, and now there was nothing prohibiting the dragon Fish King from consuming that which it had come for. The bell-looking fruit then shone green. The dragon Fish King suddenly roared and fell backwards, all the way down into the lake below. As it fell, its body returned to that of a fish. Pang! The Fish King's impact with the water created manic waves, as its blood turned the lashing waters of the lake red. "What are you waiting for?" The speech of the Empress was directed towards the man. The man then stood up and approached the dried-up waterfall. The man was going to climb the whole way up. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, "He doesn't know how to fly? How is that possible?" The man climbed the treacherous cliffside slowly. "Who is that guy?" Wuxia asked. "He is the one who will collect the fruit. You should go and help him," the Empress directed. She remained seated on the throne as it began to move towards the lake. She was going for the Fish King. Wuxia was delighted, thinking he now had a chance of grabbing the fruit. He had been worried earlier. If he had to steal the fruit alongside the Empress, he'd have difficulty nabbing one. If the only thing that stood in his way was a human, one who couldn't fly at that, there was nothing really stopping him. Wuxia was fairly confident he could collect the fruit the Fish King had just approached. The Fish King had triggered the aqua gas, so it was no longer a threat. Seeing the Empress head for the lake, Wuxia summoned his wings and followed after the man. Wuxia flew around the man, saying, "The Empress instructed me to help you. How do you plan on reaching the fruit?" Wuxia was not keen on the man, but there had to be a reason for him being there. The man must have had something the Empress wanted, so Wuxia wanted to find out exactly what that was. The man continued to climb, simply stating, "I will climb up here, and then I will climb up there. I will reach for the fruit with my hands, and with my hands I will pick up the fruit. I will then climb down from there and climb down from here." Wuxia thought he was talking crap, but he just smiled and said, "The fruit is a dangerous item. How exactly do you plan on grabbing it?" "She told me I can pick it just as easily as I would an apple," the man said. Wuxia was getting annoyed with the man, but he didn't let it show. He went ahead to say, "Well, you have to hurry. If the fruit manages to build up another cloud of gas to emit, nabbing it won't be so easy. Don't you see that I am climbing as fast as I can?" The man gave a smile. "Don't you know how to fly?" Wuxia was getting annoyed at the snail-like pace of the man. "No," the man said. "Really?" Wuxia was legitimately surprised. "Do you see any wings on my back?" "I don't," the man said. "Well, you take your time climbing this rock face like a sloth. I am going to go on ahead and grab the fruit for our Empress." Wuxia then departed, going upwards. This was his best chance. It was a now-or-never moment. Once he had one of the fruits in his hand, he could pocket it and run. Wuxia did not think the Empress could catch up with him, with the head start he'd get. When the Fish King fell, Han Sen had snuck into the water to get a peek at its injuries. Han Sen dived in deep, and when he approached the fish and got a good look, he was quite surprised at what he saw. There was a green pine cone in the Fish King's head. It was half embedded, and it shone an ominous green like a third eye. The light pulsated, and when the pine cone lit up, it caused the Fish King's body to twitch. The fish did not look like it had been dealt a grievous blow, but it seemed to be incapacitated. The fish was submitting to the water, and it was sinking fast. Is that what the fruit spat out? It knocked him unconscious, Han Sen thought, as he swam towards the fish, clutching Taya. The Fish King was unable to move, so Han Sen sought to remove the pine cone with his sword. Dong! Taya hit the pine cone but was unsuccessful in damaging it. Han Sen stabbed it a few more times, but it proved to be far sturdier than he imagined. "I'll dig it out then." Han Sen opened the 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and it made Taya glow a spooky red. Then Han Sen skirted the placement of the pinecone with Taya. He had to plunge the sword fairly deep, and he could hear the cracking of the Fish King's bones as he went. The Fish King looked to be in pain following Han Sen's treatment, but it did not do anything to stop him. It was, of course, much better for Han Sen if the Fish King did not struggle. Han Sen pulled Taya back and saw the precise area of the head that had connected with the pinecone. In that spot, there were several white lines drawn across the green item and the creature. They looked like veins. Han Sen started cutting the lines, and he was able to slice them with ease. Apparently, they were far weaker than the pinecone itself. When they broke, the pinecone and the Fish King shook. The glow of the pinecone became dimmer, too, and it looked to have been weakened. Han Sen continued to cut every vein he could find in a bid to free the pinecone from the Fish King's forehead. But the Fish King's skull was no laughing matter. It was rock hard, and doing so was rather difficult for Han Sen. When he was about halfway done, his peaceful work seemed likely to get disrupted. The serpent creatures had reared their ugly heads and were on their way. That quick! Han Sen knew the Empress would soon arrive. Then, Han Sen hid behind the large body of the Fish King and watched as the woman glided through the water on her throne. He noticed it was just her there, and that she had come alone. Han Sen thought he might stand a chance if he battled her and her alone. Han Sen looked at the Empress and then looked at the embedded pinecone and how far he had to go. He chose not to hesitate and activated his Super King Spirit mode. Then he stabbed the Fish King's forehead. Taya plunged a deep, searing pain into the Fish King's head. The Empress was coming from a different direction, so she couldn't see Han-san do this. Then, she commanded the serpents to begin consuming the Fish King. Han-san hurried with the deed, noticing their hungry maws open and come for the fish. Dong! Han-san managed to dig the pinecone out from its head, but a lot of blood came out as well. The Fish King woke up and immediately swung its body around in a spin, blasting both Han-san and the serpents away. The Empress was shocked by its sudden revitalization, as she knew full well the fruit had sprayed it. Han-san had made sure to simulate the Fish King's energy, so the Empress could not suspect there had been someone else there, and that they had freed the fish from its incapacitated state. The Fish King, when it was awake, saw the serpents and the Empress that wished it devoured. It doused them in a bright golden light. The golden light was like a laser, and Han-sen watched as it went towards the Empress. The Empress did not even blink as one of the snakes pushed the throne away, out of the line of fire. Pang! The serpent's tail was then hit by the gold light, and it caused the entire lake to blow up in utter chaos. Han-sen had already exited Super King Spirit mode by this stage, and he was out of the lake safe and sound up in the air. He landed in the forest and made his life force replicate that of another plant. Horrible noises continued to emerge from the tumultuous lake, and the waters thrashed so wildly, it might as well have been raining for all those in its proximity. Han-sen hid inside the forest, allowing himself to get wet. By now, the human had climbed up halfway. Wuxia, however, was at the peak after a brief flight up. Wuxia's body was exuding a black gas, and his wings weren't that far off a devil's. The fruit noticed Wuxia reaching for it, and it managed to pump out another cloud of gas. It hit Wuxia directly in his forehead. Wuxia was shocked, as he had not expected it to be able to spray twice. Fortunately, he had come prepared. As soon as his eyes caught sight of an aqua light, he dashed away from the fruit. But the light wasn't keen to let Wuxia slip away, and it bent its course mid-air, turning around to strike Wuxia in the back of his head. Then, the conniving spirit began to plummet all the way down the cliff. It is no wonder why the Empress wasn't willing to take them herself. Both the Fish King and Wuxia were destroyed in their attempts to obtain it. Han-san was relieved he had not tried to take the fruit before the others did. But if the Empress and Berserk super creatures could not take the fruit, why would she believe a human was capable? Han-san hid himself in the woods and started to watch the man intently. He was climbing at a very slow pace, and Han-san wasn't sure if the man was simply a poor climber, or if he was deliberately going slow in fear of what awaited him up top. The Empress was still fighting the Fish King. Now she could be seen rising up into the air, still seated firmly upon her throne. Despite fighting in the water for all that time, her clothes did not appear wet, and she was so still, it was as if she was inanimate. The Fish King leapt out of the lake in pursuit of her. Its mouth spat out torrents of water in her direction. The entire throne was bathed in a strange light, as the serpents bobbed and weaved to block and deflect every rocket of water that targeted their mistress. Han-san was in awe of how the Empress fought, and he was severely impressed by how adequate and capable the throne was in combat. Han-san had yet to see what the Empress herself was capable of, though, as the throne wasn't actually a part of her. They were two halves, clearly, but they were also separate entities. Does this mean the Empress and the throne are two Emperor-class beings? Han-sen wondered to himself. For now, though, the victor of that fight had a long way to go before being determined. No one had the upper hand, and despite the crazy Fish King that was after her, the Empress seemed far more concerned with the man who was climbing. More often than not, her attention and eyes were locked on him. Han-sen, when not observing the events of that battle, watched the man go, too. He was very slow. The man was clearly not in a rush, and if he continued at that agonizing pace, it'd take another half an hour for him to reach the top. Tidal waves were starting to drown the encompassing lands of the lake now, too. Han-san found himself hugging a tree to remain upright, as the water was up to his waist. There wouldn't be a forest for much longer, that was for sure. Something then began to float up from beneath the chaotic waves of the water. It was the pinecone Han-sen had removed from the Fish King's head. It was bobbing along with the tumultuous waves, But strangely, it was coming for Han Senator. He thought it might have been looking for another forehead to call home. Han Sen was shocked when he thought about this. He knew he'd have to be careful, as there'd be no one around to help remove it from his forehead if it truly did plant itself there. Han Sen swam away from it, but the pinecone was in hot pursuit. It seemed eager for his head. Something is wrong with it. Han Sen clutched Taya tightly. If the pinecone got any closer, he'd activate Super King Spirit Mode and give it a firm strike. The pinecone did not relent in drifting towards Han Sen, though. So Han Sen did what he proposed to. He gave it a hit and watched it skip across the surface of the water a few meters. Han Sen did not want to alert the Empress, however, so he made sure to do it gently. The pinecone came back, though, and whenever it came in range of Han Sen, he'd make sure to whack it away. This happened a few times, as if he was playing tennis against an invisible opponent. Has it been losing its powers ever since I dug it out? Han Sen hypothesized. Nothing much actually happened when he touched the pinecone with Taya. It was a very dull object, despite its desire to come after Han Senator eventually. Han Sen tried to touch it with his hand. The pinecone now proved to be little more than a lambent, emerald jewel of sorts. The white stuff that had wreathed the pinecone was gone now, and its parasitic look had vanished too. It really did look like a gem now. So Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to give it a scan. He was able to detect the presence of a life force within it. Han Sen then thought, is this a seed belonging to the vine? If it is, does that mean I can grow my own aqua vine? The fruit it bears must be quite the treat, considering the effort that the Empress and Yuxia put into trying to get some. Han Sen then recalled Yuxia's sudden descent. A pinecone had planted itself in him, too, so he thought he might as well go and grab that one. Yuxia was like a dead man now, one that had been flushed down the drain and left to float and bob on the water that had flooded the forest. Han Sen saw the pinecone had embedded itself in the back of Yuxia's head. But a new conundrum was now posed to Han Sen. Yuxia was being controlled by the pinecone, and thus, he could not return to his spirit stone. If Han Sen removed the pinecone, that meant he would be saving Yuxia. Saving Yuxia was the last thing Han Sen wanted, so he came up with an idea. Yuxia was unconscious, so Han Sen was able to put him inside the cruel bottle without issue. All Han Sen would have to do was take the pinecone and keep Yuxia trapped inside the cruel bottle. If he did that, Yuxia would still be robbed of his ability to return to his spirit stone. And thus, he would be trapped and unable to roam the third god's sanctuary, causing everyone grief. Han Sen would like to find out what might happen if he died inside the bottle as well. Thinking of that, Han Sen immediately put him inside the bottle. Where did you get the aqua fruit from? Moment Queen squealed when she saw Yuxia. Wait, this is the aqua fruit? Han Sen was surprised by the sudden twist. Han Sen thought the bell-shaped fruit was the aqua fruit. But now that she had said this, he realized it was the pinecone itself that was the treasure he had come for. Still, this was Moment Queen, and he could never be sure if she was telling him the truth. It is the aqua fruit, but it isn't at the same time, Moment Queen said. That made no sense to Han Sen. Han Sen saw the man was nearing the top of the mountain. He was very close to the vine now, and Han Sen was eager to see just how the man expected to retrieve the fruit. The rock climber was within arm's reach of the vine, and he reached his hand out to grab it. The purple vine was like a berserk super creature, and for the man to try and grab it with his hands, Han Sen thought he was either incredibly daring or incredibly stupid. It was a crazy stunt either way. When the man grabbed hold of the vine had no reaction, though. In fact, it was as docile as any garden variety plant. How is that possible? Han Sen wondered as he rubbed his eyes. The man, clutching the vine, now began to climb with a greater acceleration. None of the vines moved, and it was as if they were all asleep. It's no wonder the Empress wanted him to take the fruit. How does he do that? Is the vine not hostile to humans? Can I do that too? The Empress could have found any human easily, if the vine did not care for the intrusion of humans. But then again, she had come to this person specifically, and the manner of her retrieval of him was rather curious, and indicative of them sharing a history together, in one way or another. So, how does this man make the vine docile? Han Sen could not wrap his mind around it. The Empress continued to watch the man, despite the bluster of the rampaging fish, and a smile now crept across her face. She actually looked happy. The man had been climbing so slowly on purpose. And now, after reaching the vine, he went at a remarkable pace, given the tricky act of rock climbing. He went straight up towards the aqua fruit the Fish King had aimed for. Han Sen and the Empress now watched with bated breath, keenly wondering if the man could take the fruit. The man was not in a rush to take it, that much was clear. But he plodded up at a steady pace and put his arms out. With one of his grisly fingernails, he ran a finger across the upturned palm of his other hand and cut across it. Han Sen was shocked when he saw the blood. The man's veins were blue, and so the blood should have been red. But this man's blood was blue, and it came as quite a shock to Han Sen. Blue blood? Is he Han Jinji? Han Sen was extremely surprised, seeing the blue blood run from the self-inflicted wound. Then, the man ran his cut palm across the fruit and painted it with the blood. When the fruit came into contact with the blood, it began to tremble and shake as it absorbed the liquid. Then, its glow began to shine brighter. When the blood was all gone, the man moved to grab the fruit. Suddenly, the fruit flashed a blinding light. It surprised Han Sen and brought visible shock to the Empress. The man grabbed hold of the light as if it were an object, and then, with his other free hand, he pulled the fruit. The fruit had no hostile reaction. The Empress, seeing his success, called out to the man and said, "Bring it down!" The man did not hesitate to follow her command, and he began his descent. The Empress was still ignoring the Fish King, and now, she brought the entire throne over to the man. By this point, the Fish King knew it was not able to beat the Empress. It gave one last look at the aqua vine before turning tail and swimming downstream in retreat. Han Sen was shocked. It was a strange turn of events, and it seemed as if they had all only come for this one fruit. No one dared touch the other 6. "Give me the fruit," the Empress said as she approached the man. The man ignored her and kept climbing back down the mountain. The Empress looked mad, and her impatience was clearly getting to her. Still, she held her tongue and did not say anything more until he had finished his descent. "Can I have it now?" The Empress was finally able to ask. "Where is what you owe me?" The man reached his free arm out to the Empress. The Empress brought something out and held it in front of the man. The man grabbed what he was owed and gave her the fruit, as promised. Then, upon her throne, she left. Han Sen was surprised. The Empress had an incredible amount of power, and she didn't have to give him anything. She could have robbed him and gone on with her day. She respected the terms of their agreement, and this made Han Sen believe the blue-blooded man possessed an untold power. The Empress had given him a wooden bottle. He opened it and drank the contents. Han Sen wished to know what was inside. Suddenly, the man began walking in his direction. It made Han Sen wonder whether or not he knew about his presence there. The man walked into the forest and frowned, noticing Han Sen hiding. "Drop the fruit and you may leave with your life," the man said. The man had found Han Sen, so there was no use in hiding any further. When Han Sen emerged from the bushes, he did so drenched in water. "Friend, what are you talking about? What fruit?" Han Sen played dumb. "Human." The man's intimidating look turned to one of legitimate surprise. "We're of the same kind, are we not? My name is Han Senator. What is your name, friend?" Han Sen thought this was the perfect opportunity to gather the information he wanted. The man answered, "I'm not your friend, buddy, and I have never been a friend of humans. So don't have the audacity to declare us one and the same." "You say that like you're not a human," Han Sen said. The man said, "Don't mistake me for one of you mud-blooded lowlives. Pa, you talk too much. I was going to let you live, but now." After that, the man immediately threw a punch in Han Sen's direction. Han Sen did not expect his eagerness to fight, and he didn't think the man would have a disdain for humans and believe himself to be so different. But Han Sen was certain the man was a human. As much as he would have loved to mull the situation some more, he didn't have the time to think. The fist was in front of his face, and he had little time to react. Han Sen opened the 9 gene locks of his Blood Pulse Sutra. Pang! Han Sen felt like he had tried to deflect an oncoming train, and the force sent him staggering backwards a number of steps. Han Sen came to a stop after planting his feet and creating a pair of 100-meter-long skid marks in defiance of the force. Han Sen's bones had cracked, and his arms had been utterly broken. So strong! Han Sen was in shock, particularly so given that the man's punch was one derived of pure, raw strength. There was no element associated with the hit. The Blood Pulse Sutra? Are you from Blood Legion? The man was visibly surprised. You are? Han Sen asked. Earlier, the man had said he was a member of the Blue Blood Special Forces. Now, was he suggesting he was a member of Blood Legion? The man smiled and said, I was afraid there weren't any more true descendants in this day and age. But if you practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, you must be a genuine disciple of Blood Legion. You must have heard the tale of the 13 members. Then, I was one of them. I was God's retribution. The man went on to say, Who is your master? And why is your Blood Pulse Sutra so weak? Han Sen took a chance and said, I am a student of Qin Huaizhen. He taught me this before he died, so I do not know too much about the Legion. Qin Huaizhen. The man paused as if in thought. Then he said, Is Blood Legion doing that poorly? Are they teaching outsiders now? Han Sen did not respond. If he spoke, he knew he'd have to choose his words carefully. He did not want to incite the ire of this man any further, as a mistake in what he said could result in his death. The man said, It is difficult to find someone who can learn this, and you must be the first of your lineage to carry this skill. You should use a title, but you are far too weak right now and thus cannot. Down the line, a few generations ahead of you, when your descendants become blue blood, they can bear a title. Han Sen suddenly understood a lot more. Blood Pulse Sutra was used to strengthen your genes for those further down in your lineage. Each generation would be stronger than the last. The Shenmen's successor said the Blood Pulse Sutra was a frightful thing, and that their fitness was far above everyone else's. And now, this man had just told him that each new generation in a lineage would be stronger than the last. And what's more, their blood would become blue. In turn, that meant every true member of Blood Legion should have blue blood. Time was what strengthened the Blood Pulse Sutra above all else. Vigorous practice of its teachings did not allow for much in the grander scheme of things. The best thing about the Blood Pulse Sutra was the evolution of genes from generation to generation. Many generations down the line, family members would become incredibly strong. Its ineffectiveness for the first generation was why Han Sen, despite his vigorous study of the Blood Pulse Sutra, had yet to become much stronger than a super creature. People like God's retribution were the elite of the elite when it came to Blood Legion. Han Sen thought to himself, if the 13 members were the ones who were born from families whose lineage reached back into ancient times, Han Jinji must have been one. But Baby Ghost told Han Sen he had been kidnapped. If this new learning was true, why would he have been kidnapped? And the Qin family's blood was red and not blue, too. Han Sen's mind was drowning in a vat of questions. But if Han Jinji was not one of the 13 members, he could not have been Han Sen's great-grandfather. No one in the Han family had practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra, that was true, but it'd take a few generations for the strength and potency of a Blood Legion lineage to lessen. Han Sen should have still had some amount of blue blood. His father should have most certainly had some, for sure. Han Sen knew his family had nothing to do with the blue-blooded, and he knew he couldn't have been a part of Blood Legion. If the Han family had nothing to do with Han Jinji, though, why would he possess the 9-life cat item? The man suddenly said, the 2 aqua fruit you possess can be kept. Consider them a gift, from one member to another. After that, the man turned to leave. Seeing the man leave, Han Sen had to ask, God's retribution of the 13 members? Was one of them named Han? No. You should leave now, the man said. Han Sen wanted to ask something else, but the man left at a speed his eyes could not follow. It was as if the man had teleported away. Han Sen knew how strong the man was, but he noticed the man did not seem to possess any special elements at all. Even if he could not fly, he could defy gravity with a jumping capability that was almost as good as having wings. Were Han Jinji and someone from the Qin family members of the 13 he spoke of? Han Sen wondered. As Han Sen mulled the question, he detected movement. When he looked in the direction of the disturbance, he noticed the Empress returning. As she always had been, she was firmly perched upon her throne. Han Sen now understood why the man had told him to leave, but unfortunately for Han Sen, he had not followed the advice. He wouldn't be able to leave without the Empress spotting him. God's retribution! How dare you trick me? The Empress was fuming with rage as her hands clutched the shattered remains of some gem. Closer inspection told Han Sen it was the fruit. She saw Han Sen, and although she knew he had done nothing to contribute to her being tricked, she wasn't quite willing to let him get away. Her anger had to go somewhere, and Han Sen was as good a punching bag as any. The throne flew directly above Han Sen with a speed that exceeded the capabilities of his phoenix techniques. As countless snakes took aim at Han Sen, he couldn't help but think, why is she taking it out on me? Han Sen summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Then he used his ancient devil soldier. With Phoenix Sword and Taya equipped, he was ready to do battle. Disloyal Knight used blue lightning, and it drew a halo below every hostile creature in the vicinity. The light slowed the serpents down by a considerable amount, and it also weakened the power they possessed. Han Sen and Little Angel were buffed, too, and they were now able to paralyze enemies. Unfortunately for Han Sen, each individual snake possessed a power that was comparable to a berserk supercreature. When Han Sen tried attacking one of the slithering serpents, he could not hew its body in two. Still, the serpents were unable to do anything to Han Sen, either. The Empress was even angrier now. She had wanted to vent her rage on whatever creature or being she could find, and now she had been stalemated and was unable to do a thing. Hey, Lady Empress, what's your problem? I'm just a simple traveler, passing by this scenic lake. We don't have a grudge, do we? Why don't we stop before we get ahead of ourselves? Han Sen did not want to fight. Furthermore, she was a spirit and she could respawn. Han Sen hadn't the faintest clue where she came from, so even if he was to struggle and defeat her, it would achieve nothing but a greater hatred and a grudge he might have to deal with further down the line. And since Han Sen had just managed to obtain 2 aqua fruits, he was far keener on finding out what he could do with them. God's retribution knew the Empress would eventually return to the lake with a bloodlust, which was why he left the area in such a hurry and made sure to tell Han Sen to make himself scarce, too. Han Sen's mind had been preoccupied with the mound of questions that had taken root, that he didn't really concern himself with the warning he had been given by God's retribution. You humans are the worst. I am going to kill you, and then I am going to kill him. There was no quelling the fire the Empress was breathing. And try as she might, the steam she wished to release was not going anywhere. She thought there had to be a connection between Han Sen and God's retribution. They were both human, after all. It was far too much of a coincidence for her to have been played, and for there to be another human in the area just moseying about. That was why she wanted to make Han Sen her target. She believed he had to be in on the trick that had been played upon her. The throne was unable to capture Han Sen, though, and this just bolstered her resolve and belief Han Sen must have had a hand in the misdeed that had been performed upon her. Not many humans possessed such strength in the third god sanctuary, and so the Empress thought that further confirmed a connection between the two. The Empress was looking severely annoyed by this point, and she actually stood up and left her throne. Her legs were so long and succulent to look at. She was like a most stunning queen to behold. Her fatal eyes stared at Han Sen, and they were so intense, you'd believe they could drill holes in whatever surface they looked at. Han Sen kept falling back in his evasions, in the hope he could develop enough space between the two of them to run off. Unfortunately, the throne could not be shaken, and its resolve to murder Han Sen reflected its owner's desire. The Empress' eyes then began to glow, and the volume of light grew brighter and brighter. They soon resembled a couple of light bulbs. In those eyes there was a copper statue. It was molded to the shape of Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly felt himself freeze. He was unable to move. When Han Sen looked down, his flesh and bones had become copper. And lastly, his skin. Han Sen was in shock. There was nothing he could do to prevent this from happening. Now, after seeing the shape inside the Empress' eyes, he understood what had happened. The Blood Pulse Sutra had been unable to prevent this from happening, and all he could do now was watch himself turn into a copper statue. You think I can be bullied so easily? Han Sen's eyes flashed with a white light that shot out to encompass his entire body. The Super King Spirit's power enabled Han Sen to escape the clutches of the coppering. Nothing had yet been able to defeat Han Sen and his Super King Spirit mode, and additional debilitative techniques had always been rendered useless against him in this form, like the toad that fired coins that formed the basis of saving money. Han Sen was confident this was what it would take to escape what the Empress had started doing to him. When his transformation had finished, his entire body glowed white. The copper on his body had started fading away, slowly freeing him. Unfortunately, the copper was strong, and it would take a while for it all to disappear so Han Sen could move as freely as he wished to. He'd have to stand his ground against whatever the Empress and her serpent throne sought to do for now. And already the snakes were coming for him. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight were still in the area. They came to Han Sen's side to protect him while he recovered from the Empress' frightening skill. It was a tricky situation, and one that he never had to deal with before. Han Sen was helpless, and his life was truly in their hands. It made him sweat bullets. Han Sen was going to summon all his king spirits, so they could aid in protecting him. But suddenly, a splash of water was heard. It was very close. A gold-plated fish had arrived in his aid, and it helped repel the serpents that sought to kill Han Sen. Fish King! Han Sen exclaimed with glee. The Fish King flew above Han Sen, arcing through the sky like a rainbow. It managed to subdue and suppress each and every attack the snakes tried to perform. The Empress's rage only increased, and now she sought to turn the fish to copper. She stared at it intently, as she had stared at Han Sen earlier. Suddenly, a sound similar to that of a clicking finger was heard behind the Fish King. The sky had suddenly started to rain down coins. The Empress' vision of the Fish King was disturbed, and its copper rendition in her eyes vanished. The coins fell upon the snakes and the throne they carried, and the coins stuck to them like glue. Almost immediately, they struggled to move, and just when Han Sen thought the Empress's anger could not increase, it did. She grabbed a copper spear from her throne. When she pulled it out, the very shape of the throne started to twist and look misshapen. The downpour of coins was not relenting, but this was not the cause of that transformation. The throne and the snakes were starting to come together to build something new, and when they all came together, one giant serpent beast appeared to fight. The Empress rode this new snake towards Han Sen, a spear in hand. The snake was able to withstand the downpour of coins. Han Sen was behind the fish, and the fish moved forward to attack the coming Empress. The Empress swung her spear and pierced it through the golden mist. She was going to drive it directly into the Fish King's head. Han Sen grabbed Little Angel and kissed her, initiating the process of them combining into one supremely powerful entity. At that precise moment, a strong light prevented the spear from killing the Fish King. At the same time, Han Sen was standing atop the Fish King in possession of a halo and white wings. In his hands, he wielded an angelic blade. "Kill!" Han Sen exclaimed, and then the Fish King pushed forward to meet with the Empress and her crony. Han Sen's eyes were filled with lightning as he came forward to engage the Empress with his angel sword. The Empress looked incredibly mad. She rode the snake to engage with the fish, spear raised, as if to joust with Han Sen. The gold and copper light came into contact, with the sound of thunder being the first noise that could be heard. It was like the skies had just been torn asunder. They fought and fought, as the environment all around them was destroyed in the midst of their manic battle. Many of the tall trees had been sundered, toppled, or even lopped clean in half. The earth was cracked and thrown into turmoil, while the skies changed color. If one did not know any better, one would presume the world was ending and the apocalypse had come. It was a shame Han Sen had only opened 9 of his gene locks. But still, with Little Angel, he could always find himself able to compete with emperors who had 10 gene locks open. Han Sen had almost maxed out his super genopoint tally, so he could take on this form for a much greater duration before finding himself knackered and weary. Still, the limit was there and he knew he was on a timer. But Han Sen did not want to leave and make himself scarce. The sword in Han Sen's hand started to appear twisted. He made use of what he had learned with space and time, by speeding up the latter and teleporting via the former. Han Sen had been researching this for a long time. He did not know which was the best way to do this, or when would be the best time. But now, seeing the Empress prove such a threat, Han Sen made the decision to use what he had learned now. Han Sen had learned a lot, but he had never put it into practice. He had a feeling that this would prove successful. The powers of time and space were gathering to become one. The Empress's spear was on its way over to Han Sen once again. But then, it felt as if it was her eyes that were approaching instead. The Fish King's gold mist kept repelling that copper light as the region that encompassed the fighters turned to utter ruin. Suddenly, Han Sen told the Fish King to stop. The mountain ahead was where Bauer and Qin Xian were hiding. If they were found, they'd be dead. Let's do it here, then. Han Sen was brewing a monstrous amount of power. The Empress saw Han Sen stop with the intent to grab the spear that she held. She spun it in a bid to strike him. But as the spear spun, it disappeared from her hands. Where it went, Han Sen could not keep track of. He didn't much care for this, though. All Han Sen wanted to do was focus on channeling energy and power into his greatsword for an attack of his own. The angelic sword drifted in and out of reality, hovering amidst shards of distorted dimensions. It was like the image of some magical blade, taken from an ancient tale. Han Sen held it, now ready to slash the Empress. Die! The Empress yelled, as a creepy and excited look flashed across her face. The spear had appeared in front of Han Sen. The Empress thought she could plunge the spear through Han Sen's head before his sword landed a strike. Slash! The Empress' eyes opened wide in utter shock. Her body had been cut in half from a downward swing, and the face that dribbled blood across its center wore a look of fright. The serpent that had accompanied the Empress now looked terrified, and it swiftly tried to flee the scene. Han Sen wasn't going to allow that, however. He gathered up another surge of power to unleash at it to prevent its departure. Due to the Empress having been killed, the giant snake was attempting to scramble and slither its way up over the rocks in a bid to escape the human. But it could not lose Han Sen, and he was quick to remain at its tail. Qin Xian and Bauer had felt an earthquake just a moment ago, so they had exited the mouth of the cave to come take a look. When they came out, they saw a hazy mixture of gold and copper lights. The scenery all around was destroyed like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The lights were coming towards them, with a trail of destruction being left in its wake. Qin Xian grabbed Bauer and took off running. Qin Xian had only just arrived in the third god's sanctuary, so her effort was in vain. She was too weak to run from the lights. Not long after her attempt of flight, she heard something most monstrous come from someplace behind her. The copper light was on her heels, coming at a most fearsome speed. It was so close, and now Qin Xian was able to see what that copper light was. It was a giant copper snake, similar to the ones people used to worship long ago. Its life force was frighteningly strong. Qin Xian thought this had to be it and that she was done for. She didn't think there'd be an escape from this predicament. She held Bauer as if she were a real baby. She thought it was most likely a pointless thing, but she did so anyway, as if to protect it. The snake wanted to dive down and head underground, and it was a simple misfortune for Bauer and Qin Xian to be in its way. Qin Xian shielded Bauer from the sight of the beast and watched it come down. She was a soldier, and she made sure to watch. She knew closing her eyes would not make a difference, and it would not reduce the danger that had befallen her. So she kept them open and stood strong. She did not let fear take hold, and she did not let the hope of a possible survival escape her. The mouth of the snake had come down from above, tenting their position, and in that moment, Qin Xian threw Bauer away. Qin Xian did not even know Bauer was a beast soul. She just thought by throwing her away, she might survive. After throwing her away, She faced her imminent death alone. Catcha! The serpent was about to close its teeth on her lonely body, but suddenly, another light flashed across her vision. Qin Xian suddenly saw the snake reel back as its head was hewn from its coiling body. After that, its body began to flail backwards as the light ran through it from top to tail. Vertically, down the center, the body was cut into two perfectly symmetrical halves. The snake had built up momentum though, and it leaned forward even in death. Qin Xian was still stood where she had been, as the rocky landscape around her began to crumble. She stumbled and grabbed a hefty stone to keep her balance. When the snake's flailing came to a stop, and the dust that had kicked up was all that could be seen, Qin Xian saw a gold light pierce the haze. There was a most beautiful goldfish coming towards her through the murk. She stumbled backwards. Even though it was a beautiful beast, she knew it was a creature. If the snake had been killed by the goldfish, then the goldfish had to be even more powerful than it. She wished to run, but Qin Xian was afraid that if she did start to flee, the fish would attack her. Bauer was waddling her way over to the goldfish as Qin Xian mulled her courses of action. "Bauer, be careful," Qin Xian pleaded, but it didn't stop her. Bauer jumped atop the goldfish's head, and then Qin Xian watched her jump into the arms of someone. Han Sen. Qin Xian looked at the figure and the fish in awe, and when the dust had cleared just enough, she saw Han Sen standing atop the creature. Han Sen was delighted as this occurred, because he was in the midst of hearing the announcement play. Berserk super creature serpent throne killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was very weary now, but he was still in a jovial mood. After this latest adventure, he had earned much. And now, after this latest kill, he had also gotten a berserk beast soul. While he could always create his own, earning one and not having to wait out the evolution process was a brilliant thing. The Serpent Throne was a super creature with 10 gene locks open, so there was no doubt in Han Sen's mind that it would be a magnificent beast to have at his disposal. Han Sen looked into his sea of soul to get a look at its type. "I have armor and weapons already. This looks like a mount more than anything. But I don't really want a mount. If it is a shapeshift beast soul, I don't want to shapeshift into a chair, either. Plus, I have my gold raven and ancient devil soldier beast souls for whenever I wish to shapeshift." Han Sen thought to himself. Berserk super beast soul serpent throne. Doll type. Doll type? What is that? I don't need an action figure. Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. Han Sen had discovered a lot of unique beast souls during his time in the Third God's Sanctuary, and the Alliance always rewarded the finders of new beast soul discoveries. That being said, Han Sen had not reported any of his findings. He had enough money as it was, so it was simple laziness that was prohibiting him from making the reports. Han Sen put Qin Xian on the Fish King and went downstream. Han Sen really appreciated the assistance of the Fish King. If it hadn't shown up, even with Little Angel, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to buy the time necessary to build up the moves that brought an end to the fighting. Han Sen was going to call this new hyper-geno art that used space and time elements together, Ghost Slash. While the name did not bear any semblance to the space and time elements that fueled it, it was a name he had carefully selected due to the meanings that resided below the surface. Before humans entered their interstellar era, they could not interact, bend, or meld the actual elements of space and time. There were a number of ships, however, that disappeared and reappeared a few decades later. They were dubbed ghost ships, due to having unwittingly stumbled through wormholes and traveled through time. What seemed like seconds of travel to those on board had actually been years for everyone else. The Ghost/Han Sen had formulated was similar, as it rapidly redefined and reduced the breadth of time when performed. It made the time and distance his attack had to travel next to nothing. While the opponent could see his attack appear like normal, they were completely oblivious to what he was actually doing. The space and time Han Sen operated in during those brief moments of attack were different. His attack was impossible to block. The Empress was stronger than Han Sen. There was no doubt about that. Ghost Slash should have been able to injure her, but not kill her. But Ghost / ignored the general rules of space and time. She was going to stab Han Sen with her spear. So, being unable to dodge, she had completely opened herself up and made herself susceptible to a one-hit kill. Seeing this, it drove a fear into Serpent Throne's heart that made it flee. This also made it drop its guard, allowing Han Sen to one-hit kill it as well. And of course, it was Han Sen's combining with Little Angel that upped his strength enough to deliver the power required to achieve the 2 kills. Han Sen was happy with Ghost / though. It wasn't what he believed it would be, but due to its unstoppability, he liked it a lot. The Fish King took the 3 of them to a nearby shelter. Then Han Sen led Qin Xian back to Thunder Hell Shelter. There were still 6 aqua fruits back on the vine, but none had dared take them. And Han Sen, in the meantime, was simply glad he had managed to obtain 2. Qin Xian was shocked upon her arrival at the shelter. She couldn't believe all the king spirits and super creatures that occupied the place, each in service of Han Sen. Qin Xian was not surprised Han Sen had managed to obtain a number of super beast souls, but she had believed it to be impossible for him to make super creatures and king spirits willingly obey him. Qin Xian had learned Queen was still traveling with Han Sen, and she wished to meet with her. But when they arrived, Queen was out hunting. Han Sen got all the meat Queen would ever need for her, but she still insisted on hunting by herself to hone her talents. Once Han Sen had recovered from his state of weariness, he was planning on returning to Blood River Shelter and conquering the place. That was still unfinished business. Blood River King had just lost 3 super creatures, so Han Sen thought he wouldn't have too much trouble taking it down with just Little Angel and Disloyal Knight by his side. Han Sen went to his room and summoned Moment Queen. "Are you enjoying life inside the cruel bottle?" Han Sen asked. Moment Queen knew what he had actually summoned her for, and so she said, "Maybe now I can finish what I was trying to tell you. That which is embedded inside the king spirit's head is the core of an aqua fruit." "Is there a difference?" Han Sen asked. Moment Queen said, "Among the third god's sanctuary's emperor-class plants, aqua fruit is undoubtedly in the top 10. They can allow emperors to open gene locks. If they have 10 gene locks open already, the fruit can allow them to open the holy door. But spirits don't really know what it does, and they don't know that the fruit itself can only be used to open a few lower-level gene locks." "Spirits? Are you trying to tell me you aren't an ordinary king spirit?" Han Sen wondered. The Empress had been tricked by God's retribution. 3 cores had been obtained in total. 1 had been taken by the blue-blooded man, while 2 had been retrieved by Han Sen. Moment Queen sighed and said, "It is pointless if you learn more about me. Just tell me what I must do to earn back my freedom." "Well, I can't quite confirm the validity of what you have told me just yet," Han Sen said. Moment Queen paused for some time, and when she resumed her speech, she said, "If I said I was an empress, would you believe me?" "Of course I would." Han Sen had seen a few empresses in his time, so he wasn't afraid of them. And with the knowledge she possessed, despite how much she had tried to twist it and mislead Han Sen in the past, the fact she might have been an empress at one point in time was not unbelievable. Furthermore, she once managed to break the contract between them. That was something he had never seen a spirit do before. Moment Queen went on to say, "I failed my ascension of the 10 steps of the Holy Door, and following my failure, I was captured by my enemy. After that, they cast me back to the second god's sanctuary." "That means what you told me before in the beginning was false." "No, it's true. I killed the son of an emperor." "What was his title?" "No god." When Han Sen heard this, he almost spat out the water he had just taken a swig of. Han Sen had heard about No God before, when he was competing in the third god sanctuary's divinities bout, but he was too weak to reach the top 10. No God reigned supreme, beating out all other challengers to become number 1. If No God was her enemy, she must have been powerful. But somehow, she had been repeatedly bullied by Han Sen. "Are you lying to me?" Han Sen thought she might have read the list of spirits that competed in the tourney and was fabricating another falsehood. Moment Queen pleaded, "Not many king spirits know about the aqua fruit core. You have many king spirits in your service, so why don't you ask them? See if they know." Han Sen already believed her, though. He maintained a dubious guise, but he knew she possessed a lot of knowledge, and the manner she spoke carried a weight of earnestness this time. Moment Queen proceeded to tell Han Sen how to use the core, but she told him he could only use one. Using any more than one could be harmful. What's more, it only worked with certainty on spirits. Could work on humans, but there was no guarantee it'd help. Han Sen planned on getting the core out of Yuxa's head, to begin with. He wanted Moment Queen to do it, but she said if she did, it would latch onto her instead. It was quite like a parasite. She'd also need a pure weapon to dig it out. Han Sen was caught off guard by her comments, as he had managed to dig another one out of the Fish King with no issue. Was it because of my Blood Pulse Sutra? God's retribution managed to grab a fruit without becoming a host to the parasite. And Blood Pulse Sutra is something we both have in common, Han Sen wondered. Han Sen entered the bottle and cut the core out of Yuxa's head. Moment Queen was shocked to witness this. Han Sen was able to touch the core with no adverse effects. Yuxia woke up, and when he saw Han Sen, he spared no time in trying to attack. His fury was so great. The black smoke that billowed around him was nearly asphyxiating. The cruel bottle was a separate dimension of sorts, but that was the extent of it. Couldn't suppress an individual's power. Han Sen was not afraid, though. Nowadays, he had the capacity to defeat emperors. Han Sen pulled out his phoenix sword and swung it towards Yuxia. When Yuxia saw the sword, it suddenly disappeared. Then it was Yuxia's arm that was missing. Yuxia's face twisted in disbelief of how powerful Han Sen had become. Han Sen didn't want to kill him, though, as he did not know what would happen if Yuxia died. If he couldn't resurrect, then it'd be a waste. Han Sen wished to ask Yuxia about Azura and Dragon King, especially about the former. He thought there was a connection between Azura and the Shura. Yuxia was one of the 8 generals, so there was a hearty chance Han Sen could learn something off the fiend. Han Sen coldly told him, "Do you know what this is?" "What? Where am I? What is this place?" Yuxia could not feel his spirit stone, so a legitimate fear was taking hold of him. "That is not for you to know. What you need to know, and in turn tell me, is whether you wish to live or die." Han Sen carried himself in a menacing way. Yuxia said, "I'm a king spirit. Do you really think I am afraid of death?" Han Sen replied, "Tell me, what happened between the 8 generals and ancient devil emperor? If your answer satisfies my curiosity, I will let you live. If it doesn't, we'll play a game called, Let's see if the king spirit can resurrect." Yuxia's face turned grim, and he said, "How can I know you'll free me if I tell you what you want to know? I didn't promise I would, but I'm not too concerned about a weakling like you. I can kill you on a whim, so the ball is indefinitely in your court. What happens next is entirely up to you." Han Sen left the cruel bottle to give him time to think. After this, he freed Moment Queen as well. Now that Han Sen was much stronger, there was little to fear. And what's more, he might have need of her knowledge soon. "This is your last chance," Han Sen told her. "How do I use this thing?" Han Sen wondered, as he eyed the aqua core he held. Moment Queen said it would only work for spirits, so Han Sen had to weigh whether or not there was danger in taking it himself. After all, opening Tenjin locks would be a remarkable thing. Han Sen fingered the cores for a while, but he didn't make use of them. It was a risk to do so, and he didn't like committing to uncertainties. Plus, opening his 10th gene lock was only a matter of time anyway. It wasn't worth the risk all in all. If there were adverse side effects to the consumption of the aqua fruit cores, they could be lethal. As such, he chose to leave them be for now. Purple Emperor was an emperor, but due to its deprivation of nutrition before birth, it lacked the power to equal others of its class. If Han Sen gave him an aqua fruit, there was a chance that could be fixed, and the spirit would be as fit as a fiddle with all 10 gene locks open. With an emperor like that by his side, Han Sen would have no trouble taking on and taking down St. Fan Shelter. He summoned Purple Emperor, peeled away the fruit, and fed him the core. Purple Emperor had no clue what it was, but since Han Sen commanded him to consume it, he did not hesitate in swallowing it. When the core slid down his throat, it dissolved into a gentle liquid that reinvigorated his body. Han Sen felt a change in Purple Emperor's life force, and the color of his body started to turn a certain shade of green. When the new color grew, the Emperor's overall color became a mixture of purple and blue. Boom! Purple Emperor's body began to leak gas. He hadn't farted. It was just that this gas was starting to seep out of the pores on his body. Most people wouldn't be able to notice a difference, but through the use of Dongxian aura, Han Sen could see that Purple Emperor had been reborn. He was a totally different spirit now. Han Sen was delighted with the results. It had actually become difficult to sense Purple Emperor's life force now, which painted him like some sort of silent reaper. Han Sen brought him over to the training room. After a session of practice 1 versus 1 with no transformations involved, Han Sen was hopeless against him. That core is the bee's knees. I should save the other one for the silver fox. Han Sen decided to work on opening the 10th gene lock by himself, so he saved the second for his favorite pet. When Han Sen found the silver fox, he teased him with the core. Han Sen wanted to spend more time with the silver fox, and when the time came to open the holy door, he hoped they could ascend together. But when the silver fox looked at the core, his interest quickly diminished. Then he walked away and went to rest elsewhere. All these emperors are fighting for this thing, and you have no interest? Han Sen thought. If the silver fox wasn't going to eat it, then neither was Han Sen. Then who should I give it to? Han Sen could not decide. It seemed the aqua fruit was not to everyone's tastes. He had a few king spirits in his service, though, ones he could help, but such numbers proved troublesome for this decision. He liked them all, and providing a boon to just one was a difficult choice. Well, I guess I'll just pocket it for now. Han Sen thought about giving it to the Fish King, but he imagined it might become a demigod immediately after. With the Fish King in the water, nothing could threaten Han Sen there. They were now buddies of a sort, after all. And if the Fish King ascended, it would only be a matter of time before something else took its place. Let me take down Blood River Shelter first. Han Sen took the silver fox and Bower with him. He kept Purple Emperor in the shelter, as taking the silver fox would be much safer for him. Han Sen approached the shelter, and as he went, he thought about the battle Geno essences he had collected. They had the term Geno essence in their title, but they most certainly weren't like life Geno essences. Han Sen had tried absorbing them through his usual trick of simulating energy flows, but he wasn't successful. Han Sen couldn't find a way in which he could make use of them. Shui Yuqing was in Blood River Shelter, and the man hoped the Shui family would come to his rescue, or at least take the item so he could die without worry. But a while had passed since Han Sen had been given the message, and no one had yet come. Today, however, he saw Han Sen once again. Gritting his teeth to bear the pain once more, he crucified himself and started driving the boat over to meet with him. Young man, did you deliver the message? Shui Yuqing asked. Han Sen shook his head and said, Sorry, I was a little busy collecting fruit. Shui Yuqing looked concerned and seemed to be in a worried rush. He said, You have to believe me. If you deliver the intel, you will be rewarded handsomely. Han Sen responded with an explanation, saying, Calm down, Pops. I don't need to ask for the aid of anyone. The Shui family are actually the ones who requested that I help you guys out. I have come here to save you. That's why I was here before. But then something else came up. But I'm here now to help. Are you kidding me? Shui Yuqing asked, his tone suggesting that it was a legitimate question. Do you remember this? Han Sen pulled out an item Shui Fian had given him. It's the ice ring. In that case, you just need to find Shui Qin. If you show him that ring, he'll give you the item. Then all you must do is take it home. Shui Fian looked relieved after seeing the ring. An ease had definitely been brought to his worries. Han Sen thought it best to show the ring instead of wasting any more time. Han Sen put it away now and said, I'm taking down Blood River Shelter, so you can be that elusive items mailman and save me the trouble. You jest, surely. How might you do such a thing? Shui Yuqing's face was painted with a mixture of varying emotions. This is no joke. We'll conquer it. Just the three of us. Han Sen raised a finger to point at the silver fox and Bower each. Shui Yuqing balked. Stop joking, man. We need to be serious now and discuss how we get you inside. We've got plans to formulate. Han Sen didn't say anything more, and simply proceeded towards the shelter. Shui Yuqing still thought Han Sen was joking, but seeing him walk forward unrelentingly, he quickly followed after him. What are you thinking, man? Shui Yuqing's face was looking grimmer by the second. He was now writhing in his disbelief, which made him bleed even more. I am going to take the shelter. Didn't I already tell you that? Han Sen said. Did the Shui family really ask you to come here? Shui Yuqing was looking confused now. One man, accompanied by a little fox and a baby for backup, was going to waltz up and attempt to conquer a heavily fortified castle. He thought Han Sen must have had a death wish, or at least an ardent desire to feel the insides of a creature's stomach. This was a king-class shelter, so it seemed unfathomable for a young man to so simply proclaim he was going to take it. Shui Yuqing had been stuck in that shelter for a long time, so it was no surprise he had no idea who Han Sen was and what he had accomplished. Therefore, Han Sen thought it best if he showed the man what he was capable of, rather than wasting time explaining. Don't follow me. I don't want you to get involved, and I'd rather not have the master of this place think you betrayed him, Han Sen said. Then he quickened his pace. Shui Yuqing was shocked, seeing how fast Han Sen and his allies were now going. But this is a king spirit's shelter. Even if he is able to defeat the creatures, there's no way he can defeat the spirits that reside here. Shui Yuqing thought to himself, as he tried to keep his eyes on the speeding Han Sen. He didn't think Han Sen would be able to get close. Even in the waters of the river that served as a wide moat for the shelter, there resided a large super creature. The old man thought it'd gobble Han Sen up before he crossed. Han Sen did not hide his life force, though. He wasn't planning on assassinating Blood River King and being stealthy with his approach. With the silver fox by his side, Han Sen had complete confidence in being able to tackle the shelter. He walked with a swagger, his body moving as if to say, "Come and get some." Blood River Shelter only had 4 super creatures left, so Han Sen planned to kill them all at once and earn 4 life Geno essences. If he managed to get those, he believed he'd be fully maxed out. Unless he encountered a being that had opened 10 gene locks, Han Sen did not believe he'd fight anything stronger than him after that. But when Han Sen came close to the shelter, the creatures started running off before he even had a chance to breach the walls. It was as if Han Sen was carrying a wretched disease or something. The tentacle monster that resided in the river seemed to have disappeared as well. Why are they all gone? After thinking this, Han Sen looked at the silver fox on his shoulders and remembered something. I remember now. When you're around, everyone runs. Han Sen was recalling their times in the second god's sanctuary. The silver fox was a berserk super creature now, so not even super creatures would stay to challenge him. Shui Yuqing was watching Han Sen as he went, and he was in utter shock. He thought everything would come out to attack the young man, but rather than do that, they all ran off in fear. Shui Yuqing, seeing them run, could hardly believe what his eyes were telling him. Han Sen reached the main island without trouble. The monster with tentacles was a complete no-show. Did that super creature fall asleep or something? Shui Yuqing was amazed. As strong as Han Sen was, however, the creatures were mainly just afraid of the silver fox. Seeing them all run off, Han Sen pulled out his swords and sprinted after them. He had to nab them all before they disappeared. Shui Chun was watering the trees as this transpired. An alarm sounded, indicating something was attacking the shelter. Who in the sanctuaries would attack this place? Shui Chun said with genuine curiosity, but he couldn't disobey his orders to check it out. Strangely, the creatures Blood River King owned were shivering. Perhaps it was because they were forced to go to the shelter's defense. Shui Chun saw the super creatures behaving in a similar manner too, though, and this made him start to worry over his well-being. If the sacred blood creatures were that scared, the enemy had to be incredibly fearsome. If so, they'd be merciless. And to Shui Chun, that meant he'd not likely survive such a siege. I still need to deliver that item, though. I can't die yet. Death was also guaranteed if Shui Chun disobeyed his orders, though. The spirit would surely kill him if he abandoned his post. No matter how slowly Xuechen walked, reaching the gate was only a matter of time. Anyway, Xuechen then caught sight of Blood River King and his other spirits approaching. Strangely, they did not look afraid. Xuechen saw 3 super creatures looking very annoyed. What kind of enemy can incite such a reaction within them? Xuechen looked over to the Blood River then, and he saw a young man approaching. He had a fox and a little girl on his shoulders. That looks like a human. Xuechen observed the presence of a young man approaching, but he couldn't be entirely sure he was a human, given the brashness an individual would require to actually stroll up to a shelter such as that. Furthermore, if it really was a young human, why would they all be in such a state of panic? And why would Blood River King himself be concerned? Who dares approach? Blood River King called out to the figure below their walls. The spirit was unfamiliar with Han San, and therefore, he did not know how strong Han San was. With his creatures all acting up, however, he knew he wasn't dealing with someone ordinary. Even Blood River King knew he should be cautious. Han San saw the 3 super creatures and responded by saying, "I am Human Emperor. Han Senator, if you pass me your spirit stone, I'll let you live. After Blood River Shelter, I am going to take down each and every shelter in the 3rd God's Sanctuary, so that when Ji Yanran and Mom make the jump, they can do so in safety," Han San told himself. He was not strong enough to do that just yet, but this would go on to be the humble beginning of that venture. Human Emperor. These 2 words, this name, would someday freeze hearts. But having just been used for the first time, it was an unfamiliar title. It confused the inhabitants of the shelter. But at least it told Xuechen that the person who had come was a human. Blood River King replied to Han Sen's demand, saying, "How dare a human call himself an emperor?" Han Sen didn't submit a verbal reply, and instead drew his phoenix sword. Xuechen was in awe, thinking the young man approaching was far more reckless than anyone in the Xue family. That, in itself, was quite a feat. Blood River King drew his greatsword. Powers were to collide, and Xuechen knew a big fight was brewing. But in the next second, that did not turn out to be true. Instead, Xuechen was just made speechless, frozen in shock. Blood River King's eyes were wide open, rolling in their sockets as the head that carried them was sent tumbling through the air. Before Blood River King could even ready his sword after he unsheathed it, he had been beheaded. Every being in the shelter was now either in shock, fright, or absolute panic. Whatever the case was, everything and everyone wanted to up stakes and escape. Blood River King had been killed practically before the fight began. Whoever remained to combat such a foe would be a fool, after all. Han Sen didn't want to let the super creatures get away, though, so he flew up into the air and chased each of them down like an airborne hound. Xuechen saw Han Sen and the silver fox swoop down at the creatures like a pair of hawks, and he was gobsmacked. Wherever they went, all that remained on the ground following their reascent was a mound of fallen creatures and spirits and a pool of blood. Now that is what you call unstoppable. Xuechen was jumping for joy in his heart. The young man that had come to assault the shelter had amazed him. It filled him with a surge of energy he hadn't felt in a long time. But most of all, it gave him a sense of hope. It told him there was a chance of achieving a future in the 3rd God's Sanctuary, where humans weren't always reduced to slavery. If he takes down this shelter and breaks the Spirit Stone, does that mean our contracts will be destroyed as well? Will we be free? Xue Yuqing wondered. Xue Yuqing saw Han Sen commit to slaying every super creature that previously inhabited the shelter, and the act genuinely surprised him. Since when can humans achieve that much strength? Xue Yuqing was amazed by what he saw. 2 of the super creatures had been killed in less than 2 seconds. The other super creature was finely attuned with the elements of Earth. It tunneled underground as quickly as it could, but even when Han Sen drove his sword under in pursuit, it managed to escape. It was gone. Han Sen didn't concern himself with escapee too much, though. He simply proceeded to the spirit hall of the shelter. Han Sen swung his sword to kill the faithful spirit servants, felling each one with a casual whisk of his blade. The rest of the creatures were allowed to escape as freely as they may, as long as they did not get in his way. Shui Yuqing drove the boat closer to the shelter. He was still hanging from the pins, so although he couldn't dismount, he could still see everything. Shui Yuqing was reveling in sheer delight, the possibilities of which he thought had long since abandoned him. In this joy, tears filled his eyes and rolled to soak his cheeks. "Oh God! I have made it to this day." Han Sen entered the spirit hall. Blood River King had yet to respawn, and it made Han Sen notice the fact that different spirits possessed different respawn times. Thunder Hell Emperor could respawn instantly, for instance. Han Sen flew over to the statue and took the stone in his hand. Han Sen could faintly hear the sound of Blood River King crying inside the gem he now held. The next second, the spirit stone collapsed into a mound of broken glass. It had chosen not to obey Han Sen. The moment it was destroyed, though, Shui Yuqing and Shui Chen's contracts were broken. The two looked at each other in utter happiness. Following this short conquest, Han Sen had received 0 beast souls and earned 2 life geno essences. Han Sen knew he probably spent all his luck in his last adventure to get the Berserk Super Beast Soul and the Fruit Cores. He sent Shui Chen and Shui Yuqing back to the Alliance to fulfill the task Han Sen had promised to do for their family. Han Sen stood in Blood River Shelter alone now. He looked at the spirit statue and squinted. In Han Sen's Sea of Soul, the Serpent Throne was showing visible excitement towards it. "Does this thing like it? I still don't even know what a doll beast soul is used for." Anyway, Han Sen summoned it. When the Serpent Throne appeared, it turned and immediately ran towards the spirit statue. The Serpent Throne became a physical manifestation of light, and then it entered the slot that used to contain the spirit stone. When the blinding light dimmed, the statue's forehead was revealed to now contain a brand new spirit stone. This one possessed the image of a snake. "I thought this was a doll-type beast soul. So why did it just become a spirit stone?" Han Sen was confused. As he mulled the oddity, he noticed another image inside the spirit stone. It was hazy, like little more than a reflection, but its faint outline suggested the shape of a human. Blood River King? Han Sen was quickly given a shock. As the human image cleared to reveal it was actually Blood River King. It was different, however, and it seemed to be a replica of the spirit that used to preside over the shelter. But it was a replica built from copper, and it had a texture that mirrored the Serpent Throne itself. "Master, I am Serpent Throne." The Copper Blood River King appeared before Han Sen and knelt, as if in service. "What are you?" Han Sen wasn't sure what to respond with, as this was all new to him. "Master, I am a copy of Blood River King's genes. I am his replica, a doll in his image and being. I possess his powers to their full extent. I am him in every way save mind." The Serpent Throne elucidated the curious happening. Han Sen asked, "So you'll look like this forever? You can put me inside any statue. Do so, and I will reflect the image of the last spirit to occupy that shelter," Serpent Throne said. Han Sen was delighted. It was a powerful berserk super creature. This meant, even though it could make use of Blood River King's powers, the output would be greater than the original spirits. And what's more, it was a beast soul. There was no danger or fear of betrayal. It would do Han Sen's bidding without question. Han Sen needed to take down Saint Fan's shelter, and now he couldn't help but imagine the prospect of having a Saint Fan copycat bow before him. "Can you resurrect like a spirit?" Han Sen asked. "I am just a clone. Even after death, I can produce another copy of your chosen spirit, but it can take a while." "That is the only restriction," Serpent Throne said. "Very good." Han Sen escorted the doll to the battleground so he could test its strength. It really did have Blood River King's powers, just at a greater level. For all intents and purposes, it was now a faster and stronger Blood River King. Han Sen was now dying to locate an emperor shelter he could take over, so he could have a copy of an emperor. The copy had no fixed power limit, and the power of the shelter was what dictated the power of the copy. Han Sen currently had Thunder Hell Shelter for an emperor shelter, but first, he wanted to try it out in his underground shelter. Han Sen was super-duper curious who the last master of the underground shelter was. Although it was not able to copy the mind of the previous lord, He'd at the very least like to get a good look at their appearance. Han-sen went to the underground shelter's spirit hall and summoned Serpent Throne. It entered the spirit stone slot, like before. However, generating the doll took much longer this time. After a while, a copper light was cast into the hall, right before Han-sen the image was materializing. Han-sen examined the doll with great curiosity, as its image was completely different than Blood River King's. This new presence was quite astonishing. It was a female spirit, one with horns and draconic wings. She had armor scaled like the hide of a dragon, and she looked like a valkyrie. "Who is this spirit?" Han-sen asked with his jaw agape. "Apologies, but I only copied the genes that form their person. Identities and former knowledge are impossible to replicate," Serpent Throne said. "Then, how many gene locks do you have opened?" Han-sen asked. 10, the Serpent Throne answered. "This really is an Emperor-class shelter." Han-sen wasn't very surprised. With the abilities the shelter possessed, it was difficult to believe it could have once been owned by anything less than an emperor. It was unique and special and far beyond any other shelter they had seen before. After this, he took the Valkyrie doll to the battlegrounds, keen for a showcase of her powers. He expected great things from an empress that once ruled his OG shelter in the Third God Sanctuary. After entering and readying themselves, Han-sen expected to be greeted by a multitude of explosions and flashy lights. What actually transpired subverted his expectations, and all he could hear was a low rumble, accompanied by the formation of what could best be guessed to be a black hole. But soon after, the head of a black dragon appeared out of the dark, swirling vortex. It came out of the fierce pit, roaring with its intimidating teeth on full display. Drops of saliva accompanied the visible exhaust of breath, which was, admittedly, not the sweetest smelling. And then, the body and wings of this magnificent beast emerged. Valkyrie then leapt atop the glorious beast and rode it as if she was a dragon knight from an old storybook. Strangely, it didn't look as if she herself could fight, though. Instead, she just rode the beast, commanding it to attack in her stead. She had to be some sort of summoner or beastmaster. Han-sen imagined her to rely solely on the support of a creature in her command. The black dragon's power was not too different than that of the fish all in terms of might and strength. While this wasn't what he expected, Han-sen was still happy with the results. All in all, this just meant Han-sen had acquired the service and powers of another emperor that had 10 of its gene locks open. "Master, can you allow me to display to you the full extent of my might and strength? I believe it will be to your liking," the doll asked with a bubbly attitude, as if eager to impress her master. "Wait, you mean you can do something aside from summoning and riding a dragon? What you saw previously was just me stretching out," doll said. "Okay then, skip the opening acts and get on with the real show," Han-sen said, looking at doll. If summoning and riding a dragon was just flexing her muscles, then how strong must the spirit have been? Can it summon a flock of dragons, maybe? Han-sen tried guessing what was about to occur. When the doll moved into the performance that it wished to show off, Han-sen was amazed. The doll swung its hand and sliced the dragon's head clean off. Han-sen had seen many chefs in action before, but he had never seen one make the effort to cook a dragon. Her hands were like the finest blades, and they skirted, shaved, and slit the body of the dragon with mesmerizing precision. In a flash, the creature had been gutted. Then, the meat was thrown on to sizzle and cook. The doll summoned a frying pan out of thin air to cook the meat. This was something else that surprised Han-sen. Han-sen now knew why there were so many bones scattered across the underground shelter. As well, the master of the shelter must have adored food and been an avid diner of creatures. It was no wonder other creatures did not dare come close. When the chef brought the dish out to Han-sen, he snapped out of his shock-rot daze. "Can I really eat this?" Han-sen asked. The frightening dragon, that had been summoned from a black vortex, was now food. Han-sen struggled with the concept of it being something he could actually eat. "Oh yes, you can eat it," doll said. Han-sen took in a good whiff, and he noted how the finely cooked meat reminded him of his experience in the restaurant named Doria. The marvelous ingredients that composed the meal he had just been given could not easily be found in the Alliance, if at all. Han Sen put some of the meat in his mouth, and he was given a shock. The meat was incredibly juicy and succulent, and the sauce that glazed his mouth delivered his taste buds a substance that was nothing short of ecstasy-inducing. A second later, after the pause that was brought on by the surprise, Han Sen resumed eating the meat with a ravenous appetite. Bauer leapt into Han Sen's arms after that. She wanted some too, and she made sure to grab a big and juicy piece of meat that hung from a bone. Ah! Bauer was in equal delight. She scoffed down the meat and spat out the bone. Her jaw operated like a machine, as she mowed through all the meat she could. Han Sen's eyes were actually tearing up, having never tasted something so delicious. Han Sen ate as much as he could, and as soon as he was done with one portion of meat, Dahl delivered another. Eventually he was too stuffed to go on. But somehow Bauer was able to eat more than him, and she went on for a while after. Han Sen felt as if his stomach was going to explode if he went on much further. And just as he lay back to revel in the wistful memory of that meal, he heard an announcement play. Self-Geno point +1. Han Sen was surprised, not expecting the meal to give him a self-Geno point. During his stint in the Valley of Time, Han Sen had consumed a lot of fruit. He had achieved a staggering 900 self-Geno points and opened 9 gene locks of Super King Spirit mode in the process. But after that, there weren't any more effects. And ever since then, Han Sen had not been able to claim a single self-Geno point extra. You could imagine the shock, realizing Dahl's food could actually provide him some. Unfortunately for him, he was too full right now. And if he went on, he wouldn't be far off eating the entire dragon. Can I keep the meat and eat it later? Han Sen asked. You can keep it, but each creature can only provide one self-Geno point. Eating more at a later time will not provide you any more, Dahl answered. Han Sen then thought of another question to ask, so he said, can you summon another ingredient? Like, at a whim. I can summon a fresh one once a month, but the creature or ingredient is random. But keep in mind that they can also provide you with different types of Geno points. Different types of Geno points? Han Sen frowned. Dahl had no answer to this, as she had no idea what they could be, either. After all, she could only copy others. She didn't have the knowledge to inform Han Sen about things that were not inherent to her true self. Han Sen was disappointed by the lengthy time frame between each meal. Still, each meal could be shared. And since there was far more than he could have hoped to eat by himself, he could share it with the rest of his companions, so they could all receive Geno points together. Han Sen didn't think it would do them any harm. Before Han Sen could invite the silver fox over to eat, he had already sneaked in and started munching away. So Han Sen called the rest of the people over to come and eat the meat. Thorn Queen received a self-Geno point. Woo, you mad lad. My food is like dog food compared to this stuff, Xiaqing King exclaimed. Golden Growler and Meowth ate their fair share, too, while Little Angel only ate a small amount. Back in the Alliance, Xuefian sent Han Sen a message. She thanked him greatly for saving Xue Yuqing and Xue Chen, and retrieving the item they had been missing all that time. She invited Han Sen over to a vacation planet owned by the Xue family. And then they sent a ship to pick him up. It had been a long time since Han Sen had taken a holiday, so he decided to take Ji Yanran and Bauer. Before he went, though, Xiaqing King gave him a comic for reading material. It was the second installment in his overbearing President Love Luov series, and he wanted Han Sen to upload and distribute it on his behalf. Last time, Han Sen set up an auto-release system. Once a day, a chapter would be released. He had never seen the results or what became of it. Han Sen brought Ji Yanran, Bauer, and Zero with him on the spacecraft to visit Otto Planet. Otto Planet was one big holiday resort, and a single ticket was all it took for a visitor to enjoy the plethora of services available there. Chasing respite, you could eat and play to your heart's content. After being given access to the planet, everything there was free, aside from the caveat that you couldn't take anything home with you, as that would be theft. Since only the most high-class citizens could typically afford a vacation planet, tickets were very expensive. Those who went there were the sorts with fat wallets and thick purses. And for certain additional services, people were expected to open said currency holders to experience them. Han Sen's ticket was all-inclusive, however. He would be able to enjoy every single service available at his own pleasure and disclosure. Nothing was off-limits for his visit. That being said, he wasn't interested in making use of any of the special services. He was happy enough with what the ordinary tickets provided. Right now, Bauer was playing with an animal that looked like an oversized, brightly capped mushroom. This, like the rest of Planet Otto's wildlife, was a tame creature. The animals that roamed the planet were mostly docile, friendly, and highly intelligent. Mushroom-like creatures were also the dominant species, able to be seen more than any other animal. They were plush, cuddly, and lacking limbs. Whether that was their reason for not being hostile was up for debate. Han San and Ji Yanran were in the sea, enjoying the water and sunshine. Zero was spread out on the beach, gorging on a slightly concerning swathe of foods and drinks. Han San suddenly recalled that he hadn't yet uploaded the second volume of Overbearing President Love Luov. Not wanting to disappoint his friend, no matter how eccentric he may have been, Han Sen decided to depart the sea and return to the beach to sort out what he had promised Xie Qingqing. He separated the chapters and set them up for automatic release at a certain time each and every day. "Excuse me?" As Han San was sorting it out, a woman spoke to him in a hushed, almost trembling tone. Han Sen looked up and saw two girls standing nearby. They looked to be about 18 years old, and the way they stood was almost as if they were unsure if they might be provoking a wild animal. "May I help you, ladies?" Han Sen asked the two. As he did, he thought to himself, "It sucks to be famous. Not even sunglasses can hide my hot looks. Perhaps I should get a pair for my abs too. And in regards to having so many fans, I should really work on my signature." "Are you Xie Qingqing?" The girls had a jittery stance, and the pitch of their voices was erratic. "Xie Qingqing? No." Han Sen vehemently denied it. "Well, we happened to see you uploading the second volume just now. But don't worry, we won't tell anyone you're him. Oh gosh, we are your biggest fans. And the wait for a new volume has been so painful." The initial nervousness of the girls had been washed away by a sudden burst of excitement, and they now spoke to Han Sen with a near-rabid look in their eyes. Han Sen tried telling them he wasn't Xie Qingqing, but nothing he said made them believe it. They just thought he was being humble and not fond of the limelight. "Bossman, your secret is ours. We pledge this to you. We won't whisper this to another soul. You can count on it," the girls said, and then they left, giggling violently to themselves. Han Sen quickly opened Skynet and hurried over to the website he had released Xie Qingqing's comic on. "Keep going, Bossman. Don't let it end here. I'm really loving your comic. If you ever need a baby maker, I'm your gal. PM me. A lady with long legs and big boobs is seeking your love. Mr. President, feel free to arrange a hookup so you can fondle my boobs to your heart's content. Mr. President, I've just hit 18. I suppose now I can leave you my number for some raunchy fun. You are my god. Capital G. You saved my soul. Mr. President, when is the next release? Please update the comic with a new volume. I'm dying to find out what happens next. Still no new update? I'm jonesing for my next fix here." The comic was far more popular than Han Sen could have anticipated. Across the entire webcomic community, the comic had surged from the lowly positions of unknown authors without an established fandom to the lofty position of number 2 on the power rankings chart. It was quite the surprise, considering updates were so infrequent. It had been half a month since the last update, so its continued charting was something that was almost unheard of. The power rankings were a fickle thing, too. If the updates came at a steady pace, it'd undoubtedly reach first place on the chart. "I'm a super aristocrat. How can Xie Qingqing write some ridiculous comic and achieve such widespread fame and acclaim?" Han Sen felt as if he had been shortchanged. "Pa, quite the charmer. Huh? What did you do this time to end up merrily chatting with two young girls while your wife was left to swim alone?" Han San turned around to see Ji Yanran, with a fire blazing in her eyes. Few things terrified Han Senator. He could stand up to Emperor-class spirits without fear. But before his wife's scorn, his knees were jelly and his resolve was wet salt. No, you misunderstand. You've misunderstood the misunderstanding. They were talking with who they believed to be Xie Qing King. After that, Han Sen did his best to explain who Xie Qing King was. And then he proceeded to tell her about the comic. Ji Yanran had encountered spirits before, but she had never forged a friendship with one, as Han Sen did with many. I thought spirits were all heinous, murdering, hall-dwelling, boss battle-type fiends? Ji Yanran said with a confused look. Many of them are, but Xie Qing King is special, that's for sure, Han Sen said. Han Sen then turned to look at Bauer, who seemed to have grown a following of her own. She was more popular than the much-adored wildlife of the resort, judging from the crowd that had gathered. Han Sen then saw the group approach, with a short-haired girl carrying Bauer in her arms. I am a professional warframe operator of the Alliance. My name is Xia Yusin. Are you Bauer's father? The girl was polite in her introduction and subsequent questioning. Yes. Has she been misbehaving again? Hansen asked, standing up. No, she's a delightful thing. But she did mention her father was a remarkable warframe operator, and even went so far as to strike up a bet on your behalf. If you win, we'll deliver a shipload of candy to her from my home planet. If you lose, we are provided the opportunity to spend a few days in Bauer's company, Xie Yusin explained succinctly, not wanting a misunderstanding. Han Sun looked at Bauer, who was staring back at him with pleading eyes. She clearly wanted Han Sen to take the woman up on the bet. But it was clear to Han Sen that all she wanted was the candy that was up for grabs. Okay, let's have a match. Han Sen smiled. You're serious? You want to challenge me? Xie Yusin was legitimately surprised. WAA was the top warframe league across the entire alliance. Those who were eligible to compete in such a league were the best of the best. True professionals in every sense of the word. They might not have received much fame, but that was no slight to their talents. Han Sun put Bauer on his shoulder and said, If Bauer made this deal, I'd be foolish to turn this down. I wouldn't want to disappoint her. A young man then stepped forward to ask Han Sen, You know what the WA is, don't you? Han Sen shook his head to tell them he didn't. Aside from those who were invested in the Warframe community, it was not likely people would know about each league there was. Han Sun spent most of his time in the sanctuaries, so he genuinely had no clue as to what the WAA was. Xie Yusin and all who followed her were given a shock. Might I ask, where did you learn to operate a warframe? Xie Yusin nervously asked. Oh, let's see. I think it was during my time in the military school, Han Sen said. Everyone was becoming breathless with their repeated gasps. The crowd that had come now looked amongst themselves, all with looks of confusion on their faces. What Han Sen had just told them was basically the equivalent of learning a sport through what you've seen on the telly. We'll go to the holographic room. There's no need to make use of real warframes. We like Bauer, Xie Yusin said. Okay. Han Sun then turned around and asked Ji Yanran and Zero, Would you two like to wait here, or would you like to come and watch? We'd love to go, Ji Yanran exclaimed, pulling Zero roughly by her arms. Everyone promptly went to the holographic room. The opponents took their positions. Xie Yusin winked to Bauer and said, If your father loses, you are ours. My daddy-o won't lose, Bauer said emotionlessly. Her flat tone was almost creepy. Bauer, I would like you to remember this word. Professional. That's what I am. After that, Xie Yusin entered the holographic machine. Han Sen then passed Bauer over to Ji Yanran. After that, he entered the holographic machine. After the two entered the battleground, the lobby displayed a screen for all spectators to watch. Go Dad! Bauer shouted, in support of Han Sen. Bauer then punched the palm of her other hand, proclaiming, When I win, all that candy will be mine. Everyone in the lobby had gathered around to watch. Then, another woman appeared there, wearing sunglasses. Xiaoqing, why are you here? The woman looked shocked at seeing everyone there. A young man turned around then and asked, Why have you come here, sister? Hearing Yu Shaoqing call her sister, everyone turned to look at her. Is that your big sister? Is that our idol? Another young man asked. How many sisters do I have? Yu Shaoqing said with a long roll of his eyes. You're Yu Qianxuan? Everyone gasped in shock. The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing herself to be the ace operator that she was. Yu Shaoqing was a professional, but even he could not compete with the talents of Yu Qianxuan. What are you doing here? Yu Qianxuan asked. Yu Shaoqing explained what was going on, which prompted Yu Qianxuan to then ask, why are you trying to hustle a random person? The little girl is too cute. We want to spend some time with her. We told her father we're from the WAA, and yet he still agreed. Yu Shaoqing pleaded in defense. Yu Qianxuan did not say anything more, as the match was about to begin. She was shocked, seeing Han Sen's warframe. SKTS? Who uses an old model like that in this day and age? I'm surprised that thing is not a rusted mound of bolts and scrap. Yu Shaoqing wanted to laugh, but he noticed something, and then went on to ask, Sister, didn't you advertise this model? Yes, it has been many years since then, Yu Qianxuan said. She had done many adverts for super warframes in the past, but the SKTS was the only model she had not operated herself. She sighed and then said, It is a shame this guy did not take a career as a warframe operator. He'd be a legend. Yu Qianxuan seemed to take great interest in the fight that was about to unfold, and so she watched the screen intently. Xia Yusen recognized Han Sen's warframe and identified it as the supremely outdated SKTS. This did not boost her confidence, though. She was humble enough to realize she had underestimated her opponent. But she herself was using a Sky Warrior, a model that was, for all intents and purposes, better than the SKTS. The SKTS did not have much in terms of weaponry and firepower, so even though its infrastructure was weaker and more fragile, it wasn't as if it made up for it with greater damage output. She wanted to showcase her agility, so she pulled out her laser sword and ran forward. Han Sen had not operated a warframe for a while, so he chose to use the old SKTS. After all, it was the model he was most comfortable with and knowledgeable about. Han Sen moved around and got into the groove of its use again, despite acknowledging he was still quite rusty. Fortunately, Han Sen had a high fitness, so any bumps he took as he got comfy with the SKTS again were no big deal. Han Sen laughed, seeing his opponent come at him with a close-quarter combat weapon. It surprised even him that she did not seek to use ranged weaponry. If she was a real soldier, she wouldn't behave that way. The warframes of the Alliance were mostly for show, so range was favored in almost every way. It was strange how she wished to showcase her talents and impress the audience through close-quarter combat. Seeing the Sky Warrior approach, Han Sen wasn't going to fall back or be intimidated. Eagerly, he thrust forward to meet with it, his own laser sword in hand. The SKTS lacked mobility in comparison to the opposition, however. The speed and thrusting capabilities were inferior to the model he was going up against, which put him at a disadvantage when it came to the needs for agility, and there'd be no way around that. Still, Han Sen wasn't fazed by this. At the end of the day, he firmly believed the victor was determined by the operator's skill. Everything boiled down to how well the operator controlled their machine in the thick of things, from the delicate ballet of movement to the timing of attack, and all the little things in between. It wasn't too far off battling without being inside such a machine. Han Sen might not have been able to drive as well as Xie Yusen, and the lack of recent practice with warframes would usually result in a loss and the opponent being stronger. But Han Sen had a higher fitness and a better level of judgment, and with that, he was going to even the odds. Xie Yusen was only an evolver, so her fitness wasn't even comparable. Of course, fitness was not the end-all, be-all of warframe operation. His higher fitness level would help to close the gap, but he still needed to control his warframe well. And that came down to raw, simple talent with the machines. Han Sen's skill with the warframe was still a little rusty, though, so he knew he had to rely on his fitness and judgment to help even the odds. The audience were chatting a lot before the match, but when the fight began, they all fell silent. Weird. This guy looks sloppy, but then why is Xie Yusen having a hard time defeating him? This should have been over real quick. Is she playing poorly on purpose? No way. The SKTS was inferior on all fronts, and it wasn't being operated as smoothly as it could have been. The audience was primarily composed of self-asserted professionals. They might not have been the best in existence, but they really were proficient and knowledgeable when it came to watching and using warframes. They could all clearly see that Han-sen was a little rusty. But the Sky Warrior, despite all its bells and whistles, and the fact it was taking every advantage, seemed to be the one getting beaten back. It was a perplexing sight, and for all intents and purposes, it should not have been happening. Xie Yusen, on the field of play, was unsure of what was going on herself. Because Han-sen hadn't used a warframe in a long time, so he often made mistakes. Yet in a warframe fight, a mistake could very well be fatal, and a killing strike could come before the operator even acknowledged the blunder they had made. Knowing and understanding the constant mistakes he was making, she felt as if she should have destroyed him several times over by now. But as time went on, she realized she couldn't. She wished to take advantage of every slip Han-sen made, but whenever she tried to, she was unsuccessful. It was frustrating, and it was starting to get her flustered. She almost thought he had to be purposefully playing with her. When Han-san made a mistake, it almost seemed deliberate. He'd slip in a spot she didn't expect him to be, or he'd simply be too far away for her to reach. Some mistakes even enabled Han-san to dodge her attacks. This battle was starting to stress Xie Yusen out, as it was unlike anything she had ever had to deal with before. If she was to be beaten by someone who was much stronger, plain and simple, that would be fine. But this opponent was, for all accounts, supposed to be much weaker. And yet, no matter what she tried, she could not defeat him. She knew she could, and she knew she should have been able to, but she just couldn't. She kept on attacking, not realizing she had been pushed into a corner. Han-sen found himself having a lot of fun with his warframe, and it took him back to his days in the military school. Am I getting old, thinking about the past? Nostalgia is the quotidian beast of aging, Han-sen thought. Han-sen was using Heavenly Go to dictate his movements. Han-sen made many mistakes, but he was able to predict each move his opponent was going to make, which had his mistakes fall in spots where he would be fine. Han-sen wished the fight would last longer, and he found it disappointing that he was so close to finishing her off. Xie Yusen kept on attacking without reprieve, unaware of where Han-sen had led her. The audience, seeing everything, knew the Sky Warrior would be backed into a corner soon, and when that happened, her abilities would be severely limited. What's going on? Yu Shaoqing asked. The professionals in the audience were not the best operators out there, and even they were perplexed by what had happened. Yu Chenxuan was in a league of her own, so if anyone could elucidate the bewildering proceedings, it'd be her. Yu Chenxuan helped to clear things up by saying, "You have unwittingly tried to hustle an elite. No way. He makes too many mistakes to be considered an elite. If we made those mistakes, the coach would be yelling at us until he was blue in the face." Yu Shaoqing didn't believe what he had been told. Others were of a similar opinion, not believing Han-san was a pro. Yu Chenxuan went on to say, "You might operate your warframes better than he does, but on a real battleground, this man would kill you. Are you pulling my leg? Is he really that good?" The struggle to believe her was real. While they were talking, the Sky Warrior was pushed into a corner. And when she herself realized what had happened, it was too late for her to do anything. The SKTS struck her warframe, breaking it completely. Xie Yusen exited the holographic machine with red eyes. She was not afraid of losing, but it felt as if she had been misled. The opponent was weak, and she had not at all anticipated such a defeat. She was an adult, though. Her eyes were very red, but she did not cry. Xie Yusen returned to Yu Shaoqing's side and saw Yu Chenxuan beside him. Also, she asked, "Chenxuan?" Yu Chenxuan stroked her head gently and told her, "It's fine. There is no need for shame. You have merely encountered a genuine professional. That's all. Did he pretend to be a noob to trick me? Did he hustle me?" Xie Yusen's sadness started to develop an undercurrent of frustration and anger. "Not really," Yu Chenxuan said. She looked over to the holographic machine and then said, "But let me give him a go." "Yes, avenge my defeat," Su Shaoqing proclaimed. "There is no vengeance to be had. Yu Qianxuan rebutted. But before she reached the machine, Han Sen came strolling out as casually as he had first entered. Han Sen. Yu Qianxuan? When they crossed paths, they spoke each other's names in startled surprise. You two know each other? Su Shaoqing asked. Su Qianxuan said, Don't tell me you don't know about humanity's first super aristocrat? The expressions of the two young ones now turned to shock, and they both squealed, This guy is the Han Sen? Yu Qianxuan said nothing more to them. Instead, she merely waved to Han Sen and spoke to him like the old friend he was. Long time no see. You haven't changed a bit, Han Sen said. Everyone was now fighting amongst each other to talk to Han Sen, and Xie Yusen's bitterness had turned to complete sweetness. She would have felt terrible, losing the way she had to some commoner. But she was happy to let a superstar like Han Sen pound her all day. Matching with a person like that, she felt she had been extremely fortuitous. Winning or losing did not concern her at all if she was going up against him. It was privilege enough to share the same air with him, she thought. Furthermore, she was still just an evolver. Han Sen, on the other hand, had managed to take down an emperor shelter in the third god sanctuary. Yu Qianxuan then introduced her friends to Han Sen, while he also introduced to them his wife, Ji Yanran, and his companion, Zero. Han Sen felt very relaxed after that, and he had a good time in the company of his new acquaintances. Pressure was omnipresent back in the sanctuaries. This vacation came at the right time, he felt. It had really done him a lot of good, having a holiday like this, after the trials he had recently overcome. After the holiday was over, though, he decided to return to the sanctuary. Han Sen, Super Body Super King Spirit. Level, Surpasser. Lifespan, 400. Evolution requirement, 100 Geno points. Own Geno points, 100 ordinary Geno points, 100 primitive Geno points, 100 mutant Geno points, 100 sacred Geno points, 93 super Geno points. Han Sen only needed 7 more points to completely max out. His fitness was 3,700, a staggering sum. When Han Sen eventually reached demigod status, however, he'd do so at the number of 7,000. Han Sen asked Dry Bone King about Saint Fan Shelter. Han Sen had Little Silver, Purple Emperor, and now Serpent Throne for diligent companions, and he believed it would be enough to take on Saint Fan. Han Sen actually had an advantage over the spirits. While he only lived once, he had no spirit stone. And having no spirit stone meant nothing worthwhile could be stolen while he was away. Even if Thunder Hell Shelter was claimed by another force, in the time he would be gone, he could return and promptly reclaim it. Dry Bone King told Han Sen everything he could about Saint Fan Emperor and his shelter. Han Sen could paint a greater picture and imagine how well fortified the place would be, with the super creatures that protected it. It would be a fight more difficult than what had previously taken place on the plains. The primary problem with assaulting the place, though, would be securing the initial insertion point. Han Sen could not walk right up to the shelter, as there was a broad, moat-like lake of holy water encircling it. To get across, he'd need, at the very least, the protection only Water Fairy could provide. Han Sen approached her and asked if she also had the ability to bring Blue Dinosaur. Water Fairy answered his request by telling him, I can do that, but none of you will be able to do battle across the holy water. If Saint Fan attacks us as we cross, there will be nothing I can do to stop him. Is there another way we might be able to get in? Han Sen asked with a frown. Water Fairy suggested, You could always blow up the lake it sits at the center of. Blow up the lake? Han Sen paused for a minute, then rephrased her request to see if he understood. You mean to suggest we drain the water, or at least get it away by blowing it up? Precisely. The holy water is a purified substance. It's not actually water. It conducts raw power. If we feed it enough power and go beyond what it can naturally hold, we can blow it all up, Water Fairy said. I love this idea. Blowing things up never gets old. Han Sen was keen on the idea, and so after hearing that, he hastily rallied his troops and set off on a march to Saint Fan Shelter. The lake that encompassed the shelter was further encircled by a wide emerald expanse. Rodman hailed from Eastcrack Planet. He had been stuck at that shelter ever since he became a surpasser, and that was 70 years ago. The only thing he was allowed to do there was water the flowers every day. The holy flowers resided in the center of the shelter like a big parasol. They were like some shield generator, too, as they kept the holy water from penetrating the shelter. There were 200 humans there, suffering in the same conditions he was. Some had been there 2 years, whereas others had been there an entire century. Regardless of their circumstances, they were practically one and the same. Once they entered the shelter, they were completely robbed of their freedom. Rodman often thought about ending his own life, but he could never muster up the last bit of courage required for the act. All the humans, spirits, and creatures of the shelter were able to become a part of Saint Fan Emperor, reduced to a bulbous, fleshy mass whenever the wretched spirit desired the transformation. Many of the elder people considered committing suicide to avoid such a ghastly fate. But they knew that if they tried, Saint Fan would have them resurrected and forced to endure a punishment far greater than any that a grueling death could deal them. Rodman was more hopeless than ever, acknowledging the grisly doom that might inevitably await him. Mustering the strength to march on as a slave, each and every day, with a wicked noose such as that above their heads was a monumental achievement, especially with the knowledge that not even the mercy of death could ever be obtained. For the human residents of Saint Fan Shelter, hope was nothing more than a hazy memory of some ancient concept they were once familiar with. It was a distant stranger that never ventured there anymore. Like he did every other day, Rodman went to fetch water for the flowers. The waters might as well have been prison walls, and he wished for nothing more than to view the sky above with perfect clarity. Having to see the sky through the dreamy current of the water made it seem unreal. But then, all of a sudden, Rodman noticed the flicker of a foreign shadow. He could immediately tell it was a human, a young man no less. He recognized this because the young man was wearing a battlesuit that belonged to the Alliance. Rodman had seen something similar to this 2 years ago, and it wasn't exactly customary for spirits to don the garb of humans. But it was lovely to see, as it was a reminder of home. Has he come from another shelter? If he has, he needs to make himself scarce. If the spirits see him, he's going to have a bad time. As Rodman thought of this, more dark figures started to come into sight. He saw a shadow shaped like a big dinosaur, a spirit that looked like a skeleton, and many others. Rodman was disappointed by this, though, thinking the young man was probably a slave to the spirits that were accompanying him. Rodman wished it was one big bunch of humans he had seen. Perhaps that would restore some of the hope that had long since abandoned him. I think too much, same as always. What a fool I am, to think people can be free in this wretched realm. Ugh! I should have just stayed home and become a family man. Rodman almost laughed. But he knew it was a laugh brought on by the years of torture and slavery. He had been driven mad over the years, or so he felt. But just as he thought to disregard the shadows that seemed to be headed his way, the young man did something. The young man had turned to say something to the spirits and creatures that had come with him, and they seemed to diligently listen and do whatever it was they were instructed to do. Is this an illusion brought on by the spores of that latest funky flower? Rodman rubbed his eyes to make sure what he saw was legit. Why would spirits and creatures listen to the commands issued by a human? I really need to watch myself with those plants. They even gave me a rash last week. Rodman thought, realizing his vision was unimpaired. It was strange, seeing the young man there, standing atop the lake. He wasn't quite sure what they were planning. But regardless, he had never seen anything like this transpire before. After a short while of discussion, the group split up. When Rodman watched what happened next, he slapped his own jaw in disbelief. Rodman had only seen super creatures and king spirits possess the power he was now witnessing. What are they doing? Gathering up power like that? Rodman pondered. He had lived here for more than a few decades, and this was the first time he had ever seen anyone venture this close. Venturing near and causing trouble seemed like a fool's errand. But he had the sneaking suspicion they wouldn't be doing what they were if they didn't have a plan. A massive light erupted across the whole lake, and that was when Rodman noticed something. Boom! What he saw then was something he'd likely never forget. The lake water had been dyed with a strange color, and then it blew up, An explosion occurred, and all the water of the lake went with it. Only faint raindrops followed after that. Rodman could now see the outside world fully. He could see the sky, rain, and grass again. And there he saw the young man. It wasn't just a human with a pleasant face. It was a human with a pleasant face and confidence. It was a young man who looked happy and carefree, and not one who was miserable and hopeless. In Saint Fan's shelter, sadness was the primary craft of human expression. A miserable thing, but alas, that was it. Okay, lads, it's time for an even greater display of your powers. Rodman heard the declaration the young man issued, and then the spirits and creatures rampaged forward. Are they actually obeying this young man? Who in the sanctuaries is he? Rodman was frozen stiff, suspended by sheer disbelief. The next second, an angry voice sounded from the shelter. Who blew up my lake? Saint Fan madly cried out. Human Emperor Han Sen, you scrub. Rodman heard this and then thought, can humans truly rival emperors in strength? Is this the sort of stuff I've been missing out on during my years in the sordid armpit of the third god's sanctuary? But suddenly Rodman lost all control of his body. He was pulled over towards Saint Fan. It wasn't just him either. Every living thing was drawn towards the enraged spirit, from the creatures to the plants. Is this young man enough of a threat for Saint Fan to draw everything to him? Rodman wondered, but he believed it. And it was this belief that made him happy, even with the wretched circumstance that was about to befall him. Rodman was drawn to and became a part of Saint Fan and lost all control of his body. Whether it was a fortunate thing or not, though, his mind was still his own. He could see and mull over everything that was about to happen. When Han Sen saw Saint Fan absorb every living being in the shelter, he was taken aback. He was going to grab the spirit stone while the silver fox kept it busy. But that didn't seem a likely possibility now. All right, we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Han Sen drew Taya and his phoenix sword. The silver fox and purple emperor flew up high, ready to swoop. Serpent Throne had taken on the form of the chef, straight from Hell's Kitchen. She was ready to slice and dice whichever foe came her way, like Satan's personal butcher. Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, Xie King, Drybone King, Ching Sun King, Thorn Queen, Blue Dinosaur, Metal Eater, and even Moment Queen now rushed forward like the Light Brigade. They were to be a merciless wave of death and destruction. Saint Fan had absorbed a ludicrous number of creatures, spirits, and other life forms. But against the wrath of 3 emperors, not even he was sure he could triumph. The tides had turned on him. The silver fox gathered up a large charge of lightning and tried to fry Saint Fan's body with it. Purple Emperor lopped off a large chunk of Saint Fan's fleshy, bulbous body. The strike was so clean, it could not regenerate. The chef's cleaver peeled fine slices of the spirit's wretched biomass off, like strips of beef, ready to be thrown into a hot pot. Han Sen didn't do half as much as he was expected to, and he was more or less like an onlooker, observing Saint Fan's beating. But suddenly, Saint Fan's original form began to take shape. He spoke, stern and sullen, to say, Han Sen, are you really going to kill me? You are already dead, Han Sen said. Saint Fan laughed and proclaimed, sure, you can kill me. That much is obvious by now. But by killing me, you doom the lives of all the others, too. Saint Fan gestured, and then a number of humans were revealed as being a part of the ugly, horrendous mush that formed the spirit's mutated body. Han Sen frowned, never imagining Saint Fan would use humans. And he thought it even sicker that Saint Fan would use them as a negotiating chip. So, do you want this to continue? Killing me means killing them. Their blood will, I assure you, stain your hands. Can you really tolerate their deaths on your conscience? Saint Fan said with a callous tone. Saint Fan could read the minds of the humans he had absorbed, and he knew this hostage trick would work. It wouldn't work on spirits, but it most certainly worked on the humans. Han Sen didn't relent. He frowned at the nagging of his conscience, but he still allowed the attack to continue. He had to kill Saint Fan. There was no question there. For as long as he lived, the humans that joined his shelter were already as good as dead. But still, it hurt Han Sen to even fathom having to be the direct result of a human's death. Rodman was surprised more than anything. The human was such a threat to Saint Fan that the spirit had to use such a dirty trick. Rodman didn't think he could become any more disgusted with Saint Fan's behavior, and more than anything, he wanted the spirit to pay. With his now hideous, grotesque face, he managed to yell out, "Kill him! Pay us no heed." The other humans also began to speak out with their pained, distorted voices. It was like a chant, in which they urged Han Sen to go forward with what he had planned to do and not look back. They wanted him to bring an end to Saint Fan. Yes, kill the pig. We have endured far too much as it is. Our lives, for the most part, have been good. We will thank you and send you our warmest wishes from the afterlife. Please, end our torment and slay this horrid spirit. Free us. Rodman and the others all told Han Sen to kill the spirit and not think about saving them. Saint Fan merely watched. Saint Fan had allowed them to speak this way. If he had wanted them silent, he would have shut them up. Saint Fan thought if they did this, it would lighten Han Sen's resolve to free them, rather than harden it. He thought it would give Han Sen cold feet, and he'd not proceed with what he had come to the shelter to do. Han Sen frowned. He acknowledged saving them would be impossible. Killing Saint Fan would result in the deaths of them all. But if the monstrous spirit wasn't killed, they'd all remain as slaves. It was impossible to get Saint Fan to free them, too. And Saint Fan knew that the humans were the best hope he had of survival at this point. Han Sen thought Saint Fan's shelter couldn't be moved. But then, the spirit absorbed the entire construct into him. If Saint Fan got away, carrying the shelter with him, Han Sen might never find him again. Saint Fan did not know Han Sen would come here with another 2 emperors. And neither did he expect Han Sen to have so many troops, with enough power to blow up the lake. As he mulled all this, his belief Han Sen would let him go began to wane. He wanted to get out of there before the attacks resumed. "Kill him!" Rodman exclaimed. Saint Fan smiled. Saint Fan's mind changed again, thinking now, after a long pause, Han Sen might not be able to do it. Han Sen was incredibly angry. He knew he could kill Saint Fan with ease, but he couldn't just kill the humans. Little Silver knew Han Sen was hesitating, and he knew the reasons why. If it wasn't for the humans, even the furry fox knew Saint Fan would be dead now. "I am so sorry, guys." Han Sen gritted his teeth, and after a deep breath, issued his final command. "Take him down." His companions heard the order and then moved in to attack. Saint Fan was shocked, and so then he took over the minds of the humans. "Please save us." "You murderer! You're actually going to do this. You were the chosen one. You were supposed to destroy the spirits, not humans. You were supposed to bring balance to the sanctuary, not leave it in darkness. I'm so young. I'm not ready to die. What about my wife and kids? You can't do this. Please, help me. I'm begging you, don't do this." The silver fox doubted the legitimacy of these cries. He suspected it was Saint Fan controlling their minds, but still, even Little Silver was feeling bad about moving in to fulfill the command he had been issued. Suddenly, though, a red beam hit Saint Fan's eyebrow. Everyone was shocked by what happened. Even Saint Fan's face twitched, as an expression of horrid surprise suddenly overcame him. Between his 2 eyebrows was a wound that bled. The Emperor could regenerate broken tissue, so the small, phantom wound that had been inflicted should have been fine and nothing of much concern. But it bled profusely with no sign of recovery, and from the twitching muscles of his face, one could suspect Saint Fan was in some sort of agony. And with his utter silence and refusal to move, the entire scene was like a paused videotape, cliffhanging a big reveal. Suddenly, cracks began to form across the disheveled biomass. From afar, it looked like the ugliest vase in the market had been broken, then put back together again with swathes of glue. Roar! Saint Fan roared to the skies above as his webbed-looking body began to fall apart. Creatures, spirits, and humans all began to fall out of the mucus-laden mound of flesh. Somehow, they had been spared from the biomass and set free without damage to their bodies. Even the shelter and its holy flower had fallen out of the horrendous mass, seemingly without harm. Saint Fan's forehead was cascading blood, and the fact that the wound was so small added to the creepiness of the scene. It was extremely unnerving. Blurk. Saint Fan spat out some blood from his mouth now, and a red light then flew out in Han Sen's direction. Saint Fan was on the precipice of being done, and when he teetered to the brink and plummeted off, he did so in the grisliest fashion possible. His body, and what remained of the biomass, exploded into a bloody, snotty mess across the region. The red light did not seem to venture towards the shelter, but all the same, Han Sen heard a spirit stone-like gem shatter. The sound was unmistakable. The humans were all in disbelief, rolling around trying to regain composure after what had just happened. And what's more, they felt the contracts binding them to Saint Fan break. They looked around, stunned. The joy they sought to feel caught up to them through the days, and the spirits and creatures that had escaped the biomass with them tried to flee. Han Sen commanded his companions to go after the super creatures. Then, he turned around to look at someone who had tagged along, unannounced. He turned to look at Zero. Zero's hair was a little purplish, but that color was on the retreat and had almost vanished. The humans moved forward to thank Han's senator. They saw the red light head in Han Sen's direction, and thus believed it was he who had unleashed that magnificent blow. He wasn't keen to correct them, though, and after the brief session of applause, Han Sen raced over to the spirit hall. There, he saw Saint Fan's spirit stone in pieces. The humans all returned to the Alliance with much excitement. Some of them had been trapped inside the shelter for over a century, so they weren't even sure if their friends or family would still be there. They had a most strange mood as they returned home. All in all, Han Sen's companions had managed to slay 7 super creatures and 6 king spirits. Through doing this, they had obtained 7 life geno essences and 1 beast soul. Han Sen gladly accepted the spoils of war. Rodman's return shook the Alliance to its very core, as he announced that Han Sen had taken down another Emperor shelter and saved 200 humans in the process. The humans were fine with giving their statements to the media and recounting their tale of what happened on the day they were saved. A documentary was made about it, and it was aptly titled, The First Human Emperor. Right now, Han Sen was more interested in Zero, though. Han Sen knew it was her who had killed Saint Fan, yet she accepted no fanfare and was not keen to even let others know it was her who had stepped in to save the day. Han Sen remembered the red light, and he found it oddly reminiscent of the bone dagger she had once procured under the strangest of conditions. That was fuel for his mind to wander and think. Han Sen did not know if it was the bony knife itself, or if it was the Azura Sutra's power that propelled the skill she had unleashed to resolve the situation. Zero, do you mind telling me how you killed Saint Fan? Han Sen asked her in as gentle a tone of voice as he could fabricate. You taught me, Zero said. I did? Ah, you mean the Azura Sutra thing I once asked you to read. Han Sen half asked her, thinking he knew what she meant but wanting a confirmation offer all the same. Zero nodded and then added the simple sentence. And the dagger. Han Sen knew it had to be one of the two, but it seemed as if she didn't quite know which one, either. Han Sen trusted Zero, but the Azura Sutra was incredibly powerful and so was she. It was almost frightening, but it looked like the curiosity that was Zero, and the mysteries surrounding her were still present. Answers might not be achieved that day, but the event had renewed Han Sen's interest in who she was. That much was for sure. This was why Han Sen never took to practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, amongst other reasons. It was weaker than the Dongxian Sutra, and not as pure as the Azura Sutra. But what concerned Han Sen the most was the fact Zero had come along and attacked. Han Sen could have killed Saint Fan, but the humans would have died along with the spirit. Han Sen could think of only one possibility for how Zero had separated the spirit from the rest. He believed the Azura Sutra had a target select, where damage was only wrought upon those who the caster wished to deal damage. The Azura Sutra might have well been the only skill there that allowed for the killing of Saint Fan, while saving the humans at the same time. That's the reason why Godslayer Luo is so famous. Ah, I need to sort this out with little Yen, and I need to become a demigod quickly, Han Sen thought to himself. Godslayer Luo was a famous demigod, one held in a regard that was high above all others. 2 years went by, and over that time, Han Sen sent out Purple Emperor to take down a number of shelters to pave the realm for more common human occupation. While he had managed to take down many shelters of a lesser rank, he had also been able to take down 3 Emperor shelters. Han Sen had maxed out his Geno points and practiced enough to open 9 gene locks for the Dongshan Sutra and Jade Skin. For some reason, no matter what he tried, he was unable to open his 10th. And his inability to do so, after so much time had elapsed, was rather frustrating. The same applied for the Bloodpulse Sutra as well, that the Dongshan Sutra and Jade Skin were all stuck with 9 gene locks open. Han Sen had almost managed to collect 1,000 Geno points. Once he reached 4 digits, he theorized, he could unlock the elusive 10th gene locks that had escaped him. Of course, that was all just educated guesswork. But everyone needed a target or goal to aim for, and that was his for the meantime. But Han Sen had been practicing Life Door consistently throughout the 2 years as well, and he desperately wanted a breakthrough with it by this point. This was something else that was refusing to budge. Purple Emperor wanted more and more shelters to conquer and expand their influence and strength. But they soon moved as far as they could go. The human-occupied portion of the third god's sanctuary they had managed to etch out was eventually bordered by mighty enemies not even they were able to overcome. It was a shame their expansion had come to an end, but Han Sen valued the prospect that there were still greater challenges for him to overcome someday. Needless to say, over the course of those 2 years, Han Sen had saved countless humans from the clutches of tyrannical spirits and made a name for himself far and wide across the sanctuary. To the spirits, he was an absolute menace of an emperor, and not a person looked on fondly. That, of course, was a result of him being a human more than anything. And because of these deeds, new surpassers were able to spawn safely inside liberated shelters. The looming threat of doom after entering the sanctuary was no longer too strong, and evolvers were keener than ever to make the jump. Han Sen was hailed as a hero, and rightly so. Knowing he had gone as far as he could go in terms of strength, Han Sen decided it would be best to spend more time with his family. Going out with his family often, he found himself happier than he had been in a long time. Life was, for all intents and purposes, good. Han Sen asked Uncle Bug how he might open Life Door, but he didn't receive an answer that helped. It took him 20 years to open it, and he was never sure what instigated the success, and he had no clue if there was an easier or better way to open it, either. Uncle Bug did say he taught his family Life Door, though, and strangely, no matter how much they tried to master it, no one had been successful. So, even though Han Sen continued his practice with it, he put it on the back burner most of the time. He wasn't going to focus on it 100%, and instead, he opted to spend more time with his family. Han Sen, Ji Yanran, and Bauer were currently playing. Bauer was on a swing, which Han Sen merrily pushed. He suddenly froze, for some strange reason, despite having a blank mind that was not occupied with the thought of anything. Han Sen stopped pushing the swing, which prompted Bauer to suddenly leap onto Han Sen's back and ask, "Dad, why are you ignoring me?" Her voice was like an explosion, sounding directly in his eardrum. It made him shiver, but the shiver seemed to extend beyond a mere goosebump praising. He felt his life door open. All of a sudden, he felt revitalized. He felt as if he had been reborn anew. Han Sen had no idea how his life door had opened. "What are you laughing at?" Ji Yanran asked, noticing his sudden burst of merriment and laughter. "You guys are my lucky charms." Han Sen kissed Bauer and kissed Ji Yanran with a thick smooch. It really was just as Uncle Bug said. How it unlocked, he had no idea. This was the strangest thing Han Sen had ever taken the time to learn. But Han Sen wasn't one to question his blessings. He was grateful for its opening, and that was it. He wasn't keen on learning the specifics. When Life Door finished, Han Sen's body felt much better. Yes, but no standout change could be noticed. Han Sen could feel the 9-life cat pendant pulsate with a certain energy, though. It was different from the power he occasionally felt when practicing the Bloodpulse Sutra. Now, the 9-life cat pendant felt like an actual creature with its very own life force. It was just a pendant, so how or why it might have been alive confused Han Sen. Han Sen examined the pendant in closer detail, but he couldn't really learn anything new about it. And the technology available didn't elucidate anything for him, either. Han Sen borrowed Bai Ishan's machine for the test. It was an inanimate object, as it should have been. Back in the sanctuary, just as Han Sen was going to check out another shelter, he frowned as he noticed something else. Han Sen felt a strong creature inside the shelter, and it wasn't one that belonged to him. The scariest thing was that it was lurking someplace near the spirit hall. This was Han Sen's favorite shelter, so intruders weren't the sort of thing to bring a smile to his face. Thinking unwelcome guests had come to invade, Han Sen's attitude quickly turned sour. "Why are you hiding?" Han Sen called out, as he looked at a pile of bones. Nothing responded, so Han Sen threw his fist into the bones to see if something was inside. A light flashed away from his incoming punch to evade it. He was keen to throw another punch, but something stayed his hand. It was the voice of a female, and it said, "I came all this way with an invitation, that is all. I came here to invite you to partake in the dining of holy baby fruit. Perhaps you are as brutish as the tales suggest, and had I known your behavior would be this wild, I wouldn't have come. Well, 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 look who it is. Empty witch, why are you here? And if my eyes really aren't playing tricks on me, please tell me there's a good reason for your presence here. Last I recall, you weren't the fondest of company one could keep." Han Sen was surprised, seeing the mini lady. Back in the second god's sanctuary, the empty witch had used the empty vine to access the third god's sanctuary. That was the first and last time Han Sen had met her, and it followed hot on the heels of a grueling adventure. The circumstances of their first encounter were not very pleasant, that was for sure. Empty witch stuttered to say, "Well, can I just be the first to congratulate you on your accomplishments? I can't believe you've managed to take down as many emperor shelters as the tales tell." "Well, you're not the first. And for all you know, I just got a little lucky. I caught one emperor when he was napping," Han Sen said. Empty witch proceeded to tell him, "If you think these attempts at a jest are charming, I can only admit that you are gravely mistaken." Han Sen merely smiled and said, "Jokes aside then, come on. Tell me why you're here. The holy baby fruit is going to ripen soon. Miss Lotus wants every emperor to try it. You may not be a spirit, but you're an emperor all the same. Because of this, she has extended you a very special invitation." Empty witch explained. Then, after a brief pause, she jumped to ask, "Where is the Holy Spirit?" "She's not here," Han Sen plainly stated. Ji Yanran had joined an aircraft expedition, along with Bauer. Empty witch looked disappointed, but she moved forward to ask, "Can you bring her here? I would very much like to see her." "Bauer is too busy to come right now. Anyway, keep explaining," Han Sen said. "That's disappointing. Ugh. I don't know why I came all this way." Empty witch rolled her eyes. Han Sen said, "Why is the Lotus Empress being so kind as to invite us all to eat this fruit? Holy baby fruit is an emperor-class genoplant. Only she can grow these, and every 10,000 years, she invites emperors from all across the sanctuary to taste them. It's your lucky day, it would seem." Empty witch finished saying. Han Sen did not say anything in response. It was a very strange proposition, one Han Sen thought to be a little fishy. Plus, if he went, he'd be a sole human venturing into all-spirit territory. Could have been a trap. Even if he was to consider going, he knew he'd have to take many precautions. Empty witch could see the expression of doubt lurking behind Han Sen's cold facade, and she tried to bring him ease by saying, "Don't worry. There are many people there who despise each other. In the shadows of evil Lotus Shelter, though none would dare cause a scene. You'll be safe." "Roger that, but I think I'll pass," Han Sen said. Han Sen wasn't going to willingly place his life in the hands of others and take someone like her at her word. Normal Geno fruit no longer worked on Han Sen, and if Lotus Empress was willing to issue it out as a gift, he didn't think it could be anything all that special. "I suspected you might look upon such an event with suspicion, and I'd wager that is because you don't really know what this whole thing is. But don't worry, I have a sneaking suspicion of my own. A suspicion that suggests you will change your mind. Empty, which then threw something to Han Sen. Han Sen examined the item and noticed it to be a lotus flower. This is her invitation. I suggest you ask your spirit buddies what holy baby fruit is. I'm sure you are more inclined to believe them than me. And once you change your mind, this is your ticket. Empty, which paused, and then with bright and glittering eyes, jumped to say, bring the Holy Spirit too. I still want to meet her. I'm off now to go visit another emperor and hand him his invitation. He's a grumpy fellow, but thankfully, they don't shoot the messengers. Anyway, Mr. Han Sen, I implore that you take the time to ask around and think about it. Empty, which then swiftly flew away. Han Sen frowned. Empty, which was able to sneak inside the shelter without being detected. She was good. Becoming this strong in such a short time meant Lotus Empress must have been quite something. Empty, which didn't seem particularly special, yet her Empress had trained her extremely well. Han Sen asked his companions about holy baby fruit and whether or not Lotus Empress could be trusted. This event had been going on for a long time, and it was confirmed to be safe. No deaths or dangers had ever been reported as occurring there before either. Every holy baby fruit bestowed upon someone gave them 1 self-geno point, and emperors had actually received 2 at the last event. And 1 holy baby fruit, out of all the ones to be given out, possessed a holy baby inside. If you were lucky enough to receive that one, you could open a gene lock. If you had already opened 10 gene locks, you could open the door and become a demigod. 40,000 years ago, an emperor ate the holy baby and immediately became a demigod. There were 3,000 fruits up for grabs, though. Getting the right one was sheer luck. Why doesn't she eat the fruit herself, then? Han Sen found it too good to be true. Han Sen thought only a crazy fool would hand out such wondrous gifts willy-nilly. Drybone King, the source of Han Sen's information, explained, the legends say it is because she is unable to eat them. Instead of letting them go to waste, though, she charitably hands them out. Pretty much every emperor has tasted her fruit, and it kind of means they owe her one in return. It's a way for her to earn respect more than anything. If spirits want more fruit, they must maintain their pleasantness with her. That's interesting, Han Sen thought. Baby Ghost told Han Sen, some berserk super creatures receive invitations, too. And while you hold that invitation of hers, you won't be provoked when you're out and about. Unless you go looking for a fight and start one, of course. It sounds like quite the fruit, Han Sen said with a smile. If you were an emperor who had not opened 10 gene locks, you wouldn't get invited. Oh, what I wouldn't give to try it out myself, Baby Ghost said. I'm afraid I'd be killed before my lips ever touched the skin of the fruit, Han Sen said. It was obvious Han Sen's invitation was not one of simple courtesy. Lotus Empress had, after all, marked him back in the second god's sanctuary. He was a human with only 9 gene locks open, so that alone was enough for the sirens in his head to start wailing. While Han Sen thought about what he should do, the item given to him by Lotus Empress lit up. A video played before him like some botanical hologram. Han Sen watched it intently, and recognized the figure in the image before him as Lotus Empress herself. This is just a recording. I am concerned that you will not attend, and if you are not planning to, I would like to assuage your fears and tell you something. Understanding it was a simple video, Han Sen did not respond. Lotus Empress went on to say, I would like to make a deal. You are strong, there is no doubt about that. But you cannot open 10 gene locks. If you attend, you can come speak with me. I will elucidate the reasons why. One way or another, however, we will meet again. If you do not show up at the Holy Baby Fruit event, I will be paying you a visit instead. After that, the video disappeared. There's a proper reason why I can't open 10 gene locks? Han Sen frowned at the thought. Han Sen thought she could have been bluffing, enticing him to come, but then again it made sense. He hadn't had the 9th gene lock for the Dongshin Sutra and Jade Skin open for long, but Blood Pulse Sutra's 9th gene lock was open years ago, and it had yet to improve. There had to be some sort of issue prohibiting his advancement. With his talent, and the geno treasures he possessed, it only seemed natural that he'd have gone further by now. The fact he hadn't was plain weird. Perhaps there was truth to her words, and just maybe, she'd be able to help him. Saint Fan Emperor was dead, but Hansen wished he could ask him a thing or two about why he had been chosen. So, curious about this entire thing, Hansen decided to scope the event out. He wasn't afraid. But just in case, Hansen decided to bring along his most trusted companions. His OG, his old guard, was to come along in the event that a conflict arose. With them there, he'd feel a lot more secure, and if things turned sour, the chances of flight were much higher. With the Silver Fox by his side, in particular, there was no danger on the road there. And Hansen even had the invitation from the Lotus Empress on full display. It would take a long time to get where they had to go, and in the midst of their journey, Empty Witch appeared out of nowhere. She came and pledged her desire to escort Hansen and his fellows the rest of the way. Evil Lotus Shelter had been constructed on an island, situated in the middle of a vast lake. There were many lotuses around it. Its construct was quite different from other shelters Hansen had been to, such as Blood River Shelter. It was also far prettier and a whole lot grander than the likes of St. Fan Shelter. Hansen did not bring Bower, which disappointed Empty Witch once again. Aside from that, the journey was uneventful. When they arrived, they were led into the gardens without a problem. They were to wait on the green for the event to begin. Hansen and the Silver Fox had to live in the garden for a while, but the entire time they were there, they could not see Lotus Empress. Hansen asked Empty Witch about her perpetual absence, and he was told that Lotus Empress was in the middle of practice, and that she'd only reveal herself when the fruit was ripe. Since the trip had gone so smoothly, Hansen had made good time. He had traveled so quickly he had arrived 10 days early. Empty Witch suggested Hansen bring the rest of his companions to observe a curiosity of the shelter. "What strange thing do you want us to see?" Hansen asked. "This is Evil Lotus Shelter now, but this was where Night Empress was born. This is the site where she became a demigod, as well. She left a luminous stone behind when she left," Empty Witch explained. "And what is so fascinating about a stone that glows?" Hansen asked. Even in the Alliance, glowing rocks were nothing special. Empty Witch rolled her eyes and pleaded, "This is not a normal stone. This is a Geno treasure, as a matter of fact." She cherished it, and wanted nothing more than to bring it to the fourth god's sanctuary. Unfortunately, it could not withstand the fires of the 10 steps of the holy door, and it rolled back and fell to where it now still lies. It fell into the lake and became the luminous stone that we now know it as. Unfortunately, the flames did a number on it, and the power it once possessed has waned. Many emperors see it and become inspired. If it wasn't for the Holy Spirit, I wouldn't have brought you. I'll give it a look then. Hansen followed after Empty Witch, alongside the Silver Fox. Before he reached there, however, Hansen felt something vibrate inside his pocket. It was the Jew, and Hansen had no idea why it was behaving so strangely. Hansen knew it was an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, and it could trigger the demigod altar. Could also bring demigods back into the third god's sanctuary. Now that the Jew was shaking, Hansen thought, "Is it setting up a demigod altar?" Fortunately, the Jew was only shaking. Nothing else happened. Hansen knew that, for as long as there was no alcohol inside it, there shouldn't be any more incidents. For all he knew, it could have been having alcoholic withdrawals. But as he continued to walk, the shaking of the Jew became more vigorous. When Empty Witch brought Hansen over to the west side of the shelter, it started to vibrate like mad. "There it is. When it is dark, you can see it shining bright like a comet," Empty Witch said, as she pointed towards the object. Hansen looked in that direction and saw a very smooth black rock. If Empty Witch had not mentioned it to Hansen, he never would have guessed it was once a treasure. "That must be the luminous stone. If I pour wine into the Jew, I bet you I can summon her," Hansen thought to himself. Hansen did not know if there was any particular use to summoning demigods. He had asked Moment Queen about it, and she had no clue. All she could tell him was that various treasures belonging to demigods were known to have been left over in the third god's sanctuary, and that was it. "If I want to know the answer to this, it looks like I'll have to accept Dragon King's proposal," Han-sen thought to himself. If it was an ordinary king spirit, Han-sen would have gladly given him the egg already. But he was one of the 8 generals and he had a connection to Azura. Han-sen wasn't entirely sure if he should be trusted. And Wuxia all this time had not said a word to Han-sen about what happened with Ancient Devil Emperor either. Even under the threat of death, he remained silent. This made Han-sen even more curious over the events that had transpired. Han-sen thought that if he could figure out what had occurred, he'd understand a lot more. Azura might have been related to the Shura, and the Shura were related to the Luo family. Zero could practice the Azura Sutra and the Falsified Sky Sutra, and on her back, she possessed a 9-life cat tattoo. Furthermore, there was a connection between Blood Legion and Han Jinji. Han-sen felt all this was connected somehow, and it was all just one big jigsaw puzzle. There was only one problem. He didn't know what the whole picture looked like, and he wasn't even sure if he had all the pieces of the puzzle. Han-sen needed more information, he felt. He had ownership over 2 key figures in this plot, but they refused to loosen their tongues about it. All he knew was that Azura betrayed Ancient Devil Emperor somehow. The only other lead Han-sen had was in Baby Ghost. He once told Han-sen he was the vice leader of Blood Legion, despite being a spirit. Han-sen wished he could crack open Baby Ghost's brain to get a peek at what hidden knowledge he possessed and refused to reveal. As it got dark now, though, Han-sen heard footsteps approaching. There was a spirit coming. He looked colder than the black of space, and many star-like orbs surrounded his presence. He did not look like the friendly sort. When he saw who the spirit was, he knew why, too. He was Moving Star Emperor, and he had ranked 10th place in Divinity's bout. He was also Han-sen's biggest enemy in the northwestern regions that he was practically ruling. He was Han-sen's roadblock for expansion, and after 2 years of skirmishes and fighting, neither side had yet to prevail over the other. The spirits all whispered how powerful he was. But Moving Star Emperor was not one sole spirit. He had a host of powerful subordinates hanging on his beck and call. It was through their support that Han-sen was unable to defeat him. Moving Star Emperor would have liked nothing more than to kill Han-sen then and there. Many of his subordinates had died during the battles he and Han-sen had waged, and it brought him great pain and anguish. He thought Han-sen was a cheater, too, since he frequently used Holy Rhino and Little Silver for healing during their fights. Han-sen's tactics were infuriating. How could a pathetic human have been invited here? Moving Star Emperor said, with a cold, half-rhetorical question of insult and disdain. Moving Star Emperor didn't start a fight, though. It just went to show how much influence Lotus Empress had over those who were attending. She can invite whoever she wishes to, Empty Witch answered. Han-sen was quite shocked. Following this, Moving Star Emperor did nothing to Empty Witch. Empty Witch had only opened 9 gene locks, but she could talk down to whoever visited there because she knew Lotus Empress had her back. Moving Star Emperor looked over to the luminous stone, though, and due to the night starting to settle in, it was beginning to glow. The darker it became, the brighter the light was. The light it emitted was warm, and it was beautiful in the way it scattered across all the lotuses around it. Han-sen felt as if there was a rhythm to the way that light pulsated, but he couldn't hear anything to suggest there might have been music playing. Perhaps silence is the greatest music. Han-sen could feel it, but he could not hear it. He wasn't quite sure what he was witnessing, truth be told, but it was more than just a simple glowing rock. This dirty, downtrodden, filthy race can understand? Moving Star Emperor said, with a clear effort to provoke Han-sen. He didn't dare to attack physically, but sticks and stones and all that. Han-sen did not participate in their battles, and he allowed Purple Emperor to lead. Therefore, Moving Star Emperor only had second-hand tales to estimate just how powerful Han-sen might have been. He was eager to learn the truth firsthand. If he could instigate a conflict right then and there, he thought it would be brilliant. Han-sen looked at Moving Star Emperor and said, "Are you saying those that don't understand are filthy? Why don't you go ahead and explain what the luminous stone is?" Then, Moving Star Emperor rebutted with, "Pa, you don't deserve to know. Wow, now you look like some pompous idiot who is only pretending to be superior. You shouldn't go around telling people you're an emperor, much less a spirit. Even talking to someone as thick as you has me feeling embarrassed. Han Sen wasn't willing to let this go so easily, and so he said a lot of mean things. Before his enemy, he'd never concede. Moving Star Emperor was notorious, but he had quite the reputation, though. Between spirits, disputes were often settled through battle. The opportunity to sort things out through discussions, as most humans did, rarely arose. Knowing he might be at a disadvantage made Moving Star Emperor extremely angry. If he wasn't an evil lotus shelter, he'd already would have been trying to kill Han Sen through the tried and true method of a pummeling. He wanted to provoke Han Sen and get the human to attack him first so he could feign being the victim. But now, he found himself being the one ready to instigate a fight. Moving Star Emperor managed to swallow that big, bitter pill and reverse the dialogue instead. He said, "If you think it is that simple, then why don't you tell me?" Han Sen explained it succinctly. The luminous stone is a path of light. Moving Star Emperor addressed that hypothesis with disdain. Nonsense. Night Empress practiced the path of darkness. It is a geno treasure attuned with the element of dark. Dark is the complete opposite of light. Pah! What a cheap race, only capable of talking crap. Han Sen was not mad. Humans knew a lot, and the Alliance possessed swathes of knowledge. Spirits could not understand things beyond the surface, and they could not understand things on a deeper level. Their development was in a whole different ballpark. Perhaps no human could beat Moving Star Emperor through physical means, but giving him a verbal beatdown was nearly child's play. Han Sen smiled and told the Emperor, "You are ignorant. Light and dark are two sides of the same coin. They both exist at the expense of each other. Light is dark, and dark is light. She may have practiced along a path of darkness, but she could also use the light element. It's simple. Light is light, dark is dark. How can the two exist together? If she was still here, she'd kill you for talking such drivel." Moving Star Emperor rebutted. Han Sen pointed at the lotus plants which were bathing in the soft glow. Then he pointed to the darkness the light did not reach. He said, "Now tell me which is dark and which is light." Moving Star Emperor said, "Of course the area with the luminous stone is light." "Are you sure it's light?" Han Sen asked with a smile. "Of course, do you think I'm blind?" "I'm not," Moving Star Emperor said with frustration. Han Sen then cast fire and lit up the other side of the lake. The luminous stone could glow, but its glow was rather faint. The light it emitted was not very strong. But Han Sen's fireball was so bright, it made the stone's side dark. "Now you tell me, which side is dark and which side is light?" Han Sen smiled again. Moving Star Emperor gave an ugly look, and it prompted Han Sen to explain. "Dark and light are one and the same, see? Light is the absence of darkness, and darkness is the absence of light. They are two sides of the same coin, but both are dependent on each other." Night Empress sought darkness, but used light to guide her practice. She sought darkness through the light she possessed. "A dumbass like you would never understand, my boy." Moving Star Emperor's face turned green. He was not an expert when it came to analyses like this, and so he had no clue how he should respond. Clap, clap, clap. Han Sen turned around and saw a spirit clapping her hands gently. It was Lotus Empress herself. Lotus Empress spoke, saying, "Seeking darkness through the light? If my mother was still here in the third god's sanctuary, she'd be very fond of you. She'd relish the opportunity to meet someone else who understood her." Empty which flew close to her master and said, "Miss Lotus, the luminous stone really is of the light element. Due to the fact the luminous stone was blackened and charred by the fires of Holy Door, and its life force had been depleted, and it looked to be of dark." Lotus nodded and said, "This was her only light element treasure. She left all the dark treasures here, but she only wished to take this one. It was once called the Stone of Light. The light was merely drained due to its incineration." When Moving Star Emperor heard this, he looked even worse. He looked as if he was going to faint. He didn't expect her most important treasure was not of the element of dark. "I thought it was pretty simple, really. I was just bringing it up in idle chit-chat," Han Sen said. Han-sen really was just saying it simply, without meaning for it to come across as a lesson. His knowledge was vast, and so it made him go above and beyond a simple explanation. Still, he couldn't really learn much from observing the stone. It wasn't that Han-sen was stupid, it was just that he hadn't reached that level of genius yet. Many dark and light emperors had visited this shelter in the past, but they only learned a small amount. The melody and rhythm of the pulsating light came from the fourth god's sanctuary, so not being able to understand it was normal for someone who wasn't a demigod. Moving Star Emperor greeted Lotus Empress and then left, thinking it was pointless for him to remain there with them. He was more than a little embarrassed, too. More fuel to the fire of hatred he kept stoked for Han-sen. When Moving Star Emperor took his leave, Lotus Empress sat down. Softly, she bid for Han-sen to do the same. Sit down. Han-sen approached her and did as she told him. Lotus Empress looked at Han-sen and said, "To be honest, when I first saw you in the second god's sanctuary, I didn't think too highly of you. I didn't think you'd go on to become what you are today. You killed Saint Fan. That is something many spirits have tried to do before, but always failed in their attempts. For my deeds to impress a gorgeous empress such as you, I can only say that it is a most magnificent honor," Han-sen said. Lotus Empress said, "You have conquered 3 emperor shelters. We are on the same level, practically. There is no need for you to be so gracious and polite. Today is a great day, and you should allow for some informality to take precedence. And feel free to simply call me Lotus. You said in your video thingy that you wanted to make some sort of deal. What kind of deal did you have in mind?" Han-sen asked. "Wow, you are very forward, and perhaps that is why you have achieved so much in the short time you have occupied the third god's sanctuary. But there is no need to rush, I assure you. That being said, there is much to discuss. So, our talk of it might take a while when the time comes. After the fruit event, maybe?" Lotus Empress suggested, and then went on to ask Han-sen, "Do you know why I hold this event?" "I'm not entirely sure. If I had this amount of fruit, I'd eat them all myself. And if I couldn't, I'd make a bed out of them and just sleep on the things. And yes, if you think charity isn't exactly one of my strong suits, well, you're right," Han-sen said, in a half-jest. Lotus Empress found it funny. She giggled a little and said, "You humans are quite hilarious, I must say. A little weak overall, but you are an exception to that rule. I'll take that as a compliment." "Thank you." Han-sen smiled. Lotus Empress returned to the conversation and said, "The reason why I hold this event is because I must choose a helper. Yes, that is how I might best describe it. And this time, you are the one I have had my eye on. This thing you need help with, is it associated with the deal you wish to make?" Han-sen asked. Lotus nodded and said, "When I first saw you, I knew you could help me. That is why I left a mark on you. I was going to bring you straight to my shelter, but somehow your mark was erased. I was worried, for a time." She then went on to say, "I didn't expect that you not only survived, but you achieved so much by starting from scratch. With your help, I will definitely succeed in what I am planning to do. I am sure of it. But I haven't agreed to anything yet," Han-sen said, with a slight smile. Lotus said, "You will. And that is because what I am planning to give you cannot be given by anyone else, and it is precisely what you need." "Really? What is it?" Han-sen's curiosity was most certainly piqued. "You'll find out soon enough. First, the event. Then I will tell you. And if you think I am being coy because the task I want your help with is something sordid, allay those fears. It is not all that bad. I can guarantee it." She sounded confident. To have such confidence was rare, and she must have earned quite a bit of experience from making similar deals in the past, to be so sure. Han-sen asked, "What is so special about me, then? What made you take notice of me?" Lotus said, "You're special because you aren't." "Is that a compliment?" Han-sen asked with a wry smile, as it was an oxymoron. Lotus Empress went on to explain, "Yes, as spirits, we are all attuned to a certain element in particular. Your body, however, isn't, and I need someone as flexible as you." "But all humans are like this," Han-sen said. Lotus shook her head and said, I have examined many humans, since long before you stepped foot in even the first god's sanctuary. Humans have no elements to begin with, that is true, but by the time they reach the second god's sanctuary, they start to become associated with one in particular. And when you reach the third god's sanctuary, that association is settled and fixed. You are different in this regard. I initially thought you'd be like every other human, but your body still has no element it focuses on. That's not right. I have absorbed many spirit genes, and even maxed out my fire gene tally, Hansen said. That's different, but your body is still the same. Lotus stood up, then went on to say, enjoy your time here. For as long as you remain on these grounds, no one will dare attempt to bring you harm. Hansen did not understand why his body was special, and he wasn't sure why he was special for not being special, as she had mentioned. Hansen looked over to the luminous stone, and without earning any inspiration, he decided to return to his quarters where he could rest. Hansen summoned Dragon King and said, Okay, listen up you. I am ready and willing to give you this egg, even if you don't want to open up about this entire kerfuffle with your general buddies. But you must serve me for 100 years. Okay. Dragon King did not hesitate to agree. 100 years might have been a long time for humans, but it wasn't for spirits. Hansen summoned Thorn Queen to take the egg and give it to Dragon King. Dragon King was exuberantly happy now. He inspected the egg and immediately wished to drill into it. Not yet. If you go in now, heaven knows when you'll finally come out. Tell me first, what is the point of summoning demigods? Hansen asked. Dragon King told Hansen, demigods return for genes. Why would demigods require genes from the third god's sanctuary? Hansen wasn't sure how or why this would be. Dragon King admitted, I'm not sure either. I have only seen this transpire once, in which a demigod returned and went on a search for genes. To return, a sacrifice of many super creatures and king spirit stones was necessary. What can demigods do? Hansen asked. The demigod I saw would fulfill the wishes of the person who aided them in gathering the components of a sacrifice and doing the ritual. Often that service took the form of killing someone. But you must collect a lot for sacrifice, and I can only suggest that you don't do it, Dragon King said. Hansen said, the demigod you saw? Was it a spirit summoned by ancient devil emperor? I cannot comment on that, Dragon King answered. Hansen rebutted with a theory, saying, if these sacrifices are so costly, were you offered up as a component of the ritual? Is that why you rebelled and betrayed ancient devil emperor? Dragon King said nothing further, and simply went towards the egg. Hansen didn't stop him, though. He believed he was getting closer to the truth anyway, and he had answered what he had initially wanted to know. Hansen did not know how long it would take for the egg to hatch, but he gave it back to Thorn Queen and told her to hold on to it. Hansen stayed at Evil Lotus Shelter for a few days, and every spirit that arrived had their 10th gene lock open. Hansen recognized a few of the emperors from Divinity's Bout. 4 of the figures that were in the top 10 of Divinity's Bout had come, which made Hansen wonder about those who hadn't come. But since the spirits around came from all the different corners of the third god's sanctuary, Hansen didn't stick out too much. Many hadn't a clue who he was or had never so much as heard his name. When the event started, super creatures and emperors were everywhere. Hansen made a rough count of 500, but he knew there were countless emperors who hadn't made the guest list. It had to be a highly curated list, that much was certain. The top 3 from Divinity's Bout were not seen there, and Hansen couldn't imagine why emperors so strong would not be invited or would choose not to come. And it was quite disappointing for him, too, as he really wanted to catch a glimpse of the notorious no-god emperor. It was time for Lotus Empress to announce and reveal herself to all those who had come, and when she appeared before them all, everyone went silent. You could have heard a pin drop in the stillness that preceded her speech. When she did finally talk, she issued a command to her subordinates to begin distributing 2 fruits to each of the guests that had come. Hansen and the Silver Fox received 2 each. While Little Silver gobbled them both up with nary a moment to breathe, Hansen decided to spend some time inspecting them. The fruits were creamy and semi-transparent, but they had the faint outlines of delicate patterns etched all across them. They were pretty things, almost like jewels. And what's more, Han-san was able to see a hidden energy radiating from within. Then Han-sen decided to take a bite. It was juicy and incredibly sweet. After Han-sen ate the first fruit in its entirety, he heard a message play, gaining self-geno point. So he proceeded to eat the other. He heard the same message play again. I only need 15 more to max out. It's a shame one person can only receive 2, Han-sen thought. Han-sen looked around and noticed everyone had finished their fruit lunch before him. They all stood where they were, but they were turning left and right as if they were searching for something or someone. But what it was, Han-sen wasn't too sure. Then he remembered there was supposed to be a fruit that allowed one emperor to become a demigod. The spirits were all looking around, hoping to find out who was fortunate enough to receive it. Whether they'd congratulate or scorn that fortunate person was another matter entirely. I can only suppose this is not your first time here. I have 3,000 of these fruits, but I have only distributed 1,000. The other 2,000 will have to be earned, Lotus Empress said aloud, when no winner seemed to arise. We know the rules, hurry up, an emperor boldly shouted back. Lotus Empress smiled, and then a monster bearing a jade drum walked out. Han-san was both surprised and amused by the creature's appearance, as it looked something like a cross between a turtle and a kirin. The jade drum it possessed was actually a part of the creature, too. It was attached, growing out of the creature's back. Its life force was strong, though, and it was clear that it had open 10 gene locks. Han-san had already guessed she possessed creatures with 10 gene locks open, but this just confirmed it. His admiration for Lotus Empress was starting to grow. If you hit it once, you can earn a fruit. Who would like to give it a try? Lotus Empress announced. Let me try. An eager emperor jumped before the drum beast and tried striking the instrument with all his might. Han-sen was curious, wondering what was going on. This game that they were all playing seemed too simple to be true, and he was curious to learn if there was a catch. He imagined there would have to be, but that was just his suspicious nature. The emperor was a moody-looking sort, and he wielded the element of fire. He leaped towards the drum, ready to unleash an impressive amount of power on it, with a fire that was even greater than the flames that wreathed Han-sen in his gold raven form. Han-sen heard the beat of a drum sound, but it had almost completely escaped his hearing. It was very quiet for some strange reason. Is that really a drum? Han-sen thought it didn't seem right for so much power to result in such a small amount of noise. The emperor frowned. Then he interlocked the fingers of both hands to form some sort of dome around a new flame he was conjuring. With great fervor, he unleashed another fire-born punch at the drum. The power used was frightening, but the sound emitted by the drum was even quieter than the first time he had hit it. The emperor hit the drum a third time, then to the greeting of silence. Failing to sound the drum at all, the spirit looked embarrassed and tried to avoid eye contact with the feverish crowd that had gathered to watch the proceedings. Han-sen was surprised. The emperor had 10 open gene locks, and he had thrown a punch carried by terrible fire. Why could he not sound the drum? After this emperor, a few other emperors decided to give the drum a few shots of their own. They all failed to make any sound worth noting. Even a few super creatures were giving it a go, but most of them lacked the ability to play the drum, same as the rest. But then came one super creature that managed to hit the drum 7 times, and produced 7 firm acoustical sounds. This earned the creature 7 baby fruits. The super creature gobbled them all up at once, but it wasn't lucky enough to earn the real holy baby fruit. That was something that came as a relief to those who had yet to try their hand. Many emperors and super creatures followed, and it was startling to see that only a few were able to play the drum properly and earn themselves a reward. But Han-sen noticed the ones that could produce sound with the drum were the ones that were lacking in strength compared to the others. Whether that was by design or not, he could not tell. With Han-sen's Dongxian aura, he could read their individual strength. And it told him that the emperors with the most strength were the ones that could barely register a sound when hitting the drum. Han-sen observed the event, but he could not establish any logical reason as to why this was. So, what do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Empty Witch asked Hansen. Hansen shook his head and responded, not many people can knock it and create a sound, but I'll give it a go sometime later, I suppose. Hansen wanted to watch for a little longer. Once he figured out the trick, he believed he'd have a greater chance of success. There is no skill involved. It's all luck, Empty Witch said, suspecting his goal. But then she went on to say, I know you'll succeed though. Why? Hansen asked. Lotus Empress was sure, Empty Witch said. Hansen looked over at Lotus Empress, watching members of the audience step forward to try to beat the drum. By now, only 10 of them had managed to successfully sound the drum 7 times. Seeing no one else eager to try, Hansen thought now was as good a time as any to test his luck. Hansen was the only human attending the event. A lot of people looked upon him with disdain, particularly so when they realized he only had 9 gene locks open. Hansen walked in front of the drum and used jade skin, which made his fist look like jade. Jade skin was much stronger than the Bloodpool Sutra, and he had started using it more often now. Pang! An explosive drumbeat reverberated across the entire plaza. It was ear-poundingly loud, and nobody else had come remotely close to producing a sound as shocking as that. Pang! 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 Hansen kept on hitting the drum, and he hit it 7 times in no time at all. If he was able to go any further, he believed he'd be kicking up one heck of a drum solo. Weird. I didn't apply any special techniques, so why did everyone else seem to struggle? Hansen pondered the strange turn of events. Everyone looked on Hansen with disbelief, none too sure of what they should be thinking about the boy. He was the first being that had ever managed to hit it so loudly. You can now accept the fruit you earned, Lotus Empress said. Hansen walked over to the pile of fruit and examined the trove, wondering which he should take. All the fruit was here, and he could select it himself and try his luck. Hansen wanted to find the real fruit, so he used his Dongxian aura to see if he could spot something the others couldn't. His Dongxian Sutra had 9 gene locks open, so he was able to sense and observe a lot more with the aura. When it came to detecting, analyzing, and understanding life forces, the Dongxian Sutra had proved exceptional since opening 9 gene locks. With the Dongxian aura, nothing was a hazy blur of lights anymore. Everything was like a 3D image or model for him to examine with stunning clarity in his mind. This also included the energy flow, which he could examine with far greater depth. Hansen compared it to having X-ray vision goggles designed for looking at women. Others saw them dressed up all fancy, but he could see exactly what their naked bodies were like. But truthfully, it went even further than that, and Hansen had the proficiency to examine their internal organs, even. In the past, Hansen wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between the fruit, and their life forces would practically have been indistinguishable from each other. But now, Hansen could detect the one that looked different from the rest. The fruit that snagged his attention possessed a life force that was weaker than the rest, and what's more, it felt human. It wasn't just a mere fruit. It had life inside it. This must be it, Hansen assumed. Hansen went forward and grabbed the fruit he determined to be the special one. After taking hold of it, though, he was suddenly overwhelmed with a most frightening feeling. This horrible aura began to suffocate the entire shelter. A person was descending onto the plaza, and seeing him, everyone was shocked. Even Lotus Empress was. This person must be quite special, for his presence to influence the dull expression on her face. Hansen thought to himself as he turned to look at the scene. Hansen knew about this shadow, though. He was no god emperor, the spirit who had ranked first place in divinity's bout. No god emperor was robed in black, and his hair was tied up. His figure was intimidatingly tall and wide. It is a great honor for me to know I am now hosting the almighty no god emperor. I implore you to take a seat, and I hope you find the hospitality to your liking, Lotus Empress stated. No god emperor was not there to participate like the rest, however. He responded by saying, I am here for the fruit, each and every one. The guests and hosts alike were shocked at hearing the demand. Lotus Empress was not too surprised, and she never expected him to be the sort who would join in the merriment of the event. Seemingly prepared for this and having no fear, she said, In this place, there are rules. If you have come all this way, you must abide them. I will grant you two. If you want any more, you will beat the drum. Rules were meant to be broken, was No God Emperor's callous reply. Lotus Empress's face turned to fright, not expecting him to shoot her down like that. Twice. She cast a wall of lotus flowers around the fruit to prevent No God Emperor from reaching them. If Night Empress was still here, I might not be so brash. No God Emperor was now walking, speaking as he went. No God Emperor stepped before the fruit. Han Sen had only just picked up one when No God Emperor arrived before him and said, "Put it back." Han Sen ignored him, then took the 6 others he had won via the drumming. Everyone was in shock as they witnessed someone disregard what No God Emperor had told them. There was no competition, and no one there could stand up to that bully. Han Sen had to be insane. Many emperors had been killed by No God Emperor, some for merely sneezing in his presence. Han Sen was only just a human, too. Such behavior was suicidal. Moving Star Emperor was amongst the gasping audience, but he thought to himself, "Nice. He's going to get rid of that annoying human once and for all." No God Emperor did not say a word. He teleported directly in front of Han Sen and broadened his stance. Pang! A lotus appeared in front of Han Sen, but it was quickly shattered. Lotus Empress looked at No God Emperor and said, "This is not your shelter." No God looked at Lotus Empress, and then she summoned a host of additional lotuses. No God did not even move. It seemed his eyes were enough to kill a foe, as the protective flowers were cut down wherever his eyes trailed. Han Sen was surprised. If he had to make battle with No God Emperor, he'd have no choice but to open his 10th gene lock. The drum beast waddled over towards Lotus Empress and spawned a dome of green vines to shield her from what might occur next. "Do you really want to make yourself an enemy of mine?" No God Emperor coldly half-asked. "You started this," Lotus Empress responded. No God Emperor's hands turned upwards to reveal a black hole on each palm. He looked ready to suck in everything in the vicinity. The drum beast did its best to stand strong and not fall prey to the creepy, cosmic wind that sought to pull it away, but its grip was failing. And as it was, the drum upon its back was pounding with a noise. It was so loud and continuous it was giving the collected audience a headache. The vines were slipping away, releasing the protective shield it had tried to use to encapsulate Lotus Empress. Realizing this, Lotus Empress knew she had to move away, and to do this, she stepped on a raised lotus flower like a platform. Everyone in the audience was falling back, not wanting to get themselves involved and potentially invoke the ire of No God Emperor upon themselves. This No God is an arrogant chump. Han Sen held the fruit and took a few steps back himself, eager to watch what might soon occur. Of course he is. He became the top son of God by ranking first in Divinity's bout. That's a feat that would inflate anyone's ego. And you know how spirits can be. Empty, which paused for a brief moment before going on to say, "Even I don't know if Lotus Empress can repel him." The dimensions of the plaza, and the plane of reality it stood in, was beginning to distort and twist. Without his Dongxian aura, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to see a single thing with even a remote modicum of clarity. Suddenly, Han Sen found himself without words. He wasn't sure what he could say. It was 2 versus 1 already, and it would be a horrible, awry thing if she were to still lose. Empty, which knew things were going bad, and so she shouted at everyone there, requesting their aid. "You have all come here as guests. You have received the fruits. Should you not help your hostess who has been so charitable to you all?" But the spirits there acted as if they had not heard her plea, and one by one, they began to slip away and leave the shelter. No one was willing to defy No God Emperor and make him their enemy, all for the reward of only a few fruit. "I need to help her, then," Han Sen thought to himself. He was still suspicious of whatever Lotus Empress wanted with him, and he knew he shouldn't be trusting her fully, but No God Emperor was a figure who he hated. He knew if one of them had to die that night, it should be him. And besides, if Lotus Empress did die, Han Sen might not learn the reason for his inability to open his 10th gene locks. And what's more, This fight had all started because Han Sen had defied No God Emperor's command to drop the fruit he had picked up. Han Sen decided to join in. "Pa! Fool!" Moving Star Emperor said aloud. He had remained there, keen to see what his most despised human might do. Han Sen ran towards the battleground, but he felt something was amiss. The plaza looked bigger than it had earlier, and the illusion of a greater size seemed to expand until the cobbled ground stretched on for a distance that could only be assumed to be infinite. Has the battle twisted the dimension this much? It is no wonder I couldn't feel the shockwaves earlier. Han Sen saw No God approaching Lotus Empress, each step a cruel and merciless stride. Han Sen hadn't opened his 10th gene lock, so unless he used Super King Spirit Mode and combined with Little Angel, he didn't think he stood much of a chance. Han Sen didn't go right up to No God Emperor yet, though. First, he approached the wounded beast with a stealthy run. When he neared it, he whispered, "I'm here to help." Lotus Empress thought Han Sen was using the creature for cover and merely hiding. She thought that was a futile and silly endeavor. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Knight next. The halo appeared, imbuing its boons upon Lotus Empress, the drum beast, and the green vines. Lotus Empress was delighted to see him chip in. Han Sen allowed Disloyal Knight to remain behind the creature, but he was surprised he had not weakened No God Emperor. It looks like he's immune to the halo, Han Sen realized. Great! Still, it was better to have the halo active than not. Disloyal Knight would still be supporting Han Sen and his allies, and that was better than not having him out. Han Sen, however, knew this fight was truly being waged between No God and Lotus Empress. Without Lotus Empress there, the drum beast and its vines would have been killed in no time. Han Sen felt that, even if he did have 10 gene locks active, he wouldn't be able to defeat No God Emperor. There was a frightening aura of menace around that spirit. No God was almost indestructible, and every move it made was lethal. He thought it'd only take a disapproving look from No God Emperor to take down even the mightiest of super creatures. Where such power came from intrigued Han Senator, and further, he wondered what element No God Emperor was attuned to. Which element fueled such gross amounts of strength? But amidst all this, Han Sen could tell Lotus Empress was not an unworthy opponent. Her delicate grace belied the truth of her power, and she was special in more ways than one. No matter how much power No God Emperor applied to his strikes, he could not damage Lotus Empress in the least. While the lotuses she created for protection were destroyed, replacements were created with just as much ease. The drum beast and green vines were hiding behind the lotus shields, however, hardly even attempting to attack their foe. The lotus flowers also seemed to be applying strain to the dimension they inhabited, as well, and the twisting dimension wasn't entirely the work of No God Emperor. It made Han Sen think to himself, if I open 10 gene locks, will I be as powerful as them? As Han Sen imagined himself carrying such power, he saw No God Emperor reach a hand up to his head. Strange. What in the sanctuaries is he doing? It'd be nice if he wanted to kill himself. Han Sen watched him in curious confusion. Lotus Empress seemed to understand what he sought to do, though, and when she saw him lift his hand up, her face turned grim as she and her subordinates took a step back. No God Emperor unsheathed a sword. Out of his head. The sword was dull, sullen, and almost unremarkable to look at it with its lack of sheen and reflection. It was as if it chewed up all the light that sought to rest on it. When the sword was fully drawn, a new power seemed to manifest inside No God Emperor. It made Han Sen feel queasy when he tried to comprehend it. If what had just transpired was the image of a calm sea, now it was one in a typhoon of epic proportions. Han Sen now knew he had made a mistake by trying to join in. Looking back, he thought it'd be obvious that No God wouldn't show all his cards and reveal the true extent of his power at the beginning. But now he was, and Han Sen knew they were all in peril. No God Emperor swung his sword towards the drum beast. More accurately, it was aimed at Han Sen, who was still crouched behind it. Han Sen saw this attack, but he could not sense any power in its weight. If anything, that just added to his concern. Suddenly, the creeping of pain began to overwhelm his shoulder from behind. The pauldron of his armor was cut off. Han Sen then saw what had happened to the drum beast. It had been cut in two. It died. But strangely, even after understanding the extent of such power that had been unleashed from that one strike, Han Sen could not feel it. I can't believe he killed a 10-gene lock super creature with one strike. Han Sen was in utter disbelief. Go! Lotus Empress grabbed Han Sen and placed him on her Lotus platform and then took off in flight, abandoning evil Lotus shelter. Before Han Sen could understand what had happened, he woke up as if he had been restored to consciousness. He was in the mountains someplace. Han Sen saw Lotus Empress and asked, "Was it okay to just leave like that? Can't he take your spirit stone?" Lotus Empress responded by saying, "It's not my shelter. It is a copy of my mother's shelter that I occupy for show." Han Sen felt relief, knowing they had gotten away. He didn't want Lotus Empress to get killed on his behalf. "I wanted to help you, but I just made it worse," Han Sen told her. Lotus Empress comforted him and brought ease to these thoughts, saying, "It wasn't your fault he wanted all the fruit for himself. I wouldn't have allowed him to take it, anyway. And a battle such as that was bound to take place, no matter what." "All that poor fruit," Han Sen said. "That's fine. No one can eat more than 9 anyway. After that, your body doesn't receive any benefits," Lotus Empress explained. Han Sen patted the silver fox, telling him, "I might not have been able to eat them, but this guy could." As they spoke, the space before them cracked. Like a vortex that had just opened in the fabric of the dimension, No God Emperor came stomping out. "No God Emperor!" Empty Witch exclaimed. Han Sen and Lotus Empress's faces changed, both equally surprised to see he had been hunting them. "You're really this persistent?" Lotus Empress said. "Leave me the fruit you took and go." No God Emperor was referring to Han Sen. "I ain't leaving shit." Han Sen pulled out Taya, and with a burst of courage, he leaped towards No God Emperor. No God Emperor spun No God Sword and went forward to meet him. Arg! Han Sen's shoulder was cut, and if he had evaded him a split second later, his arm would have been hewn completely off. Han Sen's Taya managed to find its target, No God Emperor's chest, but it seemed to have been imbued with some sort of power that repelled direct attacks. Han Sen's sword pinged off like rubber after coming into contact. Han Sen's shoulder was starting to heal already, though, so there was no need for a period of rest. Han Sen's jade skin had opened 9 gene locks, so his passive recovery was better than ever. But now, Han Sen well and truly knew he could not defeat No God Emperor even if he made use of Super King Spirit. And with his transformation time still being limited, he couldn't use it indefinitely. He'd eventually run out, and it was at that point Han Sen would meet certain death. That being said, No God Emperor did not expect to get hit, and he was surprised he hadn't been able to break Taya's blade. A second later, though, No God Emperor was back to attacking. He swung his sword without delay, employing its magic of being nigh untraceable. Even with his 8th sense, Han Sen could not feel that blade coming. "Go!" Lotus Empress pulled Han Sen back and escaped with him just as they had earlier. But this time, after the smallest of a break, No God Emperor found them and was on them. Wherever they went, he followed. Han Sen still knew he'd have to open his 10th gene lock if he wished to have a chance in fighting their pursuant. But that didn't seem likely to happen anytime soon. Han Sen was still able to use the Dongxian Sutra to keep an eye on where No God Emperor would next appear, so that was sufficient to keep them on the lam for a while, despite knowing it would not last forever. But not even the Dongxian Sutra could guarantee his survival in face-to-face combat. Even with its usage, every evasion or dodge took extreme effort. And if all he could do against No God was dodge, then there'd be no point standing up to him. So they had to keep moving, with Lotus Empress teleporting them shortly after No God Emperor appeared. And it never took him long to show up. "Let's go back to evil Lotus Shelter," Han Sen suddenly said. Lotus replied, saying, "Why go there? There are emperors and super creatures there, but they don't want to help us. We don't need their help, but perhaps there is a way I can stop his rampage," Han Sen said. "And what would that be?" Lotus Empress asked with curiosity. It's hard for me to explain. So take us back and I'll show you. Han San was planning to use the Jew and summon the altar, using the emperors and super creatures there as a sacrifice. Lotus Empress nodded, and then they teleported back to the plaza. Han San saw that a lot of the emperors and super creatures had yet to leave, and the fruit was still there untouched. Han San started sucking them into the cruel bottle, in the event that he needed those as an extra sacrifice. Put them back! Moving Star Emperor bellowed. As he fired a number of star-like orbs at Han, Senator Han San was shocked at his sudden inability to break the stars that sought to slice him up. So Han San dodged them instead. And then he said, "This is none of your business." Moving Star Emperor did not say anything, and there was no guarantee he was even listening. He just smiled queerly. Han San was surprised to see every spirit and creature close in on them. Then, "We were tasked to guard these fruits. If even one is missing, no God Emperor vowed to kill us all. Leave the fruit and run," an emperor explained. "You're a bunch of pussies. You call yourselves emperors? Have some backbone and stand up for yourselves." Han San lectured them, while collecting every fruit there. "This entire thing is the fault of this cheap human. We should just kill him and be done with it," Moving Star Emperor proclaimed. Many of the emperors there were in agreement, and they walked towards him. Lotus Empress wished to say something, but she saw a vortex appear in the sky again. Just like before, no God Emperor came out, breathing a nasty fire. "Now to the luminous stone at once," Han San commanded. She didn't know what Han San was thinking or what he was planning, but any plan was better than no plan. And with the confidence in his voice, she trusted him. Without hesitation, she took him to where he needed to go. "What are you planning to do?" Lotus Empress inquired. "Have a drink of wine," Han San said. Han San brought out his Jew and poured some wine into it. "Is now the best time for you and I to share a drink?" Lotus Empress wasn't sure if this was a jest or not. Their enemies were coming closer, yet it was rather perplexing to see Han San so calm when doing this. "Enjoy the swallow, because that'll be your last," Moving Star Emperor said. Han San looked at the crowd that had gathered, and raising a glass, he proclaimed, "Anytime's the only time, baby. And to all of you, leave now and you'll live. If you remain, you'll suffer the consequences." After that, Han San necked the wine. "This guy is so full of crap." Moving Star Emperor started to mock him again, but something took him by surprise. The entire shelter was suddenly trapped in a darkness that not even an emperor could see through. The entire place had turned black, like an infinite, suffocating abyss. The only point of light was that of the Jew, a sole beacon in a sea of darkness. It guided Han Senator and in turn, Han San guided Lotus Empress. He led her through the realm of black until he reached another point of light. They approached it, and there their eyes focused on a glowing goddess statue. "It looks like Mother," Lotus Empress spoke as if her mind was vacant, drifting in a far-off reverie. She couldn't take her eyes off it. Without the Jew, the other emperors and super creatures were frightened. They had unwittingly found themselves trapped in a dark place no eyes could pierce. No God Emperor frowned and swung his no God sword in an attempt to form of a vortex and exit the black prison he had been led to. Upon the altar, the Jew flew above the statue depicting a goddess and set the stone ablaze with a mesmerizing fire. The statue started to slowly come alive with a single hand raised. A life force began to sputter through the dark, drifting into the palm of the hand as if it were accepting a blessing. The last time Han San triggered the altar, there was no sacrifice on offer. In retrospect, that may have been why the statues were displeased and wished to kill him. This time, things were different. There were countless emperors and super creatures in the area, and there were none of them that Han San and Lotus Empress were particularly fond of and wanted to keep around. From out of the dark behind them, screams now began to erupt. There were cries of fright and bellows of agony, as the collective felt their life forces being stolen. It wasn't happening too fast to stop, but it was going at a speed that would soon see it over if nothing drastic was done. "What's going on? What have you done? We can talk about this. We can talk things through. Why are you doing this to me? What did I ever do to offend you? No one could escape the darkness and the draining of their life, and all they could do now was fall to their knees, begging and pleading for a mercy they weren't going to receive. No God Emperor wasn't like them, though. He scanned what little of the darkness he could in an attempt to locate Han San and Lotus Empress. While his vision had been hampered by the darkness, his life force was the only one that wasn't draining. He could grip and hold it tight, not allowing the smallest modicum to seep out. Let me see what you're both up to, eh? No God Emperor was fearless. He hadn't seen what it was like for a demigod to arrive in the third god's sanctuary, though. He had no clue what was actually transpiring, and thus that bravery could do him a disservice. Not many people had seen a demigod return to the third god's sanctuary. Even Moment Queen hadn't heard of such a ritual. Lotus Empress, in the midst of all that was going on, appeared to be just as clueless. She asked Han San, "What is going on?" Han San was fairly aware of what was happening, despite his surprise and awe at it all. The Blood River King he had unknowingly tried to summon before was so weak, he now assumed, because its sacrifice hadn't been strong enough. Now things were very different. An incredible source of power was being drawn to the statue as if it were a conduit. This is an altar to summon a demigod. The person I am hoping to summon is the prior owner of the luminous stone. She herself, Night Empress, Han San explained. Lotus was extremely surprised to hear this, and almost found it difficult to believe. She asked him, "Can you really summon Mother?" "I hope so, and from what best I can tell, it seems to be working," Han San said. "This is great." Lotus Empress stared at the statue with utter glee, like a wide-eyed child on the precipice of seeing something awesome unfold. After absorbing the exorbitant amount of life forces, the statue was beginning to resemble an actual person. It seemed to be taking on the shape of Night Empress, alive and in the flesh. Suddenly, the statue's forehead began to glow and illuminate the entire area. Everyone could now see the altar Han San and Lotus Empress were situated near. Most of the creatures and spirits had suffered a loss of half their life force. Unfortunately for the two near the altar, no God Emperor was as powerful as ever. He came striding towards Han San now, swinging his sword with the immediate desire to cut him down. As this happened, a strong force landed on Han San just as it came. The power of no God Emperor finally started to get sapped, and the force and power the spirit had unleashed were absorbed by the statue that had previously brought the land pure darkness. No God Emperor could not believe his power had been robbed, just as he was about to kill the pestering human once and for all. The statue then opened its eyes to look upon the crowd that had gathered. Lotus Empress noticed the eyes were eyes that belonged to her mother, and without hesitation, she found herself running to the statue, calling, "Mother, I missed you so much." Night Empress held her hair as this occurred and said, "I did not expect you'd be able to summon me here to the third god's sanctuary." "Oh, Mother, that wasn't me. That was Han Senior." Lotus Empress then went on to explain everything that had transpired that day. "How dare you disrespect my daughter and all she has built for herself?" Night Empress looked upon all the creatures and spirits in the vicinity with unparalleled anger, and in return, every other being felt incredibly frightened. Before Night Empress became a demigod, she was the strongest in the third god's sanctuary, without equal. If they had known Lotus Empress was her descendant, they wouldn't have dared to treat her as they had. It was too late for them to run now. Night Empress was wrathful, and she gestured with her hands to blanket the helpless spirits and creatures with a scornful darkness. They mustered every ounce of strength they had left in a bid to repel the malevolent dark, but it was a futile resistance. Their powers were consumed by the looming black, as if it fed on their offerings. And it wasn't long before the dark ravaged their bodies like a hungry beast before an open feast, in dire need of a feeding. "Pa! I see through your tricks," No God Emperor bellowed, thrusting forward towards Night Empress with his no God sword. His arrogance was blinding, and he did not believe demigods could return from the fourth god's sanctuary and enter the third god's sanctuary. He thought this was all a ruse, an illusion conjured by the trickster Lotus, or a doppelganger formed by some force through past memories and history. Seeing no god approach her, Night Empress was unconcerned. She was as real as the night, and as real as the darkness with which she swarmed the imperious emperor. This had all transpired over the course of a few measly seconds, and then, as quick as it had begun, it ended. The darkness was removed from the area. Han Sen looked around, noticing all the creatures and spirits had disappeared with the violent black. "Where are they? Where did they go?" Han Sen asked. "They are dead," Night Empress said. Han Sen asked, "Can they respawn?" "No. Such a killing is absolute," Night Empress answered with perfect certainty. Night Empress then frowned. But that spirit stone can allow him a respawn. Not bad. Mother, are you referring to no god emperor? Lotus Empress asked. Night Empress nodded, then told her, "My time here is limited. Why don't you come with me to the fourth god's sanctuary? I can guarantee your safety there." "I can come with you?" "As easily as that?" Lotus Empress asked in wonder. Night Empress assured her, "Of course you should know that. Why else would you summon a demigod? Why else would you summon me?" "I didn't summon you." After Lotus Empress said this, she eyed Han Sen. Night Empress said, "Then I'll bring him too." Han Sen was quick to reject her offer. He told her, "Thanks, but no thanks. You should just take Miss Lotus with you." As pleasant as his words were, beneath the surface, Han Sen was hissing a fire directed at Dragon King. His information had been incorrect once more. Summoning a demigod was a shortcut into the fourth god's sanctuary, and a method in which a being wishing to ascend could bypass the 10 steps of the holy door and its cleansing flames. As much as Han Sen appreciated the offer, he would prefer to walk the purifying steps. And that aside, he had yet to open his 10th gene locks. And furthermore, Han Sen knew he could just step into the evolution pool for a shortcut of his own. "Mother, I will take the steps as you did," Lotus Empress said. Night Empress ran her fingers through the hair of her daughter and smiled. She told her, "It is good that you wish to pass through the holy fire. Not only does it speak to your strength of heart and resolve, the benefits are tremendous." Night Empress then proceeded to summon something dark. She handed it to Lotus, telling her, "I don't have much time. Take this. If no god emperor returns for you, use it. Use it to destroy that monster." Night Empress then walked back to the altar and became a statue of stone. "Hey, don't go yet. I was the one who summoned you after all. Where's my gift?" Han Sen pleaded as she went, but she gave no heed. She was a statue before he finished, and he knew he wasn't going to receive a response. The altar then disappeared in a final flash of darkness, and the next time Han Sen and Lotus Empress looked around, they were back nearby the luminous stone. The luminous stone was webbed with cracks, unlike before, and after an uneasy tremble, it shattered completely, collapsing into a mound on the ground. The Jew Han Sen possessed finally stopped vibrating incessantly. Han Sen was gutted, though. Despite his efforts to summon Night Empress, he hadn't received a single goodie. "Ha ha!" Lotus Empress was laughing. In a cheery mood Han Sen had not known she could display. She went ahead to comfort him, offering, "How about I give you a gift instead?" "What gift would that be?" Han Sen thought getting something off Lotus Empress wouldn't be half bad. But then Han Sen's eyes drifted to the black jewel she had been gifted by her mother, Night Empress. A streak of envy crossed his mind, and he thought it'd be great if he could have it. Han Sen knew she wouldn't be giving that to him, though. Lotus Empress swung the jewelry in front of Han Sen and told him, "It's this night gem." "Wait, you're giving that to me?" Han Sen was made exuberantly happy, but he was jumping to conclusions. Lotus Empress pulled back her hands that caressed the lovely thing, saying, "Of course not. Then why swing it in front of me? Are you taunting me?" Han Sen asked with a dried attitude. Lotus Empress was emitting a vibrant radiance, and she seemed to be genuinely happy after all that had happened. She said, "Yes, haha. But don't worry. I have something better for you." "You can offer me something better?" Han-sen didn't think anything could beat a gift that was given by a demigod. Yeah. Do you want it? Yes or no? Lotus Empress asked. I'll take anything you are willing to give me, Han-sen answered. Since Han-sen had already taken a bunch of holy baby fruit, he was down for something else off her. Besides, he was the one who summoned Night Empress. Han-sen thought he was due a reward for that deed, for sure. Lotus Empress then walked around Han-sen in circles. He admired the delicate grace of her steps through an intense observation of her body. She was gorgeous. Before Han-sen could figure out what she was doing, though, Lotus Empress told him, "How about me as your gift?" "You mean?" Han-sen couldn't believe the stunning offer he had just received. "Yes, I am your gift. Isn't that better than a measly night gem?" Lotus Empress spoke with a seductive drawl to her words, in an attractive lure. "Oh, you're right about that. You're much better than a silly jewel. Do you need to pack a bag? Or are you already prepared to come with me?" Han-sen looked at her with avaricious eyes. Lotus Empress followed Han-sen to the underground shelter. She brought Empty Witch and a super creature comprised of vines with her, too, the latter being named Green Vine. They were also told to adhere to Han-sen's authority whenever needed. Lotus Empress still required Han-sen's help, as she had dubiously explained during their initial conversation, and it prompted the formalities for a trade. It was something Han-sen agreed to. Before he opened 10 gene locks, the night gem would allow even him to defeat no god emperor easily. Regardless, Han-sen asked her about his body. She told him that when a body was attuned to and focused on one gene locks were easier to open. If a person could be proficient across a number of elements, the lack of an anchor made the process of opening gene locks much more difficult. Han-sen was stuck in a rut due to this, and over an extensive amount of time, no matter what he tried, he had been unable to open his 10th gene lock. It was revealed that it would take something like a holy baby fruit to help. But Han-sen was only able to eat 9 of them, and being lucky enough to eat the real one was all down to the roll of the dice. It would all be down to luck for most beings. After news of what had occurred in Evil Lotus Shelter spread, it felt as if the very foundation of the third god sanctuary had been violently shaken. The thought of that vast number of emperors and super creatures being sacrificed was crazy to imagine, but it was a sad reality to most with the rapid expansion of humanity. With Moving Star Emperor having been among those sacrificed, Han-sen was able to happily expand his growing empire and assert dominion over his shelters and lands. No god shelter was nowhere close to there, and news about him had been scant since the day of the sacrifice. Regardless of what he was up to, he didn't show. Han-sen took Purple Emperor with him, and they did what they could until they reached Cup Demon Shelter. Then they stopped their advance. Cup Demon Emperor was the third son of God. He was very powerful, and thinking he wouldn't be able to defeat the spirit, Han-sen thought he should play things a little safer and not invoke his ire just yet. Han-sen wanted to open his 10th gene lock next, focusing on that first and foremost. So, he shelved his plans for expansion until the day he grew stronger. Han-sen consulted Lotus Empress, and then decided upon opening Jadeskin's 10th gene lock. He did not want to open the Bloodpulse Sutra's 10th gene lock just yet, as its benefits weren't all that profound. They mainly strengthened his genes and provided him super sperm to benefit his future descendants. For the here and now, it was best avoided. And Han-sen wanted to level up the Dongxian Sutra by himself, as that was his bread and butter, his pride and joy. Therefore, it made the most sense to open Jadeskin's 10th gene lock. Han-sen kept 7 of the fruits and gave the rest out to his companions. And of course, Han-sen held on to the real one he had collected before No God Emperor gatecrashed the event like a big party pooper. While he went to a secluded spot to enjoy every last morsel of the genuine fruit, he told Zero and Silver Fox to go outside and guard the area. After consuming the juicy fruit, he quickly cast Jadeskin and allowed it to absorb. As soon as this occurred, he felt as if his body was crystallizing. The longer Jadeskin ran, the more Han-sen's body became like crystal. He was swiftly becoming what looked like a sculpture of ice. Han-sen's brains and organs could be seen via his body's transparency, and even they too were starting to appear crystallized. Eventually, he became a statue devoid of any life force. It took a while for something else to occur, and when it did, the crystal began to adopt the creamy color of jade. Catcha! A crack began to creep across the creamy jade, until it split and zigzagged across the entirety of Han Sen's new, statuesque form. Dring! The jade shattered, revealing Han Sen's true self once more. Han Sen felt as if he had just been reborn, and every aspect of his body had been replaced. His hair shone with the sparkling beauty of starlight. Han Sen's entire body was glowing, and he looked rather weird. Even a demigod wouldn't have been able to tell if Han Sen was a living person. It wasn't because Han Sen was dead, though. It was because his life force was now hidden inside his body. It had been cloaked. Han Sen opened his eyes, which now held the glittering beauty of jewelry. The holy baby fruit had indeed helped him open the 10th gene lock of Jadeskin. It might have only been one gene lock up, but the difference between a being with 9 gene locks and a being with 10 gene locks was staggering. And Han Sen could feel the power inside him now, almost to the point of scaring himself. It was frightening how mighty he had become. After opening this 10th gene lock, his senses were incredibly powerful too, but in a different way than they were with the Dongshan Sutra. From what Han Sen could see now, the world looked different. Han Sen donned his armor and went outside, escaping the notice of Zero and the Silver Fox without even trying. To get them to notice him, Han Sen had to speak. Zero, attack me with your bone dagger, Han Sen asked. Zero seemed to hesitate, not wanting to hurt him. He saw this, so he told her, "Don't worry, little Silver is here." Zero nodded, and then a red light came flying towards Han Senator. He felt as if he was unable to dodge it. But Zero was aiming at his arm, not wanting to deal grievous harm to him. Han Sen raised his hand to cut across and deflect the red light. When he did this, it was as if the bone dagger itself was decloaked. It was the dagger itself that manifested like a small red light. Han Sen gave it back to her. When she killed Saint Fan, Han Sen could not even detect its presence. But now, Han Sen could do far more than notice its coming. He could catch it. After opening 10 gene locks, Han Sen wanted to take down Cup Demon Shelter, but Lotus Empress needed his help before he could do that. She told Han Sen what she wanted to do. For an ordinary king spirit, 9 open gene locks was the max they could achieve. Obtaining 10 was a supremely rare thing. For an emperor, opening 10 was only the beginning. Once the figure of 10 had been achieved, they had to work on what was necessary for them to climb the 10 steps of the holy door. Walking the 10 steps was a great gamble, and beings that braved the door had to be certain they were strong enough to survive. If they couldn't withstand the purifying flames of the stairs, they would die. Even beings like Xiang Yin were almost unable to complete the ascension process and endure the fire. Lotus Empress was confident she had what it took to brave the steps. Although she was the master of the holy baby fruit, she had no idea which one was the real one, same as all the others. So, to find out, she had to find another way. She had come to learn about the existence of a plant that was quite similar to holy baby fruit, and did what it said on the tin. There was no random selection process. But harvesting the fruit was difficult, to say the least. That was why she held these events. They were all for selecting individuals who would help her in this task. She wanted to collect a fruit called No Dirt Fruit, which was an emperor fruit. It wasn't aggressive, it was just difficult to pick. No Dirt Fruit required a being with no element to collect it. If it was collected by someone else, the fruit would be polluted and would become toxic. Those who wanted to collect the fruit were required to use their hands, as well. Tools were not permitted in its collection. So, she requested that Han Sen be the one to fetch the fruit for her. I found 6 super creatures and spirits to help me over the years, but they each ruined the fruit they tried to take. Now there is only one left, Lotus explained. Sister Lotus, I can take the fruit as you ask, but I cannot promise you I am pure enough to collect it without issue, and please don't take it out on me if I fail. Han Sen agreed, but he didn't want to set her up for a disappointment. Han Sen was proficient with many different elements all at once, and the nature of his body was quite complex. He wasn't sure if that suited the criteria for being pure. If this doesn't work, I won't curse your name. I'll just attribute it to my bad luck, Lotus kindly replied. So, after that, Hansen decided to follow her to where they needed to go. He himself was rather interested in seeing whether or not he'd be able to collect the fruit without making it toxic. The no-dirt fruit grew on an island situated someplace on the endless sea. Even with their teleportation-like speed, it was a far-off place to get to, and it'd take a while. Further, she could not use her skills forever to get them there. So, Hansen asked Flying Fish King to take them to the endless sea. The Fish King was one speedy boy, and it carried them there at a pace that far exceeded their own teleportation capabilities. Ji Yanran had brought Bauer back as Hansen was preparing to leave, so when she heard he was going off with the Fish King, she raced over to go with him. Hansen asked Empty why Bauer was what she called a holy spirit, and the answer he received was that Bauer was a pure being. Ordinary people couldn't sense this, and she herself only found out when the empty vine itself was maturing. Empty had thought Bauer was some powerful third god's sanctuary seed during their initial encounter. But when she came to the third god's sanctuary, it was only then that she realized Bauer was far stronger and far greater than she had imagined. The genes of the holy baby fruit were not as strong as Bauer, and the holy baby fruit tree was already the best in the third god's sanctuary. So who or what Bauer was perplexed her and Hansen both. And now that she could see Bauer once again, she was unable to sense her genes. Hansen knew Bauer was more than just the lifespawn of some genoplant. There were many plants that could bear creatures, but none were able to exit the sanctuaries and visit the Alliance like Bauer could. The sea they ventured across was called the Endless Sea was because no one had yet sailed to the end and returned to tell their tale. Even stranger, the sea was in the sky. It was a ceiling to the ground below, where gravity did not operate correctly. When you entered the area, you had to remain close to the ground. If you didn't, you'd be sucked into the sea and fall into it as if it were the sky above. Across the years, few had returned following being sucked into that sea. To step away from the ground, you had to first reach the island. The reason Hansen brought the Fish King was because it was the only creature that could survive the waters of that sea without issue. If they accidentally left the ground, they would not immediately lose their lives. When Hansen saw the endless sea, he was taken aback. He was mesmerized by the sea that hung overhead, with fish swimming below its glittering waves as if all was normal. Hansen thought the primary threat would be those sea creatures. Ordinary super creatures could not force them away from the ground, but the presence of a berserk super creature could always rattle them enough to find themselves plunging upwards. Hansen strode across the ground as the Fish King escorted them from above. It made Hansen wonder if the Endless Sea's power was true. After all, the Fish King seemed to be unconcerned. Fish King, catch me? Hansen wanted to see what would happen if he jumped. Fish King lined up with Hansen, so he could cushion the fall and be a vessel for Hansen to sail upon. Then, after his feet left the ground, he felt an invisible force tug him upwards to the sea. He felt as if gravity was turned on its head and flipped, but then he had trouble reorienting himself. Bauer also made sure to go with him. Hansen used Jadeskin, but he still fell fast. Hansen grabbed Bauer and aimed at the Fish King's back, making sure not to miss. After landing, Hansen was above the sea. It was like the blue sky and the earth had traded places with each other. It was a strange and rather amusing thing watching Lotus Empress walk on the ground. To him, she was treading a ceiling upside down. Let Fish King take us. It's faster this way. Hansen called out to her to hurry along the proceedings. Lotus Empress thought it would be best, too. So she jumped up /down and landed on the Fish King's back. The red bird still frequented Bauer's company, and it had tagged along for this little adventure. It fluttered its little wings and lifted itself to hover above the baby's head. Then, it transformed itself into a fish and swam alongside the Fish King. After turning into a fish and taking a brief swim, it hopped out of the water, turned back into a bird, and flew back to its perch on Bauer's head. Hansen was surprised as he had been the first time he found the little creature. Quite surprised something could wholly transform like that. It had kept following Hansen and Bauer for the longest time, ever since it was first found in the pond with Xiaqing King. But aside from the ability to transform between a bird and a fish, it hadn't proven useful in any other capacity. It was pretty much a useless tag-along. The Fish King continued taking them to the island they wished to reach, but after a while, a sudden shadow coursed below the waves. The Fish King swung its tail, firing a gold light into the sea. Then it took itself airborne. There was a big, seemingly hostile creature tailing the Fish King. It looked like a shark with two heads, and it had left the water in a similar flight too. Unfortunately, its intelligence was lacking. It tried to bite the Fish King. It was only a super creature with 9 gene locks open, so it was a futile attempt from the get-go. The Fish King swung its tail to smack the creature away, and it was reminiscent of an old-fashioned face slapping. Mind you, it was stronger than the average one, and it occurred multiple times until the nasty squelch of a broken watermelon sounded. One of the heads was broken. The other shark head screamed in a display of fright. Then it tried to swim away. Hansen didn't want to let it go, though. He finished the job with a sword, lopping the second head clean off. Super creature, two-headed shark killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Hansen wanted to grab its life geno essence, but the fish was sinking very fast. It was sinking far faster than was normal, as if it had been latched to an abyssal vortex that dragged it down quick. The bird suddenly turned back into a fish, though. Then it dove into the sea. Not long after, the fish came back with a life geno essence in its mouth. Not bad. It looks like you're good for something, at least. Hansen was surprised, as not even the Fish King was willing to go down for it. The fish turned back into a bird and landed on Hansen's shoulder. Then it tweeted to him, "Let's return to the ground. If something bad happens to the Fish King, there's nowhere we'll be able to stand," Lotus said. Hansen nodded in agreement. Then the Fish King flew up and delivered them to the land. After landing, the gravity was switched. It was the sea that was overhead now. The Fish King returned to the sea and continued following them, just in case it had to catch them. After a half-day of travel, nothing else bothered them. But suddenly, a large group of fish came swimming their way. They kept on jumping up towards the surface. They looked like 3-meter-long swordfish, but they behaved like hungry piranhas. "Are they coming to us?" Hansen wondered with a frown. They are the endless swordfish, quite common. Their ranks range from ordinary to superclass, but they aren't hostile. There must be a reason why they're all scrambling in this direction, though. Lotus Empress was frowning, too. In great haste, a swarm of endless swordfish was headed in Hansen's direction. They didn't come for him, but simply sped past him as if they were attempting to get away from something that lay in the direction Hansen was traveling. Hansen understood their behavior, acknowledging that they were fleeing some unseen menace on the horizon. They weren't there to cause trouble. After peering into the distance all around him, Hansen finally saw it. A shadow, accompanied by the sounds of disturbed water. When the endless swordfish passed by the Fish King above, the sound of restless waters became louder than ever. And that was when Hansen saw it clearly. The monster was like an octopus, reminiscent of the kraken. Its arms writhed in unrest, hitting the water to create noise as if for fun. The arms and tentacles were peppered with countless suction cups, and it was clear that being grabbed by such a fiend would deny even the mightiest of creatures a chance of slipping its grasp. The octopus was blue, and on the other side of its arms were a number of eyes in asymmetrical distribution. The lack of cohesion in the placement of the eyes made the entire beast even scarier to look at. Another super creature? Hansen was delighted. He didn't need life geno essences anymore, but he'd never shy away from the possibility of earning another beast's soul. Although Hansen had conquered many shelters and taken over many regions, he knew he wasn't going to be around in the third god's sanctuary forever. There'd be a time when the protection and mantle for safeguarding the territories would fall to others, and when that time came, Hansen had to know other humans were strong enough to succeed him. If they weren't, it'd only be a matter of time before spirits attempted to return and claim what had been lost to human occupation. Having more super beast souls would help even the odds, Hansen believed. Just as this kraken looked ready to put up a fight, though, it stopped. All the swordfish, by this point, had fled far beyond its reach. And now, staying in one place, the octopus flailed its tentacles and arms around in a rather humorous display. What it was doing, Hansen wasn't quite sure. Suddenly, something grabbed hold of the kraken and tugged it below the water with fierce strength. The octopus looked like a force to be reckoned with, but it was dragged below the waters with surprising ease, then taken deeper and deeper and deeper. It was gone almost as swiftly as it had first appeared. Hansen hurriedly called for the Fish King to return to the land above, for he had caught a glimpse of a phantom shadow in the sea. In the place the kraken had been, there was now just a red mist sitting above the unervingly calmed sea. As for the octopus, it had obviously been killed. "Let's go." Hansen thought it was best not to linger, so with an increase of haste, he instructed everyone to move at a quicker pace. It was frightening, trying to comprehend what manner of being had managed to one-hit kill a terrifying super creature like that kraken. Hansen still had the endless presence of the endless sea above his head, and it'd be there for a while longer. It was a realm that was as strange as it was dangerous, and the last thing he wanted to do was risk falling into the waters above. It seemed like a death sentence, with that unknown creature lurking beneath the blue. Lotus Empress felt no different, and she much appreciated the desire for an increased speed of travel. The shadow did not leave, though. They continued their journey, and whenever they looked up, there the shadow was. It seemed to be following them. Lotus Empress commented on its presence there, saying, "Don't fight it. Remember, I still have that night gem for protection." "Do you know what that creature is?" Hansen asked. Lotus Empress said, "I think so. I've heard tales of a wicked monster occupying these waters, and if I am correct in the assumption, that thing up there is what they call sea ghost." "What can it do?" Hansen asked. Lotus Empress said, "No one quite rightly knows, but it has an appetite for super creatures, that much is certain. It's a picky eater, so it doesn't eat less powerful beings. Many spirits have reported their sightings of sea ghost, and how it explicitly enjoys grabbing super creatures and dragging them below the water to feast." Lotus Empress paused for a moment, as if in thought, and then she went on to say, "But it is supposed to appear in the deeper regions of the endless sea. We haven't traveled that far, and what's more, we are headed for an island. It shouldn't be here at all. Did the Fish King lure him here?" Hansen wondered aloud. "Maybe. There's always the chance it's developed a new fancy for eating humans, and with a powerful human here, perhaps it was a rare opportunity it wished to test its mettle against, not to mention its taste buds," Lotus Empress said. Whether she spoke in jest, amusement, or unnerving sincerity, Hansen wasn't sure. "Well, if it shows its ugly mug, I've got a killing blow with its name on it," Hansen said with stern resoluteness. If a fight between him and the unseen creature were to begin, Hansen was at least prepared to take it on. He wasn't afraid. But for a long time, Sea Ghost merely followed them. It refused to show itself, but that just made the tension all the worse. And due to its appearance there, the entire region looked dead. No other life was to be seen. The sun was rising now, where it should have been sinking. It came up from the ground, melding with the horizon of the sea above. Nighttime was coming. Then, an extra-large moon appeared, alongside its retinue of silver stars. Hansen thought the sea ghost would try its luck under the veil of night, but still nothing came about. It remained where it was, as if it was watching them, studying their every movement. With a monster hiding above, Hansen felt uncomfortable. He felt as if it could swoop down at any moment. Swooping was bad after all. At midnight, Hansen saw the faint image of a mountain in the distance. It was very tall, and its peak seemed to be poking the sea that was still their sky. "That is God Mountain. 300 miles past that, we will reach the island," Lotus Empress explained, before Hansen could ask. Hansen then asked, "Can we walk up the mountain? Or will it prove too high and have us dropping up into the sea?" Lotus Empress said, "There are stranger things on that mountain to worry about than the distortion of gravity. Not even emperors dare brave that place." "Why? What's so strange about it?" Hansen was going to heed her advice and stay away, but he was interested in learning what was supposed to be so scary about the mountain. All I can say is, whoever ventures across that mountain does not return, Lotus Empress said solemnly. Although Han San was sometimes reckless, even he knew it was best to stay away from such a place. If a risk was justified or worthwhile, he would always be the first to take the plunge. But a fruitless risk was never something he'd commit to, as he wasn't a simple thrill-seeker. So Han Sen decided it was best to take the long way around. He thought it would be better to walk additional miles than risk life and limb in the shortcut of cutting across the mountain. Before he could circle it, though, Han Sen suddenly heard something roar, and then nearby footsteps. The source of the noise was not too far away, and the sound of footsteps was steadily increasing in volume. Something was already coming for them. Han Sen frowned, though, thinking there was something amiss about his entire venture thus far. Lotus Empress had been in this region many times in the past, but nothing like this had occurred in her previous visits. First, there was the ever-looming presence of sea ghost, in a portion of the sea it was not supposed to inhabit. Secondly, something from the mountain was descending down towards them, despite their desire to steer clear of the rise. Surely I cannot be this unlucky. To say things were going awry for Han Sen would be an understatement. And to make matters worse, there were thick forests dressing the mountainsides. Whatever was coming towards him was cloaked in the dense foliage, rendering Han Sen unable to see what it was. But it wasn't long before the creature emerged and revealed itself. It was a big elephant. It looked as if it was a beast forged from obsidian, and it appeared to be as strong and as sturdy as the material as well. As the elephant trampled its way out of the forest, each footstep rocked the earth. Much to their surprise, though, the elephant was not stampeding towards them. It was actually chasing after another person. The person it was chasing had to be around 50 years old. For a surpasser, an age of 50 years was not too shabby. But he looked worn and beaten, with a ragged appearance befitting someone that was double that age. The man was clad in a battle suit of the Alliance, but it was so broken and torn, it looked like the rags of a beggar. Still, the man did not seem injured. The absence of wounds and blood, despite the tears in his clothing, suggested the man was just about lucky enough to amass a number of near misses. Fortunately for the man, the obsidian elephant was not the fastest creature. It was quick but lumbering, and it gave the man enough space to breathe and do what it took to remain alive. The man then started running towards Han Sen, screaming, "Han Sen! Save me!" Han Sen was surprised the man knew who he was. He couldn't make the man's face out too clearly in the cover of night, but the voice was very familiar. Whoever it was someone he knew. The fact that the man was covered in dirt and a variety of different leaves didn't help Han Sen get a clear image of the man. Either. Holy shit! Why are you here, Professor Bai? At long last, Han Sen recognized him as Bai Yishan of St. Hall. Bai Yishan was Han Sen's teacher, to put it modestly, and when Han Sen's eyes registered who it was, he leapt forward to help him out. Be careful. It's a 9-gene lock obsidian elephant. It is frighteningly powerful. Bai Yishan shouted at Han Sen, who was fearlessly joining the fray. His warnings did little to sway Han Sen's resolve, of course. Before he could even finish his speech, Bai Yishan saw Han Sen neck-deep in combat with it. With hands that looked like they were made of crystal, Han Sen turned into a figure of ice. Pang! The obsidian elephant was going at a blisteringly fast speed, and with a cobra-like reaction, Han Sen was able to snap forward and grab its tusk. When the two mighty fighters got into it with each other, the landscape was quickly turned into a mess. As if there was a violent earthquake that was causing a landslide, the region was turned upside down in a muddy, dusty haze. The elephant had more than met its match with Han Sen. Bai Yishan's jaw was in the dirt. He had spent the last 10 years studying the creature, observing its energy flow. Needless to say, Bai Yishan knew a lot about this creature. At the very least, he knew it was not the sort of creature a person should jovially jump into battle against. Of course, he knew it wasn't the greatest of creatures. While it did have immense strength, its speed was its Achilles heel. Still, its power was of such a height that it could one-hit kill any other 9-gene lock creature it came up against. He had seen many creatures unknowingly stumble across it, turn tail and flee. It was a monster no creature or spirit was willing to mess with. Baishan wanted to study it and create a new hyper-geno art he'd tentatively titled the Elephant Sutra. Fortunately, its slower-than-ideal speed was exactly what enabled Baishan to study and investigate the creature for such a long time. But he had made a mistake this time and disturbed its rest. He had invoked its ire and angered it a great deal. Regardless, Baishan was shocked to see Hansen do battle with it. "I can't believe the power of a surpasser can equal or even exceed that of this elephant," Baishan said out loud. A second later, his eyeballs almost jumped out the comfort of their sockets. Hansen's muscles quivered as he picked up the entire elephant in his arms. Then, as if he were throwing logs at some Celtic event, he lobbed it onto the ground a good distance away. Boom! A 50-meter-wide crater was formed in the ground, which Hansen quickly leapt into to re-engage the elephant. Baishan ran forward to catch a glimpse of what would happen next, and he accidentally stumbled into the hole. Hansen wondered why the elephant, despite the height it had been thrown at, did not get pulled into the sea above. "Hansen, what have you been practicing?" Baishan said, standing back up. He had been creating the Elephant Sutra in the hopes of formulating a hyper-geno art of incredibly raw, unbridled strength. After seeing the feat Hansen had just performed, he was starting to think he had wasted his time. Before Hansen could answer, the elephant was back on its feet, charging towards him. To keep his teacher from getting hurt, Hansen pushed Baishan out of the way. Then, with his fist primed, he launched a punch directly into the elephant's sturdy head. The elephant came to a sudden stop. It didn't fly away or even reel back. Like a car driving head-on into a concrete wall, it hit Hansen's fist and stopped still. Silence returned to the ears of all there for a moment, right before the elephant slumped to the ground. Pang! Another crater was formed as it dropped. The obsidian elephant's body was incredibly strong. It stood up and looked at Hansen with angry eyes that burned with a flame of hatred. Hansen could sense the elephant's power growing, but strangely, its body was growing smaller. The progress of its metamorphosis went with its heartbeat, and after the 10th beat, the elephant's size had reduced to that of a cow. The obsidian body was hardier than ever now, due to its more condensed size. "It has opened 10 gene locks," Lotus Empress called out. Hansen acknowledged this, realizing that it had only opened its last gene lock after he had delivered the brutal hit it had just received. Baishan had long studied this elephant, but it was like a foreign creature now. It was surging with a power unlike anything he had ever seen before, and the terror made it difficult for him to observe the event. Baishan had also forgotten he was standing on what had become the arena for the two titans to fight upon. He was in harm's way, and he knew he had to remove himself from Hansen's side for a time. Fortunately, the elephant was not attuned with a specific element that unleashed widespread damage. The creature was purely physical, and thus Baishan had not been caught in the crossfire. "Help me out by taking care of Professor Bai," Hansen issued the command to Lotus Empress. Lotus Empress then cast her protective lotuses to shield Baishan. With Jade Skin firing on all cylinders, Hansen was ready to fight the elephant. It was his first 10 versus 10 gene lock battle, and he was hyped. The conditions of this fight would be ideal as well. The elephant wasn't a tricky being, and it relied purely on physical strength. It was the perfect environment for Hansen to test the extent of his power. But unfortunately for him, the elephant did not come. Instead, it started to retreat, stepping backwards ever so slightly. Or at least that's what it seemed like at first. The elephant looked to be as angry as ever, and its intent was to get a better run-up. After walking back a good distance, it was as if a levee had broken. The elephant came racing down towards Hansen with the speed of a bullet train. Before it had opened its 10th gene lock, the elephant's might had been handicapped by its lesser speed. Now, speed was no longer an issue for it. In fact, it was coming towards Hansen at a speed greater than anything he had fought against before. Hansen did not need to rely solely on his fists, though, and he was confident he could still take it on even at its own game. To test his mettle, he stood where he was, looked down, and put his head forward. He was going to butt heads with the rampaging beast. Pang! The two forces of nature collided. Han Sen fell backwards a bit and patted his forehead. He could not feel pain. He could not feel anything, in fact. How little harm he had been dealt was actually quite creepy, despite the relief. He didn't have time to dwell on or admire the extent of his might, however. After stumbling back a few steps, the elephant was keen to try its luck once more. It raced towards Han Sen again, like an arrow, wanting to try something else to flex the might of his Tenjin locks. Han Sen ran forward to meet with the elephant halfway. Han Sen and the elephant went at each other like this for a long time. The region around started to look like a ruined and charred hellscape. Rocks were broken, trees were uprooted, and large chunks of land were cast and flung into the air, to be dragged into the sea above. It was a mesmerizing sight to watch unfold. The stamping of their feet was enough to ruin and upturn the ground underfoot, as well. "You can do it, Dad," Bauer called out. In support of Han's senator, she waved her bottle around as if it were a foam finger. Baishan was frozen in shock. The obsidian elephant possessed a power unlike anything he had ever seen before, and he knew full well it had opened its 10th gene lock. But with that being said, he wouldn't be too surprised if Han Sen overcame such a foe. He was, after all, the person who had taken down an emperor shelter. It didn't detract from the awe-generating spectacle that was their battle, though. It was incredible to watch him fight as he was. How in the sanctuaries did he become that strong? He's like a demigod that has cheated his way into the third god's sanctuary. This is amazing. Baishan's mind reveled in admiration for Han Sen. He had researched and worked on his Elephant Sutra for the longest time, and even if he was successful in creating a brilliant hypergeno art, the technique alone wouldn't make a person as strong as Han Sen was. Pang! 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 Han Sen's forehead was a little red and sore, but the elephant's forehead was starting to bleed. Lotus Empress was in shock, too. Few emperors possessed the strength Han Sen did. The obsidian elephant now sought to return to the mountain it had initially descended from, fearful that it might lose. Han Sen thought about giving chase, but before he could commit to doing so, he saw the sea above become upset. The water was quickly thrown into turmoil, as something emerged from the blue and tried to grab the elephant Han Sen had been fighting. The monster was incredibly quick, and in a flash it was on the elephant's head. When Han Sen saw it, he was shocked. It was a pitch-black bird that had come. The elephant saw the bird come for it, and so it turned and used its trunk in an attempt to bat it away. The bird was swift with its talons, though, and it grabbed the trunk neatly. Then, with a quick turn, the elephant was pulled upwards into the sea. The elephant struggled the best it could, not wanting to go with it. But its resistance was futile, and it kept on getting pulled until the gravity flipped and it fell into the blue. Han Sen wished to stop it. The elephant was his prey, and Han Sen had exhausted quite a bit of effort in trying to defeat it mano a mano. But unfortunately for him, the bird was too fast, and it was too late for Han Sen to stop its snatch. The bird disappeared beneath the surface of the sea, taking the elephant with it. Strangely, Han Sen noticed something else this time, though. He saw the bird transform into a fish the moment it took back to the water. What the? That thing is just like the red bird. It can turn into a fish when it takes to water? Han Sen frowned, as a few other thoughts and theories crossed his mind. Perhaps it was because the elephant had been born in the area, but Han Sen noticed it had not been taken under and finished off. In the water, it was left alone by the fishbird and allowed to swim towards the peak of the mountain which touched the water. But before it could get there, the fish opened its mouth that was laden with teeth and took a big bite out of the elephant, then swallowed it. The elephant was bleeding profusely following the bite, but overall the wound was mild. Then the fish opened its mouth again, and almost to its surprise, the hardy elephant began thrashing at the waves of the upset sea. Han Sen did not expect them both to be fighting in such a manner. But regardless of what might have been occurring, the elephant was at a disadvantage. It might have been able to swim, but it wasn't very proficient with the act. And no matter how strong it was, It wouldn't last very long in the tumultuous water. Just as Han Sen thought this was about to end, though, a howl came from someplace on the mountain. There was a white turtle, the size of a mortar, swimming towards the two that were engaged in a fit of battle. Han Sen took a closer look at what was going on and noticed there were in fact 6 turtles. They had all come to assist the elephant. They were all super creatures too. They had not opened their 10th gene locks, but their shells were sturdy. Whenever the fishbird tried to peck them, they'd pull their heads and limbs back inside their shells, the defensive properties of which seemed ample enough to protect them. The fishbird also received a few bites from the pesky turtles, amidst the rumble that was currently ongoing. With the helping hand it received, the elephant was able to reassert control over itself and continue its struggle to swim towards the safety of the mountain. The fish looked angry over the intrusion and the fact that the elephant was getting away. So, it turned into a bird once more and grabbed 2 turtles in its beak. Then it tossed them into the sky. Han Sen heard 2 catchy noises, indicating their fall was not a pleasant one. Taking a look, he was able to see that the shells of the 2 unfortunate turtles had been wholly broken. The other 4 turtles thought it best that they now scram, and so they did. They returned to the mountain as hastily as they had left it. The bird was not keen on letting them and their transgressions get away scot-free, so it tried going after them. The turtles were small, though, and try as the fishbird might, circling the mountain from above, it lost sight of them. So then, it turned towards another target. It was going to go for Han Sen. Han Sen knew it was not a foe to be trifled with or underestimated, so he kept his 10 gene locks open in anticipation of its coming assault. Lotus Empress prepared herself to fight, too, while the Fish King readied itself for a departure to the sea above. But then, the strangest thing occurred. Just as Han Sen was ready to unleash a barrage of attacks upon the approaching bird, it stopped short of him and dropped 2 dead turtles on the ground before him. The bird let out a brief squawk and returned to the sea motionless. It appeared just as it used to, when it had been following Han Sen and his companions on their journey. Needless to say, everyone was a little taken aback. They were shocked to see the birdfish had delivered 2 of its kills to Han Sen. Lotus Empress was very confused, in particular. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps that wasn't Sea Ghost after all. Lotus frowned, after issuing her best attempt at an explanation. Han Sen looked at the red bird next and thought to himself, they can both shapeshift between bird and fish. Perhaps they're related? Maybe the big birdfish wants to take care of the little red birdie fish. He wasn't going to let the turtles go to waste, so the next thing Han Sen did was pick them up. After removing their shells, he received another 2 life geno-essences. After that, he cleaned up the flesh and gutted them, then prepared them as food. If their flesh was edible, that would prove they were 2nd-generation super creatures. Sea Ghost continued trailing Han Sen and his fellows after that, but it did not attack. Under its protection, for that was what they now assumed it was, they reached the island in safety and without further incident. Why is Sea Ghost protecting us, I wonder? Lotus Empress asked Han Sen. She thought he might have an answer, but the truth was, he didn't. And not being sure of what Sea Ghost was thinking, he could not reply. So, instead, he decided to ask Bai Ishan something. When he became a surpasser, he was sent to an abandoned shelter near the Endless Sea. The path they traversed was a shortcut he himself had devised and developed. Bai Ishan told Han Sen about the Elephant Sutra and the research he had been conducting, and then asked Han Sen what he had been practicing. Professor, you cannot abandon your research. There's something really tangible behind all this. There is a meaning to your research. As for what I have learned, it is a skill of the Shui family. It is not suitable for just anyone to learn, however. If your research and development of a new hypergeno-art is a success, it will benefit humanity. I know it will. Don't give it up, Han Sen said, with a soft and reassuring voice. Han Sen thought the island would be something of an unspoiled paradise, like the Garden of Eden. He envisioned it to be a place of pure splendor and untouched beauty, but that image was quickly scorched away when his eyes finally caught sight of their destination. The trees were little more than naked sticks, zigzagging from the ground without their leaves, which lay scattered on the ground, black and dead. The landscape itself looked as if it had been wholly composed of mud, where grass was afraid of growing. It was like a vulgar swampland, laden with itchy ditches and bogs that were strewn with rotten corpses. Han Sen's mind found it difficult to comprehend how a holy fruit could grow in such a place, especially one which had such sensitive and pure requirements for successful collection. Lotus Empress led Han Sen to that wretched abode as if nothing was amiss. Before long, they came across a tree that was standing short at a height of around 3 feet. The tree was growing out of that wet, muddy ground, yet strangely, its roots were sparkling clean. In the midst of that ugly, wet dump, the tree was emitting a fragrance that was actually quite pleasant. It was a strange and garish contrast to the landscape that now encompassed them, but the smell was so sweet that, if you closed your eyes, you could almost forget you were knee-deep in mud. "This is the no-dirt fruit," Lotus Empress said, with a soft gesture towards the tree. Before approaching it, Han Sen looked at a neighboring tree and squinted. Then he quickly pulled her back and away from it. "Does the sanctuary's number 1 jester need to play assassin to get the drop on his enemies?" Han Sen said loudly, for someone unseen to hear. Lotus Empress was startled by his words, and she turned to where Han Sen looked. There, as if out of nowhere, No God Emperor was standing. No God Emperor knew she would go there to collect the fruit, and that was why he had come. He had been waiting for their arrival. It was a risky place to have a confrontation. They were near the endless sea, and leaping about could have them twisting and turning through indecisive gravitational pulls. Furthermore, there was no guarantee they could beat No God Emperor, even if they fought him on a place with proper footing. Han Sen could not summon a demigod there, either. The conditions of their encounter now were poor, and there wasn't much leeway to navigate away from having one last decisive brawl with the spirit that seemed to enjoy hounding them. No God Emperor's voice boomed when he spoke. "How it comes about means nothing. Death is death, its deliverance uncaring. You think you can kill us?" Han Sen smirked. "I know I can. I know I will. Night Empress is no longer around to help you this time, boy." No God Emperor walked forward with his black sword raised, ready to strike. He didn't walk fast, just slow and steady. He was incredibly intimidating, and he knew it. He lowered the sword and pointed it towards Han Sen, the person he most despised. That was his target, there was no doubt about it. He didn't even care to grace Lotus Empress with a glance. "I didn't need to summon her to kill you. I just thought it'd be nice to see the old lady." As Han Sen entertained No God, he passed Bauer over to Lotus Empress. Then he started to glow and mask his life force. "Let's kill him together." Lotus Empress held the night gem in her hand. "That's okay. Look after Bauer and the professor." "I got this," Han Sen said. No God Emperor did not wait any longer. He swung his sword in a sudden dash towards Han Sen, with a frightening amount of power. Han Sen dodged it with simple grace. The sword went by him, shattering a decayed skeleton that had been pinned to a tree behind him. The evasion was perfectly executed, and it made No God stutter for a moment. He had expected to kill Han Sen then and there, and he wasn't sure if his human nemesis had escaped his wrathful strike through actual talent or dumb luck. The next second, he slashed towards him again. Han Sen dodged the attack, only to be greeted by another sudden swing. Successfully, Han Sen dodged that and the next few that came in quick succession. The attacks could hardly even brush his clothes. Lotus Empress was surprised, for dodging No God Emperor's attacks was unheard of. She knew for a fact she'd have been cut down with the first strike. Han Sen was actually quite merry now. After he had opened his 10th gene lock, he stood a chance in his battle with the likes of No God Emperor. Of course, No God Emperor did not think highly of his opponent. He brushed Han Sen's newfound power off as weak and simple fuel for cowardice, in that it allowed Han Sen to run away and little more. There were others who could see through No God Emperor's attacks, but his focus was never on the power they held. No God Emperor raised up his sword and began to brew a storm of power, like the rumbling of a volcano nearing eruption. As this was occurring, Han Sen noticed a shadow rise up behind No God Emperor like a demon. Lotus Empress had taken Fish King, Bauer, and Bai Ishan off the island. Now she stood solemnly, clutching her night gem. "Is he strong?" Baishan asked. Lotus Empress responded by saying, "He is the son of God that ranked first in divinity's bout." Baishan was flabbergasted, exclaiming, "Whoa! That means he's the strongest spirit in the entirety of the third god's sanctuary. Will Han Sen be alright competing against him?" "I'm not sure if he's the strongest," Lotus Empress said, before going on to explain. "And Han Sen has only just opened his 10th gene lock. Honestly, I don't know." Baishan looked nervous, but that was when Bauer interrupted to say something a bit more comforting. She said, "Dad will win." They thought Bauer was just like a naive child, unable to understand the stakes and powers at play. Han Sen, back on the battlefield, clutched Taya and the Phoenix Sword. He was really looking forward to stress testing his engines and seeing what he could do with his jade skin that had 10 gene locks open. The spirit and the human, each clutching their favorite weapons, ran into each other. They did not do so with blistering speed, but there was a gravitas to their battle that was rarely felt. This was a duel of tremendous significance, and it felt like the sky was about to collapse. Behind No God Emperor, there was a demon-like shadow. It bore talons that swung towards Han Sen. The moment No God lunged forward, Han Sen did so too. The demon was a gathering force around his enemy's sword, and it instilled a fear inside its opponents. It made them feel as if there was no escape, and the next hit would be their last. Han Sen's swords were plain and did not contain any fancy powers. For all intents and purposes, they were ordinary and not special. Baishan saw No God's sword appear behind Han Sen somehow, giving no sound or indication as to its true course. But Han Sen, clutching his swords, was leaning forward. "Who will win, I wonder?" Baishan asked aloud. The two battlers moved too fast for his eyes to track, and it was all little more than a blur. Lotus Empress shook her head and remained quiet. She did not know. She saw the Phoenix Sword strike No God, which was good, but Taya did not block the attack coming for Han Senator. Fortunately, No God Emperor's attack did not connect. No God Emperor's chest was delivered a wound, which swiftly began to cascade blood. Han Sen's chest had a light wound, but it was just a minor scratch by comparison. It was mild, and little more than a scrape that oozed faint traces of blood. Han Sen was surprised Jadeskin could make his body so sturdy, and even attacks delivered by someone such as No God Emperor did that tiny amount of damage. No God turned around. His wound was nowhere near fatal, and he could heal with great speed, but he looked to be in shock. It had clearly been a while since he last suffered a hit in battle. Similarly, No God Emperor could barely believe that he could only leave a scratch on Han Sen's body, as he was able to damage Han Sen before. "You used the fruit to open your 10th gene lock?" No God asked. Han Sen did not answer, and instead, swiftly moved forward to attack again. Han Sen got hit due to double fly not being as efficient as it could be. But still, it was fine. If that was the extent of No God Emperor's attacks, Han Sen had little to fear, and he knew it. The flashes of steel-on-steel combat were steady and near-constant, illuminating the dark island. No God Emperor was unable to evade or even block Han Sen's attacks, and he repeatedly found himself being hit. When No God's sword hit Han Sen, it was as if he was banging a wooden stick against a rock. Baishan and Lotus Empress were delighted, seeing this. But suddenly, No God Emperor flew up, leaving a stream of blood as he went. "He ran off?" Baishan asked. Lotus Empress was in absolute shock over what had just transpired, as none had ever convinced No God to flee before. Han Sen was not concerned with going after him, though. After all, even if Han Sen did catch up and kill him, he'd eventually respawn at his spirit stone. Anyway, he was strong, but not strong enough to break the spirit stone like the Azura Sutra had once done. The Azura Sutra could not bolster Han Sen's defense as Jadeskin had, either. So that was okay. In the third god's sanctuary, Han Sen was now almost invincible. He was a true force to be reckoned with. And so, with No God Emperor out of the picture, Han Sen decided to head back towards the No Dirt Fruit. Lotus Empress and Bai Ishan returned to Han Sen's side. "So, all I need to do now is pinch it off?" Han-sun casually asked Lotus Empress, as if nothing had happened. Yep, go ahead, Lotus Empress said. Han-sun reached out his hand and grabbed it. Han-san and Lotus Empress were both as nervous as each other, wondering if this would work. They had come a long way to get to this point, and Lotus Empress had spent a long time waiting for the right person to come along and help her collect it. With nothing happening to the fruit as he touched it, Han-sun said, "My body really is pure." Lotus Empress said, "Nice, pull it off and bring it here." Han-sun plucked it off the branch, and just like Lotus Empress hoped, it did not rot. "So what do we do now?" Han-sun asked. Lotus Empress did not dare get too close to the fruit Han-san was holding, in case she accidentally polluted it. "Could you help peel it for me? And then possibly feed it to me?" Lotus went on her knees and opened her mouth. Han-sun peeled the fruit for her as instructed. Then he squirted the juice into her open mouth. Lotus Empress looked incredibly surprised when this happened. And as she did, her body began to glow as the pores of her body emitted a white steam. Han-sun fed her the last drop of juice, and once he was done, he stepped back to watch the spectacle of her becoming completely enveloped in white steam. Suddenly, his admiration for what was going on came to an end and his face changed. He had received a call from both Moment Queen and Thorn Queen. "Sister Lotus, something has happened at the shelter. I have to go at once." Han-sen left Fish King with the others. He said goodbye to Bauer and Baishan and then flew back. Moving Star Shelter was riddled with bugs. It had been besieged and overwhelmed by a torrent of insects. There were ladybugs on the ground like tanks to shelter infantry, and giant flying centipedes hovering and clogging the sky. A variety of toxic insects of varying proportions, dimensions, and powers were coming from all around. If there was one constant between them all, it was that they were each a mighty creature that could take more than a few hits with a swatter to down. Drybone King, Qingjun King, and Blue Dinosaur were engaged in battle with the fiends. They were defending the shelter valiantly. Unfortunately, many of the buildings that filled the grounds of Moving Star Shelter had been toppled and broken into ruin. Moment Queen was currently fighting a knight that rode atop one of the bugs in the sky. And as she fought, so too did a lightning fox with 10 electrified tails. This furry creature was engaged in combat with an emperor spirit. Purple Emperor battled a blue centipede, and he arced the skies with bloody trails as he swiped the foe. Moment Queen looked up higher from where she was, and she saw an emperor clad in chitin-forged armor. He looked down on the chaos that unfolded below and smiled in wretched delight. There was a gold, humanoid super creature standing beside him. "Damn it!" Moment Queen sputtered out. Cup Demon Emperor had come to the shelter alongside an entourage of 4 additional Emperor spirits, each with 10 gene locks open. The host of creatures that accompanied them were nothing short of mighty, either. The Silver Fox and Purple Emperor were able to engage and keep 1 Emperor busy each. Cup Demon and the Berserk Gold General did not engage in the proceedings of the battlefield yet, though. As if they commanded the charge, they just watched and enjoyed the anarchic display down below. Moment Queen was in the midst of combat against a duo of super creatures that had both open 9 gene locks. The rider was called Bug Knight, and the super creature it rode upon was called Toxic Bug. The swarm of virulent insects almost choked the skies with their numbers, and the host was so thick, it was as if they formed a net over the entire shelter and the area surrounding it. Those who had been occupying the shelter were stuck fighting for their lives, whether they liked it or not. All the occupants aside from the Silver Fox and Purple Emperor, that was, if things turned too awry and they either had to flee or die, only those 2 would likely be able to make an escape. Moment Queen could only hope Han-san would heed her call and return soon, but with how fast things were going wrong and how far away her master had traveled, she believed she'd be dead alongside the rest when he finally made it back. Snowball was, of course, hiding as all this transpired. Blue Dinosaur was doing its best to withstand the punishing might of the 3 super creatures that had made it their target. Baby Ghost was still weak, despite the time that had elapsed since his suffering, but he wasn't idle. He was currently being chased around by a snake-like super creature that had 9 gene locks open. Holy Rhino was the one beacon of hope for the tired battlers that did their best to defend the shelter. It repeatedly flashed its heels across the battlescape, doing its best to aid each of its allies. The swarm of enemies and the damage they dealt would eventually catch up with them, but thus far, the only reason they were all still standing was because of the healing the Holy Rhino was able to dish out. "Kill that rhino!" Cup Demon smiled as he issued the command, knowing the felling of the rhino would be enough to crush their morale and lead to their submitting. Yes, Gold General did as it was bidden, and began its approach to the rhino. Moment Queen saw him heading for their most valuable ally, but painfully realized they did not have the manpower to spare to save it. Gold General could not be stopped. Seeing the Gold General about to strike the Holy Rhino, a silver light streaked by it. Taking notice of this silver phantom, Gold General turned around to see the light zip upwards into the skies above him. "You shouldn't be here," the silver light cried out, as its form manifested in front of Gold General. "Yes," Gold General smiled. Gold General's body was bulky, and he looked heavy and cumbersome. But its appearance betrayed its true nature, which made it faster than most would imagine. Xiaqing King was the silver light, and he roared as he threw a silver-wreathed punch at the golden fist that was also headed his way. Boom! The collision of their punches generated a most spectacular, balance-upsetting shockwave across the battlefield. Xiaqing King himself was sent backwards, barreling across the ground and through a building which then fell apart on top of him. Yes, Gold General then resumed its approach to the Holy Rhino. Boom! The rubble that composed a destroyed building was sent flying all around like artillery, as a bloodied Xiaqing King emerged from the ruins. The silver light that fueled the mad spirit was growing in volume. "Asshole, you better pay for my shirt you just tore." This was a special crafting of the Alliance. 60% cotton, 40% polyester. Boy! Xiaqing King leaped into the air with a fist primed to knock Gold General's head clean off its anchoring shoulders. The silver light was so strong, it sent ripples through the fabric of the space they occupied. The Gold General did not feel threatened, though, and he turned to repeat his previous performance. He threw a punch to meet with the new one that was coming. Boom! The silver light was like a super volcano, spitting out a torrent of lava that could melt the hardiest of metals. And so, this silver leaped onto the Gold General in a bid to ravage its body. "This isn't even my final form." Xiaqing King was gasping after unleashing that amount of power, but he did his best to keep his cool and spout a one-liner like his favorite humans from fiction did. But when the silver light faded, it revealed Gold General who was simply hovering in the air unharmed. Xiaqing King was stunned. The most powerful attack he could unleash was proven ineffective against the foe. This was something that had never happened before. Yes, Gold General's eyes blazed with the fire of murder, and he launched a punch targeting Xiaqing King's head. Alu alu alu! Xiaqing King used his silver light to deflect the incoming fist. In the midst of the collision that ensued, more buildings collapsed. Pillars broke apart and tumbled over. Pang! Xiaqing King was thrown far backwards into a palace, the impact prompting him to spit out more blood. Gold General landed in front of Xiaqing King's battered and bloodied body. With each step, cracks formed on the ground, as an extra to his intimidating approach. Yes, Gold General laughed and threw a wretched punch towards Xiaqing King. Xiaqing King blazed his silver light as he quickly summoned the fumes of power that resided within him and punched back at the wicked foe that had beaten him. He used every last ounce of power he could muster, going into the strike with the belief it could be his last. With great anger for the misdeed done upon him and what could possibly happen to everyone else in the shelter, he gave it his all. Alu 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 alu! That complete release of strength led to a most magnificent display, as it leveled the palace and ruined everything around the two spirits that stood before each other. Xiaqing King would never throw in the towel, even if the Reaper had come knocking. Even if he was to stumble and fall, he'd do what he could to get the last laugh. Gold General continued to smile as he broke the silver light that came for him. Then he broke it again, as Xie King punched and punched with lesser strength each time. There was a big difference between 9 and 10 gene locks, and that was the difference that separated the two. It was to be expected, though. After all, Gold General was Cup Demon's most favored subordinate. He was highly cherished and well looked after. Xie King had not opened his 10th gene lock, and despite fully acknowledging the power gap between the two, he did not concede. He wasn't going to, and he never would. Even with his body broken, he wasn't going to stop. "End this pathetic display," Cup Demon shouted, as he flew down towards the Silver Fox. Cup Demon had come to realize Little Silver was the strongest out of all the creatures and spirits that populated the shelter. And what's more, the 10-gene lock Emperor that had been going up against the furry blighter was now on the rails. The Silver Fox, with the repeated heals it kept on receiving, was still as fit as a fiddle. "It's over," Moment Queen sighed, wondering whether or not she should try to escape now before it was too late. Moving Star Shelter had no spirit stone, so there was nothing tying anyone there. And neither did anyone have to worry a conquering of the shelter would result in Han Sen dying through the loss of a spirit stone. Regardless of what could happen next, death would be the prevailing factor. It was an uphill battle against a force containing several times their strength and numbers. They had lost well before it began. Staying there could only lead to one thing, and that was them dying a fruitless death. Death could come for her even if she did try to escape, but it was better that than the 100% certainty she would be killed by remaining. If Moment Queen was the master of the shelter, she would command those defending there to flee. And if anything happened to the Silver Fox right now, she didn't think Han San would show much mercy to her or anyone else. But Moment Queen was out of ideas on how she could remedy the situation or at the very least save the fox under fire. No matter how strong Little Silver was, there was no way he could fight an emperor with 10 gene locks open and the third son of God at the same time. But just as she saw Cup Demon approach the Silver Fox, something else appeared to stop the leading spirit. Moment Queen was unable to fathom who might have come to their aid so suddenly. It was a little girl Moment Queen saw, one with a purple horn, purple hair and amethyst eyes. In her hands was her signature weapon, the bone dagger. She looked like the human girl that always used to accompany Han San and rarely spoke. Moment Queen had never seen her like this before, and she couldn't be sure it was Zero due to her life force being rather different. But even if it was, she didn't think it mattered too much. She didn't think Zero was all that powerful, even in this new form she was taking on. There was no way she could hope to stop Cup Demon Emperor's approach, she thought. The little girl must just want to do her part or something like that. If now was the end, it was now or never anyway. As Moment Queen pondered this peculiarity, she saw Cup Demon Emperor frown, commanding a legion of bugs to intercept her. His command to the bugs was fast, almost panicked. Yet in the face of all those insects, the little girl's resolve did not change. It was almost creepy, seeing how emotionless she was in the field of battle. She lifted her dagger as a red light began to gleam across it. The light pierced through the host of bugs before her, with its ultimate target lying past them, in the region of Cup Demon Emperor's forehead. Cup Demon Emperor evaded the red light that came for him, but somehow he hadn't. It was perplexing for Moment Queen herself to see. She had seen the spirit dodge, but somehow the red light had still gotten him. The mantra that said the falsified sky power never missed was as accurate as ever. No way. Moment Queen was audibly amazed by what she saw. Never in her wildest dreams could she expect or even believe what her very own eyes were telling her. The quiet little girl that followed Han Sen around was able to one-hit kill an emperor such as that. With one blink can you'll miss it hit, Cup Demon Emperor's lid had been peeled. Pang! Cup Demon Emperor exploded before everyone, which led to all the bugs vanishing with him. Not long after, though, another crowd of bugs appeared, and out of that crowd came Cup Demon Emperor once more. "You are strong, but you cannot kill me." The newborn Cup Demon summoned a host of bugs once more. This time he watched her dagger closely. He hadn't been sure of what killed him earlier, so now he wanted to see. Zero's expressionless face looked as unconcerned as ever, and so she simply raised the dagger up and lobbed it towards him. Gold General accepted the order and flashed with a gold light, ready to finish off Xia King. Pang, pang, pang. Gold General punched Xia King a few times, breaking most of the bones in his body. Xia King could no longer stand, as he had been damaged too much. He wanted to stand and fight for the security of the shelter, but he was bleeding profusely and the lights in his eyes were starting to dim. Gold General jumped up, ready to land his feet on Xia King's head and break it open like a piñata. Unable to dodge or do anything to repel this foe, Xia King just watched the feet descend. A big white sphere appeared before Xia King's eyes. The feet of his nemesis were continuing their descent, but they came into contact with the orb which plushily pushed down on Xia King's face to cushion the blow. He was still alive. Gold General raised his legs once more. Even if a ball-like cushion had come to soften the blow, he thought it curious how it had not been broken by his supercharged curb stomp. After lifting up his leg, the squishy white thing returned to its spherical shape as if it had not been harmed in the slightest. The orb then began to circle around Xia King, hoping to protect him from any further hits. Snowball had spent most of his time with Xia King, and they had fought alongside each other under dire circumstances once before. He was worried for his well-being, and despite being a scaredy cat, even Snowball wasn't going to stand idly by while his friend suffered such terrible wrath. Snowball used to find himself getting bullied in the shelter when he first came into Han Sen's care. After befriending Xia King, though, this negative treatment stopped. And ever since then, it was only Bauer who took the occasional time out to exercise her frustrations and bully Snowball. Snowball was afraid of stepping out, risking his life for others. But he couldn't bear the thought of letting Xia King die when he had the chance to do something. So, with a grand mustering of courage, he shielded himself in the white sphere, ran out to Xia King, and tried to be as spry as he could to protect him. Woof, woof, woof. The furry creature's fear was greater than ever now that he was in harm's way, but he still jovially barked at Xia King to let him know that he was there, and in delight at knowing that his initial rescue had been a success. But Xia King was injured too badly to respond, and he couldn't stand up, either. Gold General looked at the white orb with much disdain and tried to curb stomp Xia King again. Snowball quickly dashed beneath where the foot was to land and blocked the attempt. The ball was pushed down a great deal, but it did not break. Gold General did this many times, and he tried stomping the white sphere multiple times in a row. As much as he was surprised, he was frustrated at his inability to break the white orb that taunted him. Again and again, he stomped on the white sphere like a raving lunatic. But still, the orb held strong. Gold General then tried something else, and he pulled out a golden spike from beneath his gauntlets. It was like a terrifying cocktail stick. As if he was going to fiercely pop a balloon, he leaped towards the white ball and drove the spike into it like a stake would be driven into the heart of an incapacitated vampire before it woke. The sphere was flattened, but not to the point it could pop just yet. Acknowledging the need for more strength, Gold General pushed down harder on the orb. Like a mist of chalk, white dust began to clog the immediate vicinity as Gold General continued to press his sharp golden prod into Snowball's snowball. After an extra loud pang sound, the orb popped open to reveal the furry little critter that had been pestering Gold General. It came rolling out the orb roughly. Gold General kicked Snowball away, as if he was simple vermin that was no longer worth his time. The kick was a rough one, though. Snowball was sent coursing through a number of concrete walls before coming to a stop, shivering on the precipice of death. The Holy Rhino immediately applied a heal on the creature, but it'd take a while for it to get back on its feet. And a restoration of its courage was another matter entirely. Gold General now walked over to the Holy Rhino and tried to kill it, as it had initially sought to do. "Stop!" a voice sounded from directly behind the general. Gold General turned to see the bloodied, broken-bodied Xia King standing there. His eyes gleamed with silver, wanting to make one last effort before submitting to the cold embrace of death. Yes, Gold General threw a punch towards Xia King's head, in one last bid to destroy the noggin he so much loathed. Xia King was trembling with the last bit of power he wished to exhaust on his foe. He also knew there'd be no turning back now, as an attempt to dodge or block the attack would be futile. One of Snowball's eyes had been squished like jelly after the kick it received earlier, and now, with its other one half open, it looked at Xia King and barked in sadness. And unable to dodge the attack, all Xia King could do now was hope he had bought the Holy Rhino enough time to supply everyone with what they needed, and for Han San to possibly return before it was too late. Seeing the fist bear down on him, ready to finish him off, Xia King looked at it with wide eyes. He wanted to see that which was trying to kill him. He wasn't going to turn away. And as he watched it come, he watched as another fist reached out from nowhere and blocked it. Gold General was as shocked as Xia King was, acknowledging it was Xia King's own hand that had somehow stopped the hit despite his grievous injuries. Xia King grabbed the fist and smiled with a seething hiss. In my comic, shit characters like you don't survive more than 3 chapters, Xia King said, as his lips formed a faint smirk. Yes. Gold General threw another fist at Xia King. Xia King grabbed this fist too and said, I was going to be nice and let you live, despite the fact you're some Emperor's yes-man jellyfish. But then you go and hit my little homie over there? Bruh, you done goofed. It's time to write you out of this. I'll see you on the cutting room floor. After that, Xia King's body blazed with a silver light unlike anything anyone had ever witnessed before. No Gold General could feel Xia King unleashing the true extent of his powers, and he could quickly feel that strength overwhelming his own. His hands were like chains, latched tightly around his fists. There was no escape. Gold General, in his panic, tried to do all that he could to break free. He began swinging his legs like a madman in a bid to escape. Gold General was happy that Xia King had not tried to dodge his fierce kneeing, but that slight modicum of joy turned to shock and fright a second later. His knee was only 1 inch away from striking Xia King's belly, but it could go no further. No matter what he tried, his knee kept stopping 1 inch short of its target. No! Gold General was terrified. Loss was something he rarely felt, and more than anything right now, all he wanted to do was leave. He wanted to leave, but Xia King's grasp was too tight and forbade him from doing so. No! Gold General could not repel the power, and he was dragged closer and closer into the silver sun before him. Boom! Gold General was pulled into the silver star, resulting in a devastating explosion that turned the entire sky silver. Arg! Gold General let out one last scream of agony. A second later it was cut short. Moment Queen herself was shocked seeing this, and she watched as half the shelter was turned to gravel and dirt by the release of that power. Everyone fell back seeing this. A giant crater was all that remained where that power had been unleashed, and at its center stood Xia King. And that was all. Next, Xia King pulled out a cigar and lit it. With a deep inhale and a puff of outward smoke, he said, "Oh, I know what the ladies like. And to all you who seek to push their luck like the Golden Dong did, listen up, because you don't get to fight the author and expect to win, boys and girls." Xia King gave Snowball a thumbs up. Snowball came crawling out of the rubble, wishing to give a reply. But then, he saw Xia King suddenly collapse as a stream of silver blood began to pour out of him. Moment Queen was overjoyed for a short while. She had not expected Xia King would be able to actually open Tenjin locks and defeat Gold General. But whether or not he'd live to see another day had yet to be determined. He had exhausted far too much strength and energy in unleashing that devastating hit, and it had left him on death's door. At the very least, he had helped turn the tides on the enemy and give them a hope of pulling through to emerge victorious. If that little girl can drive the final few nails into Demon Cup Emperor's coffin, we might just pull through this. Moment Queen thought to herself as she looked on Zero with hopeful eyes. Cup Demon Emperor had been killed by the Bone Dagger again, but just like last time, he had been brought to life out of another bug. He had been killed 4 times by now, but no matter what Zero did, he kept coming back a few seconds later. It was as if a bug took on his appearance, life force, and everything about him. They behaved like him and even made use of his powers to the same strength and extent. Moment Queen watched the bugs intently, whenever she could. There had to be something she could learn through observation, a trick or a puzzle she could decipher, which could lead to a solution they could employ in taking out Cup Demon Emperor for good. The bugs that turned into Cup Demon Emperor did not look all that special compared to the several others that were buzzing around. It seemed to her as if any random bug of his could serve as a reanimation host. What is this power he wields? Gah! We need information if we are to solve this conundrum. Moment Queen racked her mind for a possible solution. She watched the proceedings for a while, but she was unable to learn anything. If Serpent Throne was with them, things would be considerably easier, she believed. Moment Queen wondered where it was, and recalled it was currently in Thunder Hell Shelter. Even if it was to come over and aid in the battle, it would take a good long while to arrive. There was a great distance separating this shelter from the others. Cup Demon Emperor frowned, seeing his beloved gold general be killed. For a berserk super creature like that to be killed by a spirit that had just opened 10 gene locks, he thought it was humiliating. I need to hurry up and end all these vermin, Cup Demon Emperor said to himself, as his eyes flashed with an ominous thunder. Suddenly, countless bugs appeared, each of them turning into a carbon copy of Cup Demon Emperor. They all flew forward in a swarm to put an end to the girl that had caused him so much strife. Moment Queen's face turned grim when she saw this. She thought he could only copy himself once. But all of a sudden, there were now 6 Cup Demon Emperors coming for the girl. With the real one, that made 7. She observed each of them, noting how they were all as powerful as each other, all as powerful as the real Cup Demon Emperor. Moment Queen was worried, thinking the girl might end up getting killed. The girl had defied her expectations, but what she was faced with now was far greater than anything that had come before. But with events concerning Zero, a defiance of expectations was a common occurrence. Moment Queen almost had her socks blown off when she saw Zero slay each and every copy of Cup Demon Emperor with ease. It truly was as if she was swatting a bunch of bothersome flies. Every time she attacked, there'd be 1 Cup Demon Emperor less to deal with. But when these Cup Demon Emperor copies died, more and more were summoned to take their places. Moment Queen was flabbergasted. Even when she was at her strongest, at peak performance before her fall from grace, not even she had achieved such wild amounts of power. Although the girl could not kill Cup Demon Emperor entirely, she had easily exerted what was necessary to do so many times over. And she had greatly suppressed Cup Demon Emperor and his plans by killing him over and over, not letting him go free to deal with other matters on the battlefield. So, how do we kill him once and for all? Moment Queen was still searching for the answer. She noticed 10 was the max number of copies he could create of himself at any given time. I may not know what power he possesses, but there is no way he can keep respawning so easily. Unless his true body is not connected to these or something. Would that mean none of those bodies are real? And if that was so, where does his true self lie? Moment Queen's mind was a tangled brush of questions right now. Moment Queen's eyes then flashed. In her mind, she recorded the precise moment a bug turned into a copy of Cup Demon Emperor. She kept replaying the sight in her mind, over and over again, desperate to learn something new or find the trick to this entire shenanigan. And eventually, she did catch something strange. She smiled, thinking she might have learned something. She said to herself, they really aren't real. They're little more than doppelgangers. Moment Queen was not entirely correct. If it was a doppelganger, Zero would have been able to kill the real one just as easily. The Azura Sutra could destroy the Spirit Stone when killing the spirit itself, after all. The fabricated emperors were like pets of Cup Demon Emperor himself. He placed his power in one bug and turned it into a copy of himself. When that cup was killed, he could make another one just as easily as he had made the first. And because Cup Demon Emperor had opened 10 gene locks, he could create 10 active cups at the same time. Unfortunately, that did not matter much. Moment Queen only wanted to find out where the real Cup Demon Emperor was. Cut off the head of the snake and the body dies after all. Suddenly, she smiled again, saying, "Aha! I found you." Moment Queen had been looking for the true spirit, but in her constant re-watches of the video she had recorded in her mind, she did notice something. With every bug that became Cup Demon Emperor, she saw another smaller bug writhe around them. It was like a little football, but its dominant color was black, and it possessed a cup on its back. It was camouflaged well, so it didn't stick out. That was why spotting it had been so difficult and it had taken so long. But whenever a bug became a cup, that little one was around it. Unfortunately, finding it was difficult, and she didn't think she could keep an eye on it alone. Before the bugs became copies of Cup Demon Emperor, the little bug that possessed a cup on its back was similar to a chimney that was emitting black smoke. It disappeared quickly, and then the bugs that were around it would become those copies of Cup Demon Emperor. That must be it. Moment Queen watched it intently now with her own 2 eyes. She was able to spot it every now and again, emitting the black smoke like a puff of perfume. And then, when this occurred, she'd see the big bugs in its vicinity transform and take on the shape of Cup Demon Emperor. She didn't take action just yet, though. It'd be impossible for her to walk up and kill it, considering how agile it was. She knew she should take her time and not be so hasty. Seeing the little girl do her thing, Moment Queen decided to teleport next to her. Then, over the fraction of a second, she went elsewhere right past her. But just before she did this, her lips swiftly moved to speak and provide Zero the intel she sought to impart. With how quickly she was going, any onlookers would only see Moment Queen hurriedly speed right past her. The bug knight Moment Queen was still dealing with eventually caught up to her, spitting out silk in an attempt to trap her. Moment Queen evaded everything it tried to do effortlessly, and unbeknownst to her opponent, she was still secretly keeping an eye on the little girl and her own dilemma. But more importantly, she was keeping track of where the black bug with a cup on its back was scurrying to. Suddenly, Moment Queen teleported to the black bug and used her Geno sword to stab it. Dong! Moment Queen was incredibly fast, and before the eyes of the opponent, it was as if she had vanished into thin air. Unfortunately, her sword was unable to pierce the shell of the little bug, and while that was dismaying, it was enough. That was because she had left an ugly white mark across the carapace, which worked against its black camouflage. The bug was maddened by what she had tried to do, though. Like the exhaust of a Humvee or the flue of an upset volcano, it began emitting its black smoke everywhere. Moment Queen quickly dashed away from the smoke, not wanting to hang around and find out what effects it might have on her. But the bug wasn't keen to let her transgression slide. With great anger, it made the decision to chase after Moment Queen, but it was all too late. A bone dagger had pinned it in its place. The bug squealed and squirmed for a couple of seconds, before exploding into a thick, soupy, red haze. When the bug died, all the Cup Demon Emperor copies went with it. They all went up in a puff of smoke. And then, in tandem, the enemies that had come to the shelter sought to flee the battle. In great terror and fright, the host that had come to conquer the shelter began running away in every direction they could. Moment Queen immediately started killing them as they went, and picked off any stragglers she could. In Cup Demon Shelter, there was a robed spirit staring at a can. Inside the can were 3 black bugs with cups on their backs. The heir of Godslayer Luo has revealed himself. My Cup Demon has died. Send word. I am sure the emperors of this realm will relish the opportunity to aid me. The spirit smiled. And then, many black bugs began to fly out from underneath his fingers. In Moving Star Shelter, Snowball and Xia King clutched each other tightly as they were electrocuted back to full health. They were the ones who had been injured the most, and the Silver Fox was keen, almost too keen, to help them recover. I'm groovy. I'm fit as a fiddle, Xia King pleaded, beneath the brutality of the electricity he was being forced to endure. Unheeding, the Silver Fox continued shocking them both back to full health. Woof, Snowball said in a half-squeal. Moment Queen performed a quick head count and noted not many had died, primarily through the healing distributed by the Holy Rhino and the Silver Fox. Unfortunately, the shelter itself was in wild disarray. There was little of it left following the carnage. They had managed to kill 7 creatures all in all, but the strongest of them had been vaporized by Xia King. There was not a trace of its body left to be found. The black-haired Lady Zero was busy preparing food, as everyone regained some happiness in the jovial mood brought on by victory. Moment Queen stared at the girl for a while, thinking about how much she admired her. She knew the girl was the purple-haired lady. Even Dry Bone King looked at her with admiration. They were all shocked by Zero's performance that day, and how after all the time they had spent together, they had not known the full extent of what she could do. She wasn't just the near-mute cook Hansen kept as a companion. There was something special about her, that was for sure. Across the third god's sanctuary, black bugs were individually being sent to Emperor shelters. "Goo Demon, what are you up to?" an Emperor asked, while looking at the bug. The bug then displayed a video of Zero fighting 10 cup demon emperors all at once. "Godslayer Luo?" the Emperor said, as he stared at Zero with a sudden feeling of contempt. "The heir of Godslayer Luo has come. I would like to see the true extent of his power. The time for revenge has come." Across all the Emperor shelters, their rulers all looked to be in shock. It took Hansen 4 days to return to Moving Star Shelter. By the time he got back, the fight was already over and the crisis had been averted, or at the very least met head-on during his absence and resolved in a massive battle he had missed out on. When Hansen returned, though, he wasn't exactly delighted at the results. Before him lay the ruins and remnants of what was once a glorious and immaculately conceived and constructed shelter. And in the midst of the ruins was Xie King, who seemed to be enjoying a nice, cold beer. Still, he was glad the place had been saved and his companions had pulled through. "Good job." Hansen gave him a high five. Hansen had heard what had transpired through Thorn Queen, especially what Xie King had managed to pull off in order to kill Gold General. "I am Xie King, not Xie Emperor," Xie King said. "I thought you were a super emperor now," Hansen said, in hysterics. Fortunately, no one had died during the siege. An incredible thing, too, given how hairy things became. Having the Silver Fox and the Holy Rhino around to heal was a brilliant thing, and they had both proven themselves to be invaluable assets to the composition of Hansen's primary force, despite Xie King's personal feelings towards Little Silver's shock therapy treatment. The talent of healing was quite rare, overall. Individually, such creatures had a hard time surviving due to their weakness in attacking. And because of that, it was difficult for them to level up. 9 gene lock creatures like the Holy Rhino were an extremely rare find, and it was no wonder its original owner had gone to such lengths to procure it. Saint Fan himself made sure to use the Holy Rhino a lot, too, and it had proven a great asset for him before his death. Hansen, Thorn Queen, and Xie King were having a merry chat when Moment Queen exited the Spirit Hall, heading in their direction. Moment Queen didn't seem like her usual self, though. In fact, she was looking quite grim. It prompted the interest and concern of those talking. "Can someone tell me who Godslayer Luo is?" Moment Queen asked. Moment Queen was in the second god sanctuary when Godslayer Luo was in the third, so it wasn't too surprising to learn she did not know much about him. "A human elite. Why? What's wrong?" Hansen thought her asking such a question was strange. Something was amiss. Moment Queen pointed at Zero and said, "I just returned from the spirit base. All the spirits there are saying she is the heir of this Godslayer Luo guy, and that they're all planning to kill her as revenge or something." Define the all that is planning to kill her. Hansen knew this was going to happen one way or another. Spirits were quite vengeful creatures, but none had yet learned he was the true heir to Godslayer Luo. He didn't expect this to become an issue this far down the line, though prompted by a misunderstanding. Still, he wasn't too afraid. Hansen was an incredibly mighty person now, and he'd do whatever it took to protect Zero, provided she even needed protection, the wild and wonderful thing she was. Moment Queen went ahead to say, "All the spirits want to kill Zero. They know we are in her company. We're on our own out here. This is bad. Well, what can we do about it? We're not feeding Zero to the dogs, if that's what your poisonous heart is contemplating." Hansen mused. Moment Queen suggested, "We go into hiding. We go underground, like literally. We give this dump up for now. Go to the underground shelter, have a nice cold pint, and wait for all this to blow over." "And what about the humans we've ensured the security of?" Han asked. Han Sen had asserted control and assured the safety of many shelters by this point. There were many humans, far more than the underground shelter could offer refuge to. Maybe they can go hide in that alliance place Xie Qing King likes to drone on about? Moment Queen offered. Han Sen rejected the idea, saying, "No, if we lose the shelters we might as well off them ourselves." Moment Queen said, "I fear you are having difficulty grasping the gravitas of the situation here. There are at least a dozen emperors coming, all looking to plant Zero's head on a pike. She's a remarkable fighter. I'll give her that. But this is a threat that is too much for any one person to even dream of defeating. I'll help her fight and fine. Tell the humans to return to the alliance while we sort this out," Han Sen conceded. "And how do you hope to stop this enemy force? It'll only take one punch off one of them to end our lives." Moment Queen thought Han Sen was overestimating his own talent. He was jeopardizing everything by being so cocky and boisterous. She believed. Moment Queen composed herself and then said, "The second, fourth, fifth, and seventh son of gods are on their way. We hide or we die. It's that simple. Let them come. I will kill them all," Hansen said casually. "Yeah, what are you fussing about? Back in the day when I had to face a siege, I didn't have any fancy-schmancy super creatures to heal. We had sticks, 2 sticks, and a rock for the whole shelter. And we had to share the rock. Buck up, girl. You are one very lucky spirit," Xie Qing King said, chucking the remainder of his beer away. It was difficult to tell if he was being serious or not. This is madness. Moment Queen had no clue what was going through their minds anymore. Madness? This is the third god's sanctuary. Have some goddamn faith, Moment Queen. I have a plan. So, for now, go and tell humans to return to the alliance. Things are going to heat up, of course, but we've weathered worse storms than this. They will not crush us," Hansen said. Moment Queen was unable to convince them to change their course of action. So she ended up having no choice but to abide by their decision. She notified the other shelters as she was told to. Han Sen then got deep into planning out how he was going to defeat what was coming and turn the tides in his favor. He wanted to take over the entire sanctuary. Anyway, Han Sen had opened 10 gene locks with Jade Skin, and with Little Angel by his side, slaying emperors should prove no problem, he thought. With Zero and the Silver Fox's help, he wagered he'd be able to take on 30 emperors without even breaking a sweat. Thorn Queen came to Han Sen in a bit of a rush, and then she presented the snake egg. There were cracks running along the shell, suggesting it was about to hatch. Not long after, it all came apart as a red-scaled dragon emerged, saying, "Oh yeah, I'm back." Hansen smiled and said, "Well, you just remember to keep your end of this bargain. We made a deal, remember? Of course, 100 years is nothing. You are too kind." Dragon King was starting to talk more like a human now. "Well, now that I know you're on my side, I have a problem you might be able to help me with." Han Sen went on to tell Dragon King about the coming siege Moment Queen had reported. "Are you saying the entire third god's sanctuary is against us? And who is Godslayer Luo, anyway?" Dragon King asked with widened eyes. "He was a human who slaughtered a bunch of spirits in this place," Han Sen explained succinctly. "Are you sure? How could he have triggered the ire of so many emperors if all he did was go about killing and conquering, very much like what you have done?" Dragon King thought it was quite strange. Han Sen admitted, "I don't know the full story behind it, I'll be honest. But to make so many spirits and emperors hate him, he must have done something far worse than kill a bunch of pompous spirits. This is unusual, I'll confess." This? Dragon King did not believe he was hearing the truth. That wasn't to say he believed Han Sen was lying, mind. Han Sen then slowly started to say, "I have heard that Godslayer Luo wields the power of Azura. Pa, don't feed me that cowpat. I'm the only person in existence who knows the true power of Azura," Dragon King said, with confidence. "Isn't it the Azura Sutra? And you're the sole one? How can you know, but not the other generals?" Hansen asked. "The Azura Sutra is—" Dragon King's talk suddenly trailed off. When he resumed his speech, he said, "How dare you, Stop trying to trick me into telling you. This Godslayer chap couldn't have the power of Azura, because he isn't Azura. The Azura Sutra isn't even that good. Zero learned it, and all she did was go a little hyper and kill a spirit. That's what has prompted all the other emperors to take up arms and go after her. It's a little too much of a coincidence, though. Don't you think? Han Sen explained further. But humans are unable to learn the Azura Sutra, Dragon King said, resolutely. Han Sen then went to find Zero and bring her before Dragon King, so she could demonstrate the Azura powers she could wield. Impossible! 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 How are humans able to practice the Azura Sutra? Impossible! 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 Dragon King repeated, as if the shock had thrown him into a daze. Godslayer Luo's falsified Sky Sutra is practically the same as the Azura Sutra. Han Sen told him. You're talking crap. Dragon King refused to believe what he was hearing. Han Sen smiled and said, I have a blood relation with Godslayer Luo. I am the true heir. It isn't Zero. And I have read the falsified Sky Sutra and I can confirm 100%, they are one and the same. Dragon King didn't even say anything in response to this claim. So, Han Sen spoke again, telling him, My sister has practiced the falsified Sky Sutra, and I have seen her use it in action. The powers are the same, and now, I have a personal stake in all this trouble. The last thing I want, when she comes here to the third god sanctuary, is for her to suffer what I am about to go through. I don't want emperors looking to bully her because of a skill she possesses. Dragon King appeared to be conflicted, but shock was the prevailing emotion. And he was feeling so much shock, he could hardly speak. Han Sen went on to say, In the Alliance there is another race of beings. They aren't human, and they are whom we call Shura. The falsified Sky Sutra was retrieved from a tomb belonging to one of their perished kings. Dragon King finally responded, and he asked, What do they look like? These Shura? Han Sen described their appearance, and Dragon King's face distorted. Can you tell me if there is a relation between the Shura and this stuff? Han Sen asked. Dragon King told Han Sen, I don't know why If you don't help me find a solution to this problem of ours, it's us versus the rest of the sanctuary. We're both in the same boat here, Han Sen said. Dragon King nibbled his lips before talking again. Okay. Tell me what you want to know. Personally, I don't think anything I tell you will be of any service. But if peace of mind is enough, then I am here for your elucidation. Tell me what you can then, Han Sen said. Dragon King sighed and said, Fine. Even if didn't tell you, the truth would have to come out eventually. Dragon King went quiet for a while, as if he was composing what he was about to say. Then, after a period of silence elapsed, he said, You were right. Mr. Ancient Devil summoned a demigod with a demigod genocore, but you were wrong in the suggestion that he used us as the sacrifice. He was able to summon the super creatures and spirits necessary. But that aside, he required my help. Help! Han Sen did not understand what help Dragon King could provide, or if the summoning of a demigod even required help when he was able to do it so simply. Dragon King said, I told you that demigods will help you after being summoned, but, as with all things, it depends on their mood on that particular day. And what's more, Ancient Devil Emperor did not summon a demigod for aid. What did he want, then? Han Sen had a guess in mind, but he still wanted to ask for confirmation. Dragon King said, He wanted to kill the demigod and take the core for himself. Han Sen was able to guess this, but still, hearing that was what Ancient Devil Emperor wished to do was rather unnerving to hear. And what happened then? Did he succeed? Han Sen asked. Of course. Dragon King paused and then went on to say, Well, success is all relative. And what is that supposed to mean? Han Sen frowned. Mr. Ancient Devil did trick the demigod. But it wasn't him who killed the summoned one. And it wasn't him who took the core, Dragon King said. Azura? Han Sen was shocked. Yes, he killed the demigod and took the demigod genocore. That was what formed the basis of the betrayal incident you have long pestered me about. Han Sen waited for Dragon King to finish his speech, but he struggled to believe the validity of the tale he had just been told. If Ancient Devil Emperor wanted to fight a demigod, would it even be possible for him to be careless enough to allow a subordinate to not only stealing his kill, but take the demigod genocore as well? And if Azura was able to get away with doing so, on the circumstance of what could be considered dumb luck, how could he have been strong enough to turn against Ancient Devil Emperor, so much so that it influenced others to betray their supposed leader too? Furthermore, Ancient Devil Emperor already had a demigod genocore of his own. Why would he risk everything by using it to slay another demigod, just so he could obtain another? Just like the Ju Han Sen possessed, they weren't artifacts that boosted the abilities of a person in any way. Dragon King and Wuxia, up to this point, had not spoken a single word concerning the betrayal. Although Dragon King had now stepped forward to elucidate a few minor details, the majority of the mystery Han Sen had long sought to uncover still remained fogged and unlearned. Han Sen's mind was clogged with a number of questions, just as it always was, and he earnestly hoped Dragon King would be willing to give him the answer he wanted most. But it seemed as if he had overstepped his own boundaries, because he had reeled back now and quit being so talkative. He was Han Sen's servant now, though, so Han Sen wasn't going to stop prodding him for more answers. After learning the few tidbits he had, Han Sen was hungry for more. He decided to ask, how did Azura manage to kill a demigod? What did he get out of doing that? Dragon King's lips trembled and tripped over each other, holding in words that weren't quite willing to part his vocal box. He looked away for a moment, as if to consider what exactly he should say. When he was ready, he turned back to look at Han Sen and said, "It's complicated. The entire thing is like a feverish dream when I remember it now. Truth be told, we weren't entirely sure whether or not it was a demigod we had actually killed." Han Sen wasn't really sure what to make of that, so he pushed for more and asked, "Didn't you just say you summoned one? How can you not know you summoned a demigod when you went through the necessary steps for the summoning of a demigod?" Dragon King was still remaining mum about the crux of the issue, skirting around the subject as best he could. Han Sen was worried Dragon King would buckle. It was obviously a difficult subject for him to talk about, and it was impressive he had given up as much as information as he had. Han Sen didn't want him retreating back into some sort of shell and refusing to say more. Dragon King said, "Mr. Ancient Devil used the core to summon a demigod, but it was weird. What was so strange about it?" Han Sen inquired. Dragon King said, "Mr. Ancient Devil planned on summoning a weak demigod. He could learn the strength of a demigod by examining their altar before he committed to the summoning ritual. He had more than one demigod genocore, and eventually he settled on one for the sacrifice. The altar, however, was so weak that it was unable to consume a super creature that was offered in sacrifice. Alive, leastways. And this weakness was reflected in the demigod himself, when he was fully summoned. No matter how weak demigods are, they must have a fitness of at least 5,000. That's right, isn't it?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen had learned about demigods through the Ji family. The fourth god's sanctuary's weakest creatures had a fitness level of 5,000, and that was the bare minimum. Survival in such a place, for any human, was a trial and a half. Grandpa Ji told Han Sen that even if he did manage to obtain a greater fitness number than 5,000, he should never underestimate the creatures and spirits of that place. Even if they were weak in the third god's sanctuary, they'd be no laughing matter in the fourth god's sanctuary. He was going to use our collective power and geno treasures to kill a demigod. Even if we were unable to kill the demigod we summoned, making it bleed and collecting its blood would make the venture worthwhile. After all, it was a being that inhabited the fourth god's sanctuary we were summoning, and it was only natural for us all to be afraid and nervous with the task at hand. But when that demigod appeared before us, it was already on the precipice of death. Killing it would have been an easy job for any one of us. "Whoa, you guys were that lucky?" Han Sen was surprised to hear they were that fortunate. "Lucky?" Dragon King gave Han Sen a strange look before proceeding to say, "None of his plans were of any worth, so Azura stepped forth and killed it. Then he took his power, It was like the savage twist of a knife, and suddenly, there was division in the ranks and contention amongst the generals. A fight broke out, and it resulted in the utter ruin of ancient Devil Shelter. It sounds like Azura did a good, old-fashioned kill steal. I don't really see what the big fuss is about. Couldn't you guys have just talked it out? Han-san was a little underwhelmed. Learning this was the answer to the mystery he had long wished to be revealed. Dragon King looked at Han-san strangely once more, and he told him, "I said the demigod looked weird, didn't I?" "Yeah, weird. As in, it's weird this emperor we summoned is dying weird, right?" Han-san said. "It would have been lucky if that had actually happened." Dragon King paused and sighed for a brief moment before explaining. "Before the demigod died, he said something that chilled our very bones." "Okay, and what did he say?" Han-san asked. He wished Dragon King spoke a little faster, as it aggravated Han-san when every word and syllable was delivered so slowly. "He said he was God." Dragon King's voice trembled to speak that final word. God! Han-san had heard a lot about some figure proclaiming itself to be God, and he didn't think Dragon King was preaching about the big cheese of Christianity when saying this. It sounded just like the God figure Han Jinji was said to have met. Well, it might be normal for some demigods to refer to themselves as gods, right? It's in their title, after all. "I know enough stuffy spirits around these parts that have a god complex," Han-san said, grasping at straws for a possible reason why the spirit might have called itself God. "Well, those thoughts crossed our minds, too. And thinking it to be arrogance, we wanted to kill it even more. That, however, was when the spirit said something else." When Dragon King's sentence came to a close, his face drooped into an unsettling grimace. Han-san did not ask or prompt him to tell what was said. He just stared at Dragon King intensely. With bent vocals, Dragon King stuttered out a few words. He said, "Whoever kills God will be erased." Han-san didn't think much of it at first. More than anything, he believed the demigod that called itself God was merely bluffing. It was like a riff on the cliché of, "If you strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you could possibly imagine," that sort of thing. It would either be that, or "I'll haunt your ass from beyond the grave." Dragon King went on to elaborate, given the awkward silence that followed what he had just spoken. He said, "Again, we didn't care much for what the demigod said. Azura had heard enough of the pompous spirit he believed it to be, and with great anger, he struck it down. This, of course, was to the grand and terrible displeasure of Mr. Ancient Devil. Me and Azura were tight. We were very good friends. That being said, I knew where my allegiances lay, and I did not want to betray Mr. Ancient Devil. The others, for whatever reasons compelled them, did not. They were with Azura and immediately started fighting. Azura was the strongest out of us all, though. After he killed the demigod, that might and power were only amplified. Those who followed him believed Azura would win, and as spirits often do, they gravitated towards the strongest amongst them, which was likely to be him. If Mr. Ancient Devil was going to lose, of course the generals would want to support the master that took his place. But that did not come to pass, and shortly after the transgression, he disappeared. Dragon King almost looked afraid, speaking this. "What do you mean exactly?" Han-san asked. The tale was riveting, and he was eager for an elaboration of every detail. He disappeared. He vanished. He was simply gone. The prevailing belief over what might have occurred was split between two ideas. Either he was taken to the fourth god's sanctuary, or he legged it and had no need for anyone else. Dragon King's speech stumbled once more, as it frequently did. After a breath for composure, he went on to say, "Aside from those of us who accompanied Mr. Ancient Devil in the hopes of slaying a summoned demigod, everyone seemed to forget Azura's existence. He was a famous spirit, and his name was heralded far and wide. But after those events, it was like he had been forgotten about. Everyone forgot who he was. Even spirits who had known him for 100,000 years forgot the name Azura. Neither his creatures nor his heirs recalled who he was. It was just as that frightening spirit had said, before its death. He who killed him would be completely erased. The only ones who remembered him were the generals that were there with him, But even that was only for a brief while. Even they soon forgot. Dragon King looked visibly afraid as he told this story, and he leaned closer to tell Han-san. Before Azura left, though, he made me swear not to tell anyone what had transpired that day. He also wrote down the sutra on my scale. He told me to look after the people who practiced that power, and while I initially believed him to be talking about his kids, I later learned none of them had practiced his powers. I tried looking for Azura for a long time after, but over time, the notoriety of our band began to fade, too. Even we were forgotten about, Mr. Ancient Devil included. We faded to legend, and then to myth, and then to nothing. The only difference was, we remained here, Dragon King explained. Han-san was shocked, hearing all this. He told him, maybe Azura was taken to the Alliance and the Shura are his descendants. And maybe that's why they cannot enter the sanctuaries. It all adds up. If the story was true, Han-sen firmly believed that to be the most logical reason. The pieces seemed to fit. Dragon King said, you could be right. And if you have Shura blood, you can practice the Azura Sutra. I've stewed in the memory of this strange affair for far too long, and I think it's time I myself received some answers. Han-san knew Dragon King had told him everything he could, and there was little more he knew. His mention of the Shura blood was curious, but it had thinned and become so light, the relation was practically non-existent. The one with the true blood relation was the Luo family who followed the Shura. Maybe I'll need to enter that Shura tomb myself and do a little archaeology if I'm to search for definitive answers. In retrospect, it's almost a shame I did not associate myself a little more with the Luo family. Given my history and spats with them, I doubt they'd let me take a peek in their big book of secrets now. Han-sen's mind wandered down the various avenues of how he might learn even more. Han-sen told Dragon King more about the Shura and the falsified Sky Sutra after that. Judging from what he was told, Dragon King started to believe Azura must have indeed gone to the Alliance. But in regards to how that had even happened, he had no clue. Perhaps he broke through the dimension, but if that was what had happened, Azura would have found himself in the fourth god's sanctuary, instead. The demigod they had killed most certainly had some strange powers. I wonder, is Azura still alive? Han-san asked himself, fancying an encounter with him one day. He'd have much to ask. If his spirit stone had not broken, he should still be alive. Provided the rules for spirits still applied, even when they were outside the sanctuaries. If Ancient Devil Emperor killed a demigod, what would he gain from obtaining a core and its blood? Minus the whole being erased business, mind you. Han-sen wondered this, reflecting on all he had been told in his conversation with Dragon King. With the magnitude of Ancient Devil Emperor power, he was the sort to have no problem ascending to the fourth god's sanctuary and becoming a demigod. From what he had heard, there would be no need for him to try something as risky as challenging a demigod in the third god's sanctuary. There must have been a great benefit or bonus to achieve and retrieve by willingly summoning a demigod and attempting to kill one. Even the weakest demigod would be no laughing matter to deal with. What transpired after Azura killed the demigod went completely against what anyone imagined might happen. Even Ancient Devil Emperor must not have expected the results, and so that was a catalyst for Han-sen asking this. Dragon King answered, saying, Mr. Ancient Devil said spirits and creatures, and now humans I guess, could only open 10 gene locks. If you became a demigod, you were unable to open any more. He must have opened 10 of them, yes? Han-sen asked. He thought this was a given, but asking for confirmation did not hurt. Dragon King said, he did, yes. But he was driven by the belief that more could be unlocked. There is an 11th gene lock? Han-sen asked. Not quite. There is another gene lock, but it isn't one of simple progression. It operates on a slightly different spectrum, Dragon King said. Okay. And what's the difference? This was the first Han-sen was hearing about such a thing, and he was keen to learn more. Admittedly, I'm not entirely sure. Mr. Ancient Devil didn't tell us much about it. But other emperors pursued the opening of this gene lock, too. Dragon King continued, saying, Mr. Ancient Devil strived tirelessly to open it. He worked on it for the longest time, employing various different means and methods. He never was successful. The demigod method was his last resort. Dragon King did not explain what this special gene lock was, so Han Sen was still at a loss. Is no god emperor like ancient devil emperor, I wonder? Is he going after this special gene lock? The dude Rex, and he could totally become a demigod if he wanted to. There has to be something keeping him here, not wanting to ascend just yet. Han Sen mulled the oddities surrounding his latest nemesis. Han Sen returned to the Alliance shortly after the discussion was over, at the behest of Ji Ruojian, who had given him a call. Han Sen picked it up and said, "Hey Dad, how's Mom?" Ji Yanran's mother had been sick for a while. It wasn't an illness of any life-threatening capacity, but he still thought it polite to ask. Ji Ruojian seemed to not be in the mood for the exchanging of social niceties, and he immediately asked, "Did you send all those humans back to the Alliance? If you did, is it true?" That depends. What did you hear?" Han Sen asked. Ji Ruojian explained to Han Sen. "The spirits believe a child of Godslayer Luo is in one of your shelters, and now they're out for blood." Han Sen told him, "Yes, I sent all the humans back. I'll get this situation ironed out, though, don't worry. And when I've resolved the matter, they can all go back." What are you planning to do?" Ji Ruojian asked. Han Sen told it to him straight. "Fight, of course." "You really think you can pull a feat such as that off? You've accomplished things not thought possible, so I won't doubt you. But you're certain you can pull this off?" Ji Ruojian sounded worried for Han Sen's well-being. "Yes, I'm certain." Han Sen answered Ji Ruojian resolutely, with no room for doubts or second thoughts. Ji Ruojian said, "Good, but take care, please. Take a step back and understand the gravitas of this situation. For the entire stake of humanity's advancement in the Third God Sanctuary will be in your hands. You shoulder our future there, right now. If you lose, all will be lost." "I understand it well," Han Sen said. Ji Ruojian then muttered something inaudible before pausing. As if to compose himself, he then cleared his throat and spoke. "I said that as a president. As a father, it would pain me greatly to see my daughter be upset. Don't worry. I understand. I'll see this through to the end and come away smiling. You have my word on that." Han Sen spoke with the intent to inspire confidence. Han Sen went on Skynet next to read the news. Reports of what was going on were everywhere. You'd have to be living beneath a very large rock on some icy asteroid in the distant corners of the galaxy to not know what was happening. Dismayingly, people thought Han Sen should quit while he was ahead. They thought he shouldn't stand his ground, and that it would be best to retreat and throw in the towel. The humans who had been sent to the Alliance were all worried for what their future would hold. If their shelters were lost, then they'd be unable to return, and their time in the sanctuaries was over. Many professionals analyzed the situation to the best of their abilities, and the general consensus amongst them was that Han Sen should leave, too. Before things went any further, though, Han Sen decided to have dinner with Ji Yanran. Throughout the meal, her lips staggered on the precipice of saying something. She clearly had something on her mind, but some phantom force stayed her from speaking. Han Sen decided to approach her from behind, knowing what she was feeling. He embraced her from behind and spoke on her behalf. "Do you believe I can do this?" "Yes, but I'm afraid," Ji Yanran said, stroking the arms that caressed her. "I would never do something that would prevent my return to your loving warmth. I will be careful, I promise. I don't want my time with you to end. Ever. I might not be the strongest, and things might turn awry, but if they do, I'll run. I'll run right through the teleporter, through that door, and into your arms. You'll see me again." Han Sen leaned down to kiss her, and then said, "Plus, I want a son. I can't let myself die just yet." Ji Yanran laughed and said, "I'd rather a daughter, one that is like Bauer. I wouldn't mind a little princess of my own, either. 4 or 5 of them would be ideal, I think. That would sure make for a lively household." "Are you sure you don't just want to revel in the exercise of making so many children?" "Well, that is always fun." "Oh, you have some cheek. Ouch." Han Sen then returned to the sanctuary. His companions had been on red alert, not wanting to miss the precise moment an approaching enemy could be spotted. This was not the time for sloppiness nor mistakes. A few days later, while Han San spoke with Xie Qingqing, he saw a shadow begin to approach the shelter. It had the intimidating presence of a looming mountain that was set to swallow the earth. Boom! A giant landed atop the rubble of the ruined shelter, forming two craters, one for each foot.